Everybody, we are live.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
On the stream, it's still playing the intro.
Well, we are live in VDO, which is in our real-time play. YouTube stream is 30 seconds behind.
Yes! So many new things today. Okay, hey everybody, very sorry for the little hiccup in the beginning. We are trying so many new things today. It is almost incredible. It's insane. Like, we have our live cams down in Boca Chica. We've never done this before. Everything is running through a server right now, so I don't have OBS on my PC, and this is the first time we're doing this. We're going to do our best. I am amazed at how many people are out there already. It's like 1,000 people already. Where are you all from? Blast it into the chat. I'm guessing there's mostly Europeans here at this time of day. But I'm hoping for some US people as well. IFT2. TJ, what do you say?
Dude, I'm so excited. I mean, we've been counting down to this day for how many months now? 6 months more?
Since 420, yeah.
Yeah, it's thrilling. And we've obviously been covering it every week, which is, I don't know if it's felt real for a while, but obviously it's super duper real. And I don't know. It's been a lot of work for our team to get to this point. With obviously, we've got our own. We'll have multiple live stream destinations today in terms of cameras. So you guys will see the launch from multiple perspectives. And I don't know. It just it's probably going to feel super real to me when sun finally rises, and we're going to see Starship in color. And hopefully, today is the last day it's hanging out in Boca Chica.
Yeah. And my camera froze again. So we're working on a few problems here in the background. As you can see, my camera just froze. It should come back soon. There you go. So this will probably happen a few times during our stream because there is so much new tech involved in all of this. We have so many, like for the past 3 months, you cannot believe how much work internally we've done on the team to get all this happening, to get all this out there. If you've watched our episodes regularly, you've seen that we've updated our website, we've updated our assets on the episodes, we've largely increased our cadence of releases. We have a huge team by now going in the background. So that's why I'm always, when somebody says, Felix, you're the best, I'm always saying it's not me anymore. I mean, it is me, but it's not just me. And there's back again. It is crazy what we've done in the past few months. We will have Jonathan on here in a few minutes as well. Stefanie, my wife, is going to come in. All this we've never done before with like 3 people at the same time on a stream. This is all absolutely brand new stuff for me. But it is working so far. We have a stable stream with a little hiccup in the beginning. I just saw all the countries racing through in the chat. It is amazing to see you all. Thank you so much for joining us from all around the world. This is Hungary, Czech Republic, California, France, US, Oklahoma, New Zealand, Hong Kong. This is just amazing. Thank you all so much for joining in. Is it spectacular? So what you're looking at there right now is our infrared view of our camera that we have down in the dunes next to the launch pad. It's not too far away from the pad. That alone was an incredible amount of work. It's kind of, TJ, you described it as like building a satellite. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely. Building one of these cameras is it's basically a satellite that's not in space because they need to be self-powered. They need to be robust to experience all kinds of elements, rain, heat, cold, the ocean. Then there's, you need to be able to monitor it, like all these different systems remotely, because if there's a problem, you're going to need to find a way to troubleshoot it without having to go hike out in the middle of nowhere at 1 a.m. or something. So all of these different variables had to be taken into account to make sure that we could create YCAM 1.0 in a way that is going to be sustainable in the long term. And we learned a lot from the project. So as we move forward in this, we're only going to get better and better with it. Yeah, it was probably is from a creative and technical standpoint, probably the most complicated and project I've ever worked on, but also one of the most satisfying. So I am thrilled that we're at this point. And the amount of features that we have that we're looking forward to sharing with you guys in the next, 4 hours. Yeah, it is just, it's great. And I'm just happy it's all working and it's come together. It's been fantastic. And it's all for you guys. We're so excited to share this with you. And we wouldn't be here without all of you and all of your support. And we're only trying to bring you all the best and fun Starship coverage that we can provide.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, as you can hear from TJ's voice, we are mighty proud of this infrared picture that we're broadcasting right now. I'm going to switch this over to the normal view just to show you why we're showing infrared right now. That is our normal view. That should refresh in a second here. It is very dark out there right now, so there's not much to see. That's why we have infrared turned on. This is going to change soon as the sun comes up. The picture of this camera is beautiful. We really, really hope that our internet connection and all our tech is going to work out, because you never know what kind of little bug wants to help you with all your great live production. But it's working. Somebody's pointing out in the chat that the timer is wrong, 2:29. I think that is correct. 5, 6. Oh no,
it's about an hour off.
Yeah, is it? No. It's 4:30. Oh yeah, it's about an hour off. Exactly.
Okay. Yep.
We're going to fix that as well. IFT2. We've waited for 6 months for this. I'm pretty sure many of you watching here right now have seen the first launch. I was there live. I'm not there live for this one because I'm sitting in the studio in Florida, but the first one was an incredible experience. Let's just say that. Excitement guaranteed. I was standing 3.5 miles away from the pad when it happened, and I saw the giant concrete chunks being thrown through the air and the rocket sliding off the pad, and it was scary, to say the least. We had our kids on site as well, and I was just begging for the thing not to explode on the pad. There were plenty of problems they found, plenty updates to be had in the past 6 months, and today we're hoping that it is going to reach, I'd say stage separation would be the milestone to reach today. So anything over main engine cutoff, separation, and the Starship continuing its flight is going to be icing on top today. What do you think, people watching right now? What do you think? Is it going to reach orbit? What's your prediction? This is crazy. This is just crazy. Already 2,000 people watching. Yesterday, John did his final, hopefully, flyover with a helicopter above Starbase. In the pictures, I tweeted one of them out. You could see tons of people out there going through those salt flats in front of the pad. I've been in there before as well. It is crazy how close you can get to everything.
It's incredible.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, Felix, maybe just maybe on your end, pull your mic down just a little bit, because we're reading fine in our software, but it may be just something locally. Yeah, we've been trying to cover Starship from the ground, air, and space now, for the first time, daily and weekly. John, our photographer, he's been down there every day, photographing it for all of you. And we're going to be sharing some of those photos in a little bit. And he also does his flyovers with Redline Helicopter Tours, and they are incredible partner to work with. We're so lucky to have them. And now we're getting weekly satellite imagery that is like incredibly high res. If you haven't seen Felix's tweets or Patreon posts about him, like, go take a look. The granularity you can zoom in on doesn't get old, and you can literally see like the people. You can see people walking around in these satellite images. It's incredible. And one of the things that excites me the most probably about that opportunity is that we're collecting an incredible data set now that over time we're going to be able to track all these different evolutionary changes in the program, and create. Obviously, there's like, for video, there's time lapses you can make, but we can literally now overlay the topography and show how things are moving around, how things have changed and evolved over the next or however long this program is going to be up for us. So I'm just so excited to have that. And I know there's no other way that we can cover this more thoroughly outside of like being underground now, I think, and that's probably not as an exciting perspective to see.
It is incredible. We could probably, with the stuff we've done in the past 3 or 4 months in the behind the scenes, the things that you don't see on the episodes, we could probably talk for another 2 hours about all the new projects we've realized and made work and all that kind of stuff. I mean, as TJ said, ground pictures, flyover pictures, orbital pictures, the 4K camera feed from Starbase, the new website. It is just my life has been very busy in the past few months, and TJ's too, and the rest of the team as well. It is just incredible. I'm so stoked and happy to be a part of this team, and thank you, TJ. Thank you, everybody on the team. I know you're watching this right now. Without these people, this wouldn't happen, and that is very important to me. Whenever somebody says, "Felix, you rock," thank you. I started this almost 5 years ago now, which is incredible. But it's not just me anymore. There are so many more people working in the background, scripting, editing, writing, making code, updating things, flying through over Starbase with a helicopter, and so on and so forth. It's a very humble feeling.
It's incredible. I mean, I've been watching you grow this channel since day one. Obviously, we had all kinds of collaborations over the last several years, and it's been a personal pleasure to see the channel grow, just because I know who you are and who your family is, and to see the kind of success and growth that the channel's experience is important. It's good, you know, because it's like Felix is real. He's as good of a guy as you see here as behind the scenes, and it's been just as a longtime friend and contributor and just just viewer, it's been awesome to see this growth and now to be on the team. I'm blessed. I feel so blessed. And for all the lovers and haters out there, thank you for watching, and thank you for watching me and welcoming me in on the show as I've periodically appeared. I know that that's been maybe a little bit of a change for some folks, but Felix is never going anywhere. He is always going to be bringing the show, but you may occasionally see me when, maybe Felix is under the weather or, God forbid, on vacation or something, and I'll be doing my best to take up the reins. But Felix is your host, and I'm just here to help support the team in any way possible.
Yeah, he is two Felixes in the background. Trust me, TJ is doing an incredible job on the team. As he said, there were a few episodes in the recent past where TJ hosted on and off. That was largely when I had a head cold, for example, and my voice was gone. Or one time I dared to take some days off. That happens as well. And then you'll see TJ. So whenever you see him pop up on the episodes, it doesn't mean that I intend to quit or anything. It's just because the workload on What About It by now is so huge you can barely imagine. And so it's just not possible anymore for me to do all this just with Stefanie, me, and 2 or 3 other people was the core team until half a year ago. And now the core team is over 10. Just the core of the team, like people working every day for 8 hours on WAI content is more than 10 people by now. It is incredible. If somebody would have told me that, if somebody would have told me that 5 years ago, I would have screamed and ran away or something. Probably. It's incredible.
Now our ideas, we only come up with more ideas for more content and more ways to tell stories. And like, in order to do that, we're going to need more people because there's only so many hours in the day for a Felix. He's got 24 hours a day, just like the rest of us. So I can't squeeze out a 25th hour. We've tried. And it ain't gonna fly. So I'm also looking at our cameras here, and I'm like, I feel like I need to go out in the sun. I look like a ghost, Felix.
Yeah, that's the white balance.
I'm like, maybe I need to tweak my white balance. It looks like I've been hanging out in the sun a little bit more than maybe I have.
Yeah, that's the tactical advantage I have here. To be fair, though, I'm sitting in the fully built out WAI studio. And TJ is sitting in his small room that he's dedicated for the WAI production because he hasn't been on the team for long either. And let me tell you, joining the WAI team is a decision that translates over to everything in your life. And TJ has seen that by now. And now he is sitting in front of his camera. It is just, I still don't get what we're doing here. This is incredible. It's just outright incredible. Thank you so much for watching. Like the stream, super important, everybody. We have 2,500 people watching and 500 likes. We need to get this over 1,000. I know we creators say this all the time, but it is very important. It's the algorithm working in the background. And the more people like this, the more it is going to be shown to everybody else and the more people we have to watch this together with us. Let me real quick see if I can, it should be getting a little brighter there. Oh, but that is still very dark. Look at the darkness in Boca Chica. So I'm switching back to infrared. So what we could do is get my wife in, or Jonathan, or we could talk about the flight timeline and the updates that they've done to ship and booster since the last launch, which is an incredibly interesting topic as well. I mean, for those who have watched the channel for a long time now, we've covered almost all of it. But there are some significant changes in there, and I'm really, really hoping that this is going to pay off for SpaceX today. I'm so rooting for all these people down in Boca Chica. They've worked so hard to get all the hurdles done, not just Fish and Wildlife Services. Trust me, there has been a lot of work in the background since that last launch, and significant updates. I cannot wait for this thing to launch. This is going to be incredible. views get
Yeah,
better too.
and yeah, absolutely. To be fair to SpaceX's partners, the federal agencies, when you really looked closely at the timelines and when SpaceX processed their paperwork, which took them a while to do their own analysis and to figure out like what they were going to be fixing. And when you look at the FAA and Fish and Wildlife, once all that stuff got in, they actually moved relatively quickly. This just takes a long time, and there's a lot of moving parts here. So we're just thankful that I remember when after IFT1 happened, they're like, oh, 8 weeks. I was like, that's generous. That's their standard ambitious timelines. And I'm frankly a little surprised that we're here at this point so fast. And one of the things that have been so impressive to me, even in the last week, is how quickly they can stack and destack Starship with relatively ease. Like, could you imagine any other rocket where they have to integrate the second stage on and off again so many times and then be ready to fly the next day? Like,
the stacking marathon. It's crazy.
It's a testament to the baseline technology, because that's part of being able to rapidly fly this thing. Is that you can throw your payload in, put it on top of the rocket, and go fly it with relative ease. And they're demonstrating that even with as early as a prototype as what this is, because this is still a prototype. And the fact that they've got that pretty much nailed down at this stage is really promising in the long run. When you're looking at the tanker flights that'll have to happen one day, like those are things they're going to want to land, top them off, get them out of here again. And that same rocket multiple times a day, and on the fact that they're turning it around that fast before the second flight is like, you don't see that with any other rocket ever. You can barely even see that with like ground-based vehicles and ships and stuff like that. So the fact that they're doing this with, the largest, most powerful, most versatile rocket, ever made by mankind or humankind is incredible. It's very impressive.
Yeah, what you can see with that is when I still remember when the first plans came up for SpaceX to actually build Mechazilla, and we were, including me, standing around that project, looking at the details and the plans, and being like, why would you why don't you just put legs on the rocket and land it on a pad as they do with Falcon 9? And now, the more we get into a real, close to production Starship, which is still going to take some time, but we're getting there, the more we realize why SpaceX has done this, why this tower has these giant arms that you can stack the rocket with. Because normally, only just stacking 2 stages takes a long time, is a tedious process that involves all sorts of checking and routine and stops and holds and recheck and so on and so forth. Yesterday, we recorded a time lapse. Remember, we recorded the time lapse of the last stack, and it was just incredibly fluent process. No problem. They just lifted it up, moved it over, set it down, closed the clamps, and that's it. And now we realize why they are doing this.
This whole program through various stages has broken my brain. I'll never forget when Elon made the grand announcement for BFR down in South America. Oh boy, I can't remember what the conference was, but he did this huge presentation for what this vehicle was going to be maybe 8 years ago. And it was just like, man, the scale of this thing was hard to imagine. And then as this thing has continued to evolve, like to catch it midair, like initially everyone's reaction was like, "You're nuts! What are you talking about?" And then the longer we've kind of mentally absorbed this and understood the physics of it and our limitations, or not necessarily our limitations, but the benefits of it, it was pretty obvious. The more you think about it, it's like you're removing mass and you can keep that mass on the ground. Why not? And this is one of many things, the way the flaps work is just like, and how it falls from the sky. It's just, I don't know. It's incredible. So it's broken my brain multiple times in a good way and really made us think critically about the future of space flight. That's what you have to do when you have to be that innovative. Obviously, what has worked for the last 60 plus years is great for what it was. but it is not the way we need to look at spaceflight in the future. So we're going to see all kinds of Starship clones over the next 10, 20, 30 years from other nations and other countries. And I'm sure, however our brain is breaking with Starship, somebody else or maybe even SpaceX is going to come up with a new way to look at this, and it's going to be really cool.
Yeah, they've already started some almost direct Starship copies in some countries. I'm not going to mention them right now, but in the end, it's a good thing. Even though for us, that we've seen all the hard work that SpaceX is putting into it, seeing somebody else just copying it and producing their own thing is at first, of course, kind of an insult. But on the other hand, if nobody would get inspiration from others' inventions, we would all be driving a Mercedes-Benz, as simple as it is. So copying things can lead to good stuff. And the more countries have this kind of access to space, the more and the faster we'll have infrastructure up there, which is my biggest thing with the Starship. When it's, for me, Starship isn't about an insane amount of engines or the full flow staged combustion or the rapid reusability or any of that. For me, Starship is the key to starting to build actual infrastructure in space. Because there are tons of things we can do out there, but if you're limited to 15 tons for $50 million, it becomes really hard to build anything up there. But if you're down to let's say $10 million for 150 tons, we're talking business. You can do all sorts of stuff with that up there. And I'm just cheering for the whole space industry right now. This is a key thing to happen. As important as Apollo was back in the days, in my opinion. Apollo was a different step, but this is another very, very important step. And if this actually works out, you can already see it vent there.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's going to happen today.
Yeah, the tank farm is active. And to your point, Felix, the way I kind of look at it is like Henry Ford and the Model T and the assembly line. You know, he set the standard over 100 years ago for developing how building cars in mass affordably. And it took a few years for other manufacturers to be like, why aren't we doing that? And it kind of kicked off this huge technological boom for the world in transforming transportation for everyday life. And we're seeing something similar to that here, where they are the tip of the spear. They are leading the way with this. And this is a methodology that's going to be adapted by other companies and countries, not just because it's better, but it's also what you got to do to survive. You don't do this if you don't adapt, and you're not going to thrive and you're not going to grow. So, I don't know, Felix, have you started watching For All Mankind, the third season yet?
No, don't spoil.
It's okay.
I had too much to do.
But there's an underlying theme in the third season that this is not a spoiler. It's just very cool. That shows that they're basically saying how spaceflight advances overall technology and human advancement for all and generally. Because when we're investing in this tech, we're investing in a lot of other sectors, and it's impacting all of the parts of our human ecosystem, I'll just say. And as these companies and as SpaceX grows and we become more advanced in our transportation and reducing the cost of space, it's going to impact a lot of other sectors in our world in terms of technology and improve overall everyday life for people. So what we're seeing is it's like somebody starting this little ball, moving it forward, but it impacts so many other things that are going to follow it.
Yeah, so we're basically talking about a movie plot becoming reality.
Yeah.
This is insane. And that is what Starship is. For everybody who has just joined us, we are at 3,000 people watching here in the middle of the night, which is incredible. I mean, in Europe, the sun is already up. Lucky people in Europe. And in the rest of the world, it's just the United States being dark right now, basically. But for everybody who has just joined in, we are preparing for IFT2 here, or SpaceX is preparing for it, and we're just watching them from the comfort of our homes or wherever you might be. IFT2 is the second Starship launch, which is going to try to write things that they couldn't do on launch number one. On launch number one, they had some massive showstoppers and problems. They blasted the whole pad, for example, created a huge concrete tornado, as it got known afterwards. I think Musk at one point said that it's the biggest blowtorch in the world, and that's exactly what it did. It blasted the pad. It stood on the pad for a solid 6 or 7 seconds before it even lifted off, left a huge crater, went up into the sky, had multiple engine outs, the hydraulic pressure units that do the thrust vector control on the inner 13 engines. Back on that booster, it was still a hydraulic system. It failed, and so the booster was hard locked in couldn't control anymore. Then it started tumbling. Then they wanted to do a separation, which obviously didn't work anymore. Then they wanted to terminate the flight, which didn't work either. It took them more than 45 seconds, I think.
Seconds.
Too many seconds, exactly. So a lot of things went wrong on that first launch, and now SpaceX is ready to do the second one. And let's just go through the points that they have improved, starting with the concrete tornado. That was the first thing to go wrong on the first launch, and now we have a water deluge system. It's a massive steel plate on the pad below the rocket with a countless amount of that's IFT1.
That's IFT1. I figured you could talk through this while we watch.
Yeah. How far away from T-0 are we there in the video?
I think it starts at T-1 minute, but I can scroll ahead if we need to.
Yeah. So what you're about to see here, this is April 20th, 2023. I'll never forget that day. It was incredible. We were standing 3.5 miles away from the pad with hundreds of other people. Anticipating the launch. The rocket was fully fueled. There we go, 30 seconds to launch. Everybody was hyped. And then came the concrete tornado. SpaceX decided on this first launch to just blast the pad. There was no deluge system, no flame diverter, no nothing. And so what the rocket did with its 33 engines on the booster is it inflicted an insane amount of force on a solid concrete surface. You'll see this here in a second. There it goes. So 33 engines ignite, blast onto the concrete. The concrete starts cracking because it gets the soil below the concrete got compacted. As soon as the cracks appeared, the flames were able to dig into the ground, and it created a massive crater. You can maybe even spot some concrete fragments being thrown out. It looked insane being there in real life. And then the rocket lifted off with a slight with a slide to the side, which wasn't planned, I think, either. It kind of slided off the pad and then went up. Then we can already see engines failing there. You see those blasts coming out of the booster. That is not nominal. That should not happen. I was already scratching my head when I saw that. I was watching the stream because the rocket went into the clouds pretty quick for us at our vantage point, and I was watching the stream. And there you go again. Lots of flashes and unstable combustion in the flame. That flame, if we see that flame today, if it actually comes to ignition and the Starship takes off, watch out for a very uniform flame. If there is no flashes, no blasts, no nothing, the rocket is fine. If you see this kind of stuff, the flashing flames getting bigger and smaller and all that kind of stuff is something you should not see. There in the picture, you can already see the failed engines. There were quite a few. Numbers go from 4 to 7, I think, or something, because we're not precisely sure how many engines failed, but it was a lot, and for multiple reasons as well. And then the HPU system, the hydraulic pressure system for the thrust vector control on the engines, started failing, so they basically lost control of the rocket. It was there were a lot of mistakes, or problems, not mistakes, because the main problem that I'm always being confronted with when I release an episode is that there's a lot of people saying, why can't SpaceX just build a functioning rocket? Others do it too. You know, when ULA brings the new Vulcan rocket to the pad, they have a moon lander on top on the first launch. So they expect the thing to reach orbit. Otherwise, they wouldn't put an astrobotic moon lander on top. It's because SpaceX is doing so many new things on this rocket. It's incredible. There are almost everything on this rocket is something they haven't tested yet. It's fresh development. There are no parts used from any other rocket besides some very small stuff, like the avionics computer. I think is the same as on the Falcon 9. The grid fin motors are, I think, Tesla Model S plaid motors. Some parts, but everything else is new. And so they have to do what NASA did in the 50s and 60s, test stuff and see if it explodes, and then figure out why it exploded, and then continue. As you can see here, the tumble starts because the rocket wasn't able to control its flight path anymore. Huge congratulations to the structural integrity team at SpaceX working on the Starship, because what that thing is doing there, you don't see often. This is a high G maneuver. The rocket is going extremely fast, and it is starting to tumble without ripping apart, which is insane. Normally, if you do that with a Falcon 9, it would already be chunky chicken salsa. It would just fly around in multiple little parts. But yeah, this rocket didn't. It just stayed together even after they had I think at this point they even oh yeah, the flight termination system has already you see these little white puffs coming out of the rocket? That was the flight termination system that failed, basically, because it was only able to punch some holes into the propellant tanks, and that's it. But normally this system is supposed to rip the rocket apart instantly, as quick as possible. You're supposed to create a debris field and not poke a hole into it, and it kept going still. So it was pulling a high G maneuver. It had holes in its side, and it still decided, I'm going to go to orbit. So it just kept flying. Of course, it did not reach orbit. At some point here, very, very soon, it is going to blast into pieces because the structural integrity was too much for the hull to take, and that was it. But what this tells us is that the Starship is an incredibly tough rocket. So they can actually, in the future, I expect SpaceX to go a little bit down on structural integrity, because this is all dead weight you're carrying with you. If the rocket is too strong, you don't need a too strong rocket. You need a rocket strong enough. But this is overbuilt. So SpaceX might be able to reduce weight and so on and so forth. So in a nutshell, after we've seen this thing explode just now, which was IFT1, don't worry about it. IFT2 hasn't exploded yet. They have improved a lot. They implemented the deluge system at the bottom of the rocket. They implemented a new thrust vector control system, which is now electric motors on the Raptor 2 engines. They have updated the flight termination system. They've done some testing at Massey's for that as well. So that's all we can say right now, because here we go again. They are going to push the button and see what happens, and that is SpaceX's process of developing starships.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I figured maybe after the third or fourth tumble, everyone was like, there might be a problem here. Yeah, no, and kind of getting to the fundamentals of the issues from the first flight, it really came down to stage 0. Because if the pad didn't RUD, a lot of the issues that were experienced later in the ascent probably wouldn't have happened. Some of the Raptors, took a hit.
SpaceX did state that none of the concrete fragments actually caused any engine failures. When they stated that, I raised my eyebrows, because I definitely thought that some of the debris was the reason for engine failures, and maybe the HPU got a little fragment here and there, But SpaceX actually, officially, they stated none of this changed the rocket.
Well, we will see what this flight brings. Hopefully, this stage 0 holds up much better, and we'll see all of the Raptor engines clear the tower safely, and what do you call it? But regardless, if they can get off the tower clearly, and the pad is safe, it's going to increase the turnaround time for the next flight, because they don't have to, rebuild stage 0, which is
largely
a big of a bugaboo.
Yep. All right, give me a second here to shout out a few people. We've got quite a few super chats. For everybody who is going to be willing to donate today, all our super chats, your super stickers, or gifted memberships, or anything right now is going into what you're seeing there. Oh, that was my PC. I'm sorry. Is going into what you're seeing on in the picture there. This is a 24/7 capable live stream camera, which was a huge amount of work and a huge financial commitment, which we were willing to take. So anything that you are super chatting today goes directly into funding that camera, a second camera, and a third camera. All this is in plans. So thank you very much to Andrew Cairns. Go, go, go. The life I live today. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's not a lot, but thank you everyone at WAI. You guys have got me into space and the future for the world and worlds to come. Thank you so much. Paul L., thank you very much for your super chat. Today, the Vulcans contact us. I hope so. That would be amazing finish to this launch. Kim Ziegert Skite, thank you very much for your super chat. Zux, thank you very much for your super chat. Paul Sidhu, thank you very much for your super chat. Happy to see you both together on stream. I am so happy to have a live stream with TJ again. We did this one live stream back in the days, even with Marcus House. And it feels so great to have such a capable team in the background. Thank you so much, everybody. We have Andy in Alaska. Thank you so much for your super chat. We have Nerdly Knight. Thank you so much. SpaceX and Axiom will launch the first cows into orbit. It will be the herd shot round the world. That would be amazing. Thank you very much. Paul L., again, with another super chat. Thank you so much. If the heat shield takes it through re-entry, I'm waking my neighbors up. The same here. My prediction, like I said earlier, my hopes for this launch is for it to reach separation. If it does the hot staging, which is another extremely important update of this rocket, it's known technology though. That's why it's not high up on my big tickets list. Everybody's saying, oh my God, hopefully hot staging works. It should just work. There's a reason why SpaceX didn't even do a test with that interstage with the hot staging ring. It should just work. We're fingers crossed, of course. And everything that comes after that hot staging is where it really, really gets interesting. The booster returning, the ship continuing, lighting up its engines, hopefully, which didn't even happen on IFT1, and so on and so forth. Tons of data to be had for SpaceX. Here come the super chats. Thank you. As I said, this all goes into our camera feed. Let me just see if it should still be pretty dark out there, right? Let me just switch here real quick. But yeah, this is let's leave this on infrared around 5 in the morning. So in an hour roughly, we're going to get a better picture. We can see some venting there. Man, this is insane. And we're living through this together, and I can't wait for this rocket to launch. So what do you say, TJ? Do we want to get some more people in here? Maybe?
Yeah, we can do that. And just one update for everybody: the liquid oxygen chill down has begun. So the venting we're seeing is the subcoolers. So, and in a moment here, I have to, part of doing this for the first time, we have a update graphic that will be on screen momentarily here, but we'll be animating it on periodically throughout the stream. That just kind of shows you where we're at in the count and in the timeline. So it will be on. I have to make one minor fix to it, but other than that, it'll be up. But yeah, we can bring some folks into here. Give me a second, and we'll get that started.
Yep. Yeah. So line chill down has started, as TJ said. Looking at the picture here right now that you guys are seeing, because I'm seeing this with a little bit of delay, of course, because the YouTube loop adds a little bit of delay. So there we go. The infrared camera is on again. This is incredible. It's just seeing all this happen, seeing it all come together in such a short amount of time. SpaceX is something very, very special in this regard. Any other company would have taken a long time for this to even come together again after such a first launch. It's incredible.
We do have Jonathan. We do have Jonathan queued up here, who can talk to us a little bit about what he worked on the project here, and kind of get us up to speed. on what he's been up to.
Get him in there.
All right, stand by. Jonathan will be entering in a second.
We have a lot of things planned for this stream. And all of it is new. I hope our tech is working. Gives you major anxiety as a streamer if you're using so many new things at the same time. We've tested it, but you never know what happens. There you go. Oh, it's the wrong name, though.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Steffi. How are you doing today?
He's been updated.
I think you can already talk. It should be live.
Okay.
Yeah, you're up.
Test 1, 2, 3.
How are you doing?
Perfect. Okay, yeah. So I quite nice. I mean, it's not middle of the night for me. That's quite nice. I'm still over here in Germany, so it's like 11 a.m. here now. That's quite nice. Could even sleep in a bit.
You're very close to where I was living, actually. We were almost neighbors when he joined our team, when he was still very much younger than he is now. You've been with us for some time. And when we found out that we were basically neighbors, it was, 15-minute drive from my house to yours?
Yeah,
about. Yeah, that was a coincidence. So what is your position on our team? What does a Jonathan do every day?
Okay, so it's like not that easy to describe. I do like lots of stuff. But I used to maybe we can start like where I used to do. Like I used to do Y plus a lot. We kind of paused that lately to like focus on maybe the live cam you're seeing right now. But yeah, that's what I used to do, and then I of course focus on a live cam. Like most of the on-screen stuff you can see that can be animated, the backend has been coded by me. So I did lots of the background coding together with TJ, of course. Yeah, it was a blast working with the team together on doing that. And I'm really happy we're finally getting all the stream working, and it's running. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
and right now I'm also like, of course, monitoring chat. But yeah, that's what I'm doing.
He's doing so much more than that. He's vastly underestimating his work right now, of course, because he's a very, very polite person. He has worked on this live cam rig so much in the past weeks, like burning the midnight oil to code content that we have here, to code all the different sources, to do stuff that I wouldn't have thought to be possible. Give me a second. I'm gonna see if this actually. You have to give me a moment. I'm going to show you something that he's done in the past few weeks. There you go.
Already know what's coming.
Yeah. Let me just see if this works, because all new tech, yay! But
it's working.
I don't know. Yeah, there it is. Oh my god. So this is a Space Nerds toy that we have here. You can't imagine how much pleasure this gives me. Look at this. This is not a joke. This is what I'm controlling a camera at Starbase with. Take a look at this. This is zooming in, and this is zooming out, and this is moving up, and this is moving down. And that's what Jonathan did on our team. And that is absolutely incredible to start with. I wouldn't have even thought this to be possible in the first place, but it does work. So this is my favorite toy right now. It's just incredible. And besides that, yes, I know. Everybody on the team is getting Xbox pads right now because we have something to play with. So that's Jonathan. He's a brilliant guy from Germany, and we're so happy to have him on the team. And always there with a joke, and always there to code the next crazy thing for Team Y. Isn't this incredible? I can control this camera with an Xbox pad, and that is just.
Yeah, I was really surprised that it's actually like working that great. Yeah, I mean, it's working. It's definitely feels really cool. I like also tried it, of course, while testing it, and it feels it's interesting, controlling camera about like half the world on the other side.
It is incredible. Cool. It is just incredible what we can do here. And it's all working so far. We're hoping that our internet connection is going to hold. We have several internet connections in a bonded network with all sorts of fancy high-tech stuff. But you know how it is in reality. So we'll have to wait and see if that actually works. But so far, so good. It's incredible. It's just incredible.
Right now we're getting a really great signal. So knock on wood, that just continues to happen.
Yeah. Let me just compare this shot real quick here. I'm working on a few settings. Thank you for those super chats, by the way. This is exactly what's needed to keep this camera going, because it is, even though we are controlling with this with Xbox pads, which is in my opinion the craziest control solution ever, and it works like a charm. That's the craziest thing about it. This stuff is, it takes so many hours of work. It's incredible. We've had quite a few evenings here on the team in the recent weeks where we worked until 3 a.m. to make all this happen. So thank you, Team Y. This is incredible. And that's Jonathan. He did this.
That's basically it. I mean,
they fight over the controller constantly.
Oh yeah, so I can just see those controls now, and then it's my camera. We're not doing that. But yeah, that's basically what I do. Also hoping to bring my Plus back soon. So
yeah, as soon as this calms down a little bit. And so somebody was asking, do you have tracking cameras? So we are planning to have 3 cameras on as soon as the sun is up. 2 more at not Port Isabel, South Padre Island, right? If it works. I don't want to overpromise here, because these people are, the internet connection is always the biggest problem down there. If you don't have a landline, a fiber connection, or anything like that, there are plenty of people watching this. So the internet connection gets harder and harder to do. But if it works out, we'll have 3 cameras. And I am going to try to track a Starship in flight with an Xbox controller. So if you want to see me pull this off today, that's a very unique thing and a first for the entire team. We're going to try this. I think it's actually going to be possible to at least track it for a while. We're definitely going to try that. Of course, we're going to have SpaceX stream live as soon as they are broadcasting. Because they have the cameras on the pad and on the rocket. It's hard to top that. But we're going to try to give you the best experience we possibly can, and we're ready to do whatever we can to make this happen. So yeah, this is incredible. It is just, it's outright crazy.
Yeah. I really hope we can track that rocket. I mean, we can't make promises. I mean, it probably seems like it's really easy to track like a rocket with an Xbox controller. But as far as I know, there's always latency, you know, and that makes stuff way harder. If you always need to wait like even if it's like just like 200, 300 milliseconds, you do notice it. And yeah, it does make it harder. So let's just hope it works.
Let's just hope it works. Yep. I'm switching a scene here to zoom out a little bit more. There we go. Yeah. What do you think? What's your prediction, Jonathan? Where do you think the Starship is going to go today?
That's a good question. So I'm not a rocket scientist. Haha. Of course, I hope they're going to make it all over. And to be fair, the hot staging seems to like be way more reliable and easier than what they tried last time. Mm-hmm. And as I think I remember correctly, last time the ship didn't lose too many like heat tiles on launch. I mean, we didn't have the perfect views of it, but like maybe if it's even better this time, they can make it all the way through.
You think all the way to splashdown?
I don't know. I mean, I just want to be positive, you know.
Okay.
I would really that would be amazing now. Like, imagine.
That's definitely positive. Absolutely.
I really hope SpaceX also has some good cams over there, maybe, so we can see it, because
they should. Yeah. I'm not.
I really hope so.
What kind of cameras they have near Hawaii or near Kauai? That's where they want to splash down. So the plan for this flight is for the Starship to take off in Boca Chica. Then they have main engine cutoff, or almost, because they are going to keep 3 engines running while hot staging happens. Then both stages hopefully separate. The Starship continues to its orbital trajectory, but it doesn't ever actually reach orbit. So it would need a little bit more push to actually go into orbit. That's a safety measure, actually. It's not there because they couldn't reach orbit. It is there to make absolutely sure that the thing deorbits again as soon as the gravity pulls it back in. So even if the Starship is dead, it is going to deorbit where it's supposed to deorbit. And then the booster is supposed to do a soft touchdown in the Gulf of Mexico, and the Starship is supposed to re-enter at orbital speeds, and then splash into the ocean without any engine lighting or anything close to Kauai, which is part of the Hawaiian Islands in the Pacific Ocean. And Jonathan is saying, who just disappeared. Jonathan is saying that they might or hopefully will reach a splashdown near Kauai, which would be absolutely incredible. That would mean that everything on this flight has to work. For the Starship to actually re-enter in one piece, the whole heat shield needs to be intact or intact enough for it not to rip apart, and so on and so forth. So that would, what do you say, TJ? Where do you think the Starship's going to go today?
I'm feeling really, I mean, obviously, I think the biggest question is hot staging. If they clear hot staging, I think that this thing is going to end up in the Pacific somewhere, regardless of if it's one piece or a million pieces. So I would say there's probably, just knowing everything we know at this point, maybe like a 70% chance of this thing actually getting to the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah. If it actually goes into the Pacific Ocean, I will be jumping and screaming. That would be such an overachievement for this second launch. It would be incredible. I could not agree more. I hope they're going to go through stage separation, engine relight, or second stage engine ignition. There you go. That would be incredible for them to actually reach the trajectory they wanted to go on. I honestly do not expect them to re-enter in one piece. It would be incredible. And I'd be dancing and jumping, that is for sure. But we'll have to wait and see where this goes. Anything past stage separation for me is icing on top. That would be incredible.
Felix, I'm going to really quickly just reset your feed just for 1 second. The bit rate might be a little too high, so we're dropping a few frames. So let's just take 2 seconds, and you'll pop off, and you'll pop right back on. There's picture Felix, and then there's video Felix. He's back. Hi. Okay.
Hi. I wasn't.
Yay! Fixing things on the fly. Sorry, everybody. Appreciate your patience.
No, that's okay. That's okay. As I said a few times, for all those who just joined us, we are testing, or we're doing about the same thing SpaceX is doing right now at the pad. There is so much new technology involved in what we're doing today. This is wildly different from all the live streams I've done before. I had anxiety when I found out that OBS won't be running on my PC. So this is all running on a server. Yeah, TJ is smiling there. But you have to keep in mind that that's what I did before. Everything, like all of it, besides the moderators in the chat, came from me. So I was like a kraken in front of the PC. And now I'm just sitting here, very relaxed, having TJ fix my picture. So this is a wildly different thing.
Oh, yeah. And we're going to cut really quick to our live updates are now working. Appreciate everybody's patience there. We last second had added some scenes this morning, and I somehow dragged them off into infinity. So I'm like trying to dig around and find them. But our team is working diligently to keep this update tracker up to date for us, so that as we progress in the count, we will be bringing this on periodically, so that folks know what's going on. So it's not completely on Felix or myself to keep things on the up and up here. Yeah.
Chatting with the team here in the background, organizing things. There is so much happening in the background. It's just incredible. We're preparing to get the next guest into the stream here, which is another thing I have never done in my life. There are so many like never done in my lives on this stream. It's incredible.
And one other fun thing too, we have other guests who are offsite, but we have people on the ground on our team who will be calling in later. John, our photographer, Astro Rody, who's a new member of our team, who is a huge part in the last week of helping get this stream stable, we'll say. And so they're going to be reporting in on the ground, just kind of letting us know what's the vibe like, what is everybody saying, what is everybody hearing. Obviously it's an electric environment out there at Starbase and in South Padre, because this is one thing the local community has been really looking forward to for a long time, and the whole space community has been looking forward to. So it's been tens of thousands of people like just amassing down there in Brownsville. I don't know if you guys saw the photos that Felix has been posting, but the amount of people that were down at stage 0 yesterday was more, from what we heard, at least from our folks, more than from IFT1 or OFT1 or whatever abbreviation you want to use, from the first flight. And I think that that first flight for a lot of people may have been like their awakening for what is to come. I think for everybody who's watching the stream, there's been different moments for them where that like little thing clicked in their head. They're like, wait, what is happening? I should be tracking this. And I think that first flight of Starship for the globe, for a lot of people around the planet, was that moment of like, I need to start seeing what's going on here. What is SpaceX doing? Because obviously it was such a visual spectacle. But also once folks really learned about it beyond that, it generated more interest. And I think that the physical presence of people down there in Starbase yesterday really represented what that first flight did for just an impact on the culture and perspective. And I do ask for folks who do go out and visit stage 0 just to be respectful of SpaceX and their security and everything else that's going on around there. So that looks like we accidentally lost Felix there. You're good?
I hope I am. Give me a second. I'll fix it.
I refreshed you. Okay. Sorry. Just be respectful of security and respectful of their physical property and space, because we don't want to abuse their kindness and their access, because it only takes like a few bad eggs to kind of ruin the experience for everybody. So if you are going to be making it out there and trying to take in the sites and the experience, just be respectful of the property and of SpaceX, so that we have that access for a long time coming.
We've already had a few of these people trying to run onto the pad and taking their TikTok videos under the rocket and stuff like that. That is not recommended. Let's just say that. It's incredible that SpaceX is giving everybody this access, that you can get so close to the rocket. Is something that is absolutely unique here at Kennedy Space Center, for example. If you're not an authorized background checked photographer or something, you're not even going to get close to the pads. So this is huge. And anybody being down there should do not litter, do not go beyond SpaceX's property line. Be nice to everyone out there, especially from SpaceX, because these people are working so hard to get all this done. And don't jeopardize the access for everybody else. It's very, very important. Well said, TJ. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's. Sorry, we were getting the updates up and running. I'm gonna get our next guest on the line here, Felix, so we can stand by on that. So I will be right back, everybody.
Yep. We're also getting close to the SpaceX flight director conducts poll and verifies go for propellant load. That happens 2 hours before the launch. And as you can see in our countdown timer, we're approaching 2 hours and 30 before the launch. So it's another 35 minutes until they do their go, no-go poll to start fueling the rocket. You can already see some massive venting going on there at the pad. Lines are being chilled. Everything is being prepared for fueling. if you are wondering why they do all these pre-chills, as they call them, they pre-chill their engines, they pre-chill their lines. They do this because if you would run propellant through a line that is at room temperature, first of all, it's really bad for the material if it gets shock frosted like crazy with one flush of propellant rushing through the lines. And secondly, you have a problem of gasification. If you have a room temperature propellant line and cryogenic fuel goes along that line, it starts to gasify, and that can create all sorts of funny little problems, including explosions. And so that is why they pre-chill basically everything before it gets in contact with the cryogenic propellant. So that's what they're doing here right now. And we have some nice trolls in the chat as well. Breaking: Starship launch. Starship launched canceled. It is not canceled, and I hope this is not going to change throughout the morning as well. But right now we are progressing towards the launch. Let me just bring up my X here, which isn't Twitter anymore. Does anybody else have the problem of still calling X Twitter? I can't get it out of my head. It's been Twitter for so long. And there is nothing to be reported. So meaning everything is still good. There are no bad messages from SpaceX or anybody out there saying that this is not going to happen today. The go, no go poll is in half an hour. We're tracking for the launch.
Felix, while we get waiting for our next guest, I have the count. I'm going to throw the countdown up if you want us to review with the audience what we have to expect in the next few hours.
Again, I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Oh, no, it's okay. I was just saying we have the countdown up if you want to just go review with the audience real quick what we have to expect here in the next few hours.
Yep. Okay, let me bring that up as well. So what I just talked about here is the first event in this countdown leading up to ignition, or actually leading up to not even the ignition or liftoff. This is kind of a strange sequence here, but still, the first thing to come up in this list is 2 hours before the end of this countdown. We have SpaceX flight director conducts poll and verifies go for propellant load, meaning they are going to check all the positions needed for propellant load, verify that everything is running properly and that all the little sensors are giving them the right data, and then they are going to start pumping fuel into the Starship. They start doing this at 1:37 with the booster LOX liquid oxygen load underway, meaning that the lower tank on the booster, which is the liquid oxygen or LOX tank, is going to start fueling. At the same time, booster fuel load liquid methane underway, meaning that at the same time, they're going to start rushing propellant into the methane tanks of the booster. They do this to mainly, the reason why they first fuel the booster is because if you would raise the weight of the Starship by pumping propellant into it and the booster is still empty, you have the empty Coke can problem, which could lead to the booster crumbling under the weight of the Starship. We've had that in one test. I think it was SN4, one of those very, very early prototypes. They had that problem. They detanked the lower tank and the upper tank was still full and the whole thing crumbled. And that's what they are preventing with this. Then at 1:17, so just 20 minutes later, the ship fuel load starts with liquid methane. And then at 1:13, oxygen, meaning that the upper tank on the Starship is actually being fueled first, and then the liquid oxygen tank is getting the same. But then that doesn't mean much because it's 4 minutes, so there's not that much fuel in the tanks when they start pumping the liquid oxygen in as well. At then long time, nothing happens, almost an hour, and at T-minus 19 and 40, Raptors begin engine chill on the booster and the ship, and that's what I tried to explain earlier. There are two main problems to be solved with the engine chill. One of them being if the engine itself is at room temperature, which it has been for the past half year before this actually happens, or for a long time at least, and you run cryogenic propellants through it, that means that the temperature change that the engine has to go through is super rapid, and that can create cracks and all sorts of problems. That's why they're pre-chilling, number one. And reason number two is gasification. As I said earlier, when you run liquid propellant cryogenic propellant through a room temperature line. Where it touches the wall, it turns into gas immediately, and that expands the whole thing, and that raises the pressure, and then you might be looking at a cracked or even exploded engine. And that's why they're doing that on both the booster and the ship. And then we're already at T-10. Oh, I can't wait for this to happen. The flame deflector is going to be activated, meaning a huge amount of water is going to start shooting out of the pad under the rocket. That is where I'm going to be, or we all are going to be screaming probably. At T-3 seconds, we have Raptor ignition. Sequence begins, because the engines start up in a sequence to spread the load, basically. If you would start up all engines at the same time, it would be a lot of stress on the booster, so they have a sequence there to activate these engines. And then excitement guaranteed at 0. At 2 seconds, we have liftoff, where the excitement actually really is going to go over the scale. It's going to be incredible to see the second Starship fly. We'll have all our fingers crossed. At 52 seconds into the flight, we have max Q already, meaning for everybody who doesn't know what max Q is, there's going to be not that many, but still, let me explain real quick. There are basically 2 values there when you launch your rocket into the atmosphere. 1 being the speed of the rocket, and 2 being the thickness of the atmosphere. The speed of the rocket increases over time, and the thickness of the atmosphere decreases because it gets thinner the further you go up, and actually quite a bit. So even if you're standing on a tall mountain, you've already got like 10%. 20% less atmospheric pressure. It's crazy how much it actually decreases over time, or with height. And so where those 2 graphs meet, speed going up and density of the atmosphere going down, this is max Q. And that's the point of maximum aerodynamic stress, as a rocket engineer would say. So the point at which the rocket has to have the most structural load from the atmosphere surrounding it and the speed it is going through. Then at 2 minutes and 39 seconds, we have booster MECO, and they are writing most engines cut off. That is because they do the hot staging and they don't actually have all engines cutting off. So technically it's not a MECO, not a main engine cutoff, because I think 3 engines are going to keep running, pushing while the upper Starship stage ignites its engines, blasts this hot staging ring, and tries to escape the booster. That's what it's going to try, at least, and we'll see if it works. At 2 minutes and 41 seconds, we have the hot staging that I just described, Starship Raptor ignition and stage separation. Fingers crossed for that. 2 minutes and 53 seconds, we have booster back. Booster? I had a little laugh about that yesterday with Steffi when we were already sitting there getting ready to go to bed. Booster boost back burn startup. So BBBS. All right, silly me. Booster boost back burn startup, meaning is that the 3 engines that were running during hot staging are going to be accompanied by a few more engines. Actually, I don't know how many engines they're going to light up for the boost back burn, but that basically means that the booster is then going to try to do the same a Falcon 9 booster does when it does a return to launch site. When it lands on a drone ship downrange on the ocean, it just has to follow a trajectory. So the rocket goes up, the upper stage detaches, and the booster just continues on its parabolic trajectory towards the drone ship. If you want to do a return to launch site, though, you will have to light your engines, go against the direction you're flying, and boost back so that the booster can actually do this loop and return back to the launch site. So that's what they're going to try doing then, which I think if the booster is still working, SpaceX should just be able to pull it off, because this is actually technology that they know how to handle. They have landed plenty of boosters without any trouble in recent years. Fingers crossed for that one. So that's the boost back burn at 3 minutes and 47. And look at these times. 3 minutes and 47 seconds, the booster boost back burn is already shut down. So this booster is going to return quickly. Booster is transonic at 6 minutes and 18 seconds. At 6:30, it's already doing its landing burn startup. 6:48, it is supposed to soft touchdown in the Gulf of Mexico. That's 6 minutes and 48 seconds after launch, meaning the booster goes up to space and comes back down in 6 minutes and 48 seconds, which is incredible considering the size of this booster. At 8 minutes and 33 seconds, we have the Starship engine cutoff. At that point, it starts coasting. It's on its ballistic trajectory towards the Pacific, towards north of Kauai, which is one of the Hawaiian islands. And fingers are going to be crossed. That is going to be the time when we can maybe even take a look at what happened during the launch so far, because the Starship is just going to coast for quite some time, more than an hour into the flight. At 1 hour, 17 minutes and 21 seconds, it's going to be marshmallow time. The Starship re-enters the atmosphere. I do not expect today's launch to reach that point. If it does, though, this is going to be spectacular, because SpaceX has cameras on it. And if they still have an uplink, we are going to see plasma forming on the Starship, because SpaceX has recently filed with the FCC that they plan on having contact with the Starship during the so-called blackout period. That is the period when normally, on a normal flight, with anything we've done so far in human history, when you re-enter a capsule, for example, a Crew Dragon, there is some point during the re-entry where the capsule is completely engulfed in plasma, because it gets so hot, the atmosphere gets so hot that it turns into a plasma, and that basically means that you cannot have any radio communication. It's a blackout. You cannot hear anything from inside the capsule. You can just try to track it with a camera, and that's basically it. On the Starship, and I hope they're going to already do this on this launch. I don't know, but if they do, and if they have an uplink through Starlink, because Starlink satellites are above the rocket at that point, and above is the best direction you can do a communication link with something that is engulfed in plasma below. So they might be able to keep up the connection. And if they actually pull this off, we might even see camera feeds with the plasma forming live, which would be incredible. I'm really hoping they're going to try to do that. And then the re-entry comes, and then the Starship is transonic. And then at 1 hour and 30 minutes, an exciting landing. Again, I don't expect the Starship to reach this, but fingers are crossed throughout the whole list of items here. This is going to be incredible. I can't wait to see this happen. Okay, so for quite some time, we've had our next guest for the launch stream. He's smiling right now. You can't see him yet. Lined up to get into the stream. So push him right in. There he goes. Alex, and Kage is his name on Discord, and he has an epic coffee cup with him. My coffee is actually empty. I'm going to take a break at some point before the launch starts to fill up my coffee. Kage, Alex, how are you doing?
Hello. How's my audio?
Good.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Oh my God. Normally I am going to bed at this time and not waking up around this time. So this is a little bit different, but yeah, it's great to be back here. I actually was I was with you on the IFT1 stream, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't IFT1. It was no. It was SN15.
Yeah.
I did not do a stream for IFT1.
No,
I was
right. You're right. That was. Oh, let me go look at the cards.
That was one of the high altitude flight tests. I think it was SN15. It was incredible.
Right. Yes, you're right. Yeah. So that was fun, man. That was a while ago.
Yeah, it's been a long time by now.
I think we were both in Germany at that point.
Yeah. That was before us moving to Florida.
Oh, that's a fun story. So, quick little lore for everyone. I used to live in the United States, moved to Germany, met Felix and Steffi, helped them out with their YouTube channel. Then Felix and Steffi moved over to Florida, and then we had some family things going on in my family, so we had to come back to the United States. So it's just like Felix and Steffi go over, and then we just kind of follow them over, and we still haven't done Taco Bell together.
Yeah, no, we haven't.
If anybody remembers that,
we did have a Taco Bell meetup.
Yeah, and I didn't make it to that, but if anybody remembers that, if anybody remembers the Taco Bell shout, the throwback to that. Let us know in the comments. That was a fun little inside joke that turned into a whole lot of memes. Ooh.
I love a good meme.
Failure is not an option for today. That's the motto. I just got a coffee brought by my German. If you want to have your little moment here on the stream, I have a friend from Germany
Wow.
visiting right now. He is a huge Starship fan, of course. I got to know him actually through the live stream, and he's visited us in Florida several times by now. Thank you so much for the coffee.
Of course.
Man.
See, viewers, you too can go visit Felix one day.
Oh yeah, Alex can absolutely. Please do not tweet out my address. I had this sweat moment here for a second. Yeah, so the lore behind the I don't even know how that Taco Bell thing came to play.
I don't remember.
We had this crazy idea of all meeting up at a Taco Bell, which is almost impossible in Germany because there isn't any Taco Bell in Germany besides the ones at the U.S. Air Force bases. And so we actually ended up traveling to the Netherlands and meet up there with quite a few people from the community. We had our Taco Bell secret meeting, but you weren't.
I couldn't even make it. I couldn't even make it because I wasn't able to travel out that far. I would have needed to get a dog sitter, so and just couldn't be arranged at that time. I think that was 2021, so that was like right in the peak of what was the media friendly term used at that time? Human malware.
Yeah. That was a crazy time. I'm so happy that all is over and now, or at least there are no rules in place anymore. In Germany at that time, it was crazy. You weren't able to meet anyone, get close to anyone. It was outright crazy. COVID. Yay! Awesome.
I just want to chirp up real quick. Some people are asking kind of a pretty fundamental question here about today's launch.
Yes.
In terms of the time when this thing is going to fly, it's a very small window today. It's from 7 a.m. to 7:20 local time today. It's basically an instantaneous launch window. They do have a very brief time to recycle if they have any issues in the count. I recall with IFT1, they were able to restart the clock T-minus 1 minute, if I remember, or roughly around that time. So if they encounter any issues in the clock, they do have a very brief period where they can do a reset and restart the count. But it is, if this thing doesn't fly by 7:19, it's probably not going to today. So we have a very brief period of when that window of opportunity is. And then if the flight does not happen today, the only other day that it could maybe happen is Monday due to some agreements that SpaceX has about the Thanksgiving holiday next week. They may be able to fly it on Monday. Starship usually needs about 48 hours for a turnaround right now, and that is going to be really tight. It's not impossible, but it is probably unlikely. So today is our shot, and if it does not happen today, we will probably be looking for their next attempt to be a week from this coming Monday. I don't know what date that is. Is that into December or maybe the last week in November there? So those are all the likely scenarios. Unlikely on Monday. Obviously follow Felix or just track online what that's going to be looking like. But today is our opportunity for the short term. So just wanted to present that to everybody so they just kind of know what to expect today.
And just for everyone's awareness, since we do have an international crowd watching, 7 a.m. to 7:20 local is going to be 1 p.m. to 1:20 p.m. UTC or GMT. And since we actually have quite a lot of viewers in Germany, that'll be 2 p.m. local for you. So 7 a.m.
We have the countdown. We have the countdown on screen. Keep that countdown in mind. That'll tell you how far away in your local time you are still to the launch. 2 hours and 15 minutes and counting down. So I want to do some super chats here real quick because we've had hype, total hype. I got up this morning and the first thing the first thought that went through my brain was this is really happening. We've waited for this for so long. So thank you so much for all those super chats. Anybody donating today is donating directly into the camera that we're using here. We're going to expand the system, and at some point they're going to go into a 24/7 live operation. Not quite yet, because the system is still in a beta stage. Let's just say that it was a lot of work getting this together. Everybody on the team worked really hard, including Alex as well. Everybody pitched in on this. So let me just read out a few of those super chats. Thank you so much to Garrett Makaroth, who became a new member. Welcome to Daydream. So long. Thank you very much for the super chat. Danke, Felix. You rock. Gruß aus München. Greetings from Munich. My aunt lives in Munich. Beautiful city. Thank you very much. Derek Wright, thank you very much for the super chat. How many Starship launches do you think SpaceX can pull off in 2024? Love, why you rock. I'm hoping for 5. If this one works out, I'm hoping for 5. If this one doesn't work out, I'm hoping for 2. Because we'll have to see how many, like right now on IFT1, they had so many roadblockers, like really serious problems that prevented this launch from actually going anywhere. They've reduced this on IFT2, but we don't know what's sleeping in that design. So if today's launch reaches orbit or orbital trajectory, I'm hoping for 5 launches in 2024. That would be everything that's needed. That would be so nice. We have Lionel. Thank you very much for the super chat. I'm curious what the rationale was for SX not having a protective system for the pad. Also, Felix and TJ, y'all rock. Yeah. The rationale was that SpaceX did some calculations before IFT1, and their calculations came up with the concrete's going to hold. Simple thing. You can only simulate so much, and that was the problem. The simulation did not hold up to reality, and they completely blasted the pad and created damage they did not want to create. So it wasn't. There are some people out there saying that SpaceX didn't care, or they didn't care about blasting a hole into the pad. They did. They did not want to do that. So it was a mistake. They should have waited for the deluge system, but their simulations said the concrete's going to hold, at least for those few seconds it needs. But then it ended up not holding, and we had a concrete tornado. So that's the whole thing behind that. It was a shame. I'm pretty sure there were a few people at SpaceX putting their hands together above the head and not liking that at all. But
that was not an engineering oversight either. That was done intentionally.
Yeah,
it was designed that way because, I mean, when you think about it, with how Starship is designed, it's intended to land on the surface of the moon. It's intended to land on the surface of Mars. You're not going to have a landing pad there. You're not going to have a launch pad. You're going to have a whole lot of debris kicking up at the engine, and they have to test for that, have to design for that. So it's.
But I don't think that test was meant for that.
Not that bad. I mean, they definitely want to test. They definitely did want to test for, you know, not having a sound suppression system, having that shock wave come back and everything. Not so much the concrete, but
they were already building the sound suppression system. I do really think that behind closed doors, they were like, okay, so the sound suppression system, the deluge system isn't ready yet, but our calculations have shown that the concrete's going to hold. All right, so go for launch.
Yeah,
and
because it would also at least give them that data of will it work effectively given, you know, conditions where you're not going to have those sort of things. So
yep. Okay, we have Enrico.
Math doesn't math.
Yeah, it just didn't math exactly. We have Enrico Fischer. Thank you very much for the super chat. Bring back the launch sombrero. It is in the studio. I was thinking about putting it on, but I'm still thinking. Thank you very much for the super chat. We have Anthony Losego. Thank you so much. I know that name. You've been with us for some time by now. That is, thank you so much for the super chat. Develop inference engine for auto. What? Somebody's sorting through my super chat cards here, and I can't read. Stop that, team. Engine for auto labeling your Starship and input control and anticipate location.
I think he's asking about your controller. Maybe is that a controller?
Tracking software? Maybe yes. I'm going to have huge amounts of fun trying to track the thing manually. We were not able to put a tracking system in place. I've already thought about it because we actually have one guy on the team who's not going to be joining us for the stream here, but he is at South Padre Island. It's John Winkopp. If you're listening in, John, we are so happy that you're down there right now and that you're part of the team. And he's been for a long time. He has a tracking software. And I was thinking about maybe we can pull it off and have the camera auto-track the rocket on launch, but we'll have to see if that TJ is already going into full panic mode here in the background, because I'm requesting another feature.
Let's hold new feature ideas until after flight.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so yeah, this is all stuff for the future. We'll see what we can do from here on, even crazier. Thank you so much. David Hubble, thank you so much for the super chat. Zax X, again, thank you so much for the super chat. Alejandro it's probably French, and I'm having a hard time pronouncing it. I'm sorry very much. Thank you very much. Saludos desde España. Cheers. Thank you very much for the super chat. Gail Hoyt, thank you very much for the super chat. We have Lou Ellen Moss. Thank you so much for the super chat. Question: why don't they build a flame diverter just like they did at the? That's a good question. At the NASA facilities for the Saturn V. So the problem with that is Boca Chica is, in one regard, is pretty similar to Kennedy Space Center, and that is the water table being very close to the surface. And at both sites, you're close to the ocean. At both sites, you have a very, very high water table under the surface, meaning you can't dig. If you do dig, it'll fill up with water, and you'll need very powerful pumps to drain it constantly, and so on and so forth. So that's a problem. So what did NASA do at Kennedy Space Center? They moved unimaginable amounts of concrete to those pads and built mountains out of concrete to be able to have a flame diverter, a flame trench, a classical ramp and lead out trench from the pad. They had to move insane amounts of concrete to there to make that happen. So if SpaceX wants to have a quick and cheap way of building building Starship pads, that idea is ruled out, because it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of money, and a lot of permits to build such a pad. So SpaceX is researching ways to not have to do that. That's the entire reason for this deluge plate and the different solution. Though, that being said, the deluge plate is not new technology. This has been used for quite some time in the space industry to test engines and all that kind of stuff. I think early Atlas rockets even launched with a deluge plate under them, I think, or might have been a Delta rocket. But there have been rocket launches with deluge plates. So there you go. That's exactly what you want. A technology that is readily available, pre-tested, cheap, and easily built. And that's why they are going for the deluge plate. We'll see if it works, but I'm confident that it will. Good question. Thank you. Oh, we have so many super chats. I'm going to try to rush through a few here. Thank you so much for all those donations. This goes directly into our cameras and is hugely appreciated. We have Fletch Crow. Thank you so much for the super chat. Super job, guys. Always enjoyed TJ pre-wise, so great to have TJ on board. What a great team, doing great. Thank you so much, and I think TJ is very, very happy to be with us as well. We have Jason Bond. Thank you very much for the super chat, and another super chat from Jason Bond. Thank you very much. Thank you, Felix, for bringing us the great news. It is a humble feeling. I am very excited to be able to do this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have Paul L. Thank you very much for the super chat. There is a scam SpaceX channel, stream up, beware. There always is. There are always streams bringing up old Elon Musk interviews saying that Starship is going to launch towards Pluto. Stick to the sources you know. That's the best I would say there. LU Ellen Moss, thank you very much for the super chat. Replace your AA batteries, Felix. No, they're good. They're good. It's all working. We've tested this so many times, and I have an Xbox pad to control a camera at Starbase, which is incredible. Thank you. We have Marin Peza. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is the launch window only 30 minutes today, or is it much longer if needed? No, it's 20 minutes, as TJ said earlier. And if those 20 minutes don't work out, we're going to maybe have another opportunity on Monday, and then it's already getting difficult for November, I think. But fingers crossed, so far we are go. Hans Söderlund, thank you very much for becoming a member. You get access to our picture galleries, to our Discord, to our orbital images, flyover images, ground images. You can talk to me. Becoming a member, besides having super fun emojis that you can use then in the chat, it is also a great way to look behind the scenes. Thank you very much for becoming a member. Manuel Correl, thank you very much for the super chat. Satronex, thank you very much. The Dark Lord NR became a member as well. Thank you very much. We have the Dark Lord on our side. Nothing can go wrong today. Calligraphy by Priyansh. That is you from Twitter, from X. Hey, Felix, thank you very, very much for the super chat. This is so much appreciated. That is an awesome account on X that does calligraphy, and I'm following him. And he randomly sent a super chat and is watching with us today. And my wife just crawled through the room, but that is all good. She got the launch head. It looks like I wasn't supposed to say this. I'm devastated. Thank you very much for the super chat. Check out his channel on X. He is an epic calligraphist.
Yeah, calligraphist. Yeah.
All right. There we go. Pepino. If everything works, what will they do with super heavy in the ocean?
Coral reef.
Coral reef. Yeah, there are two options here. Either it floods and sinks and becomes an artificial coral reef. There is almost no harmful substance in there, so I think it would harm the nature less than a tanker ship just normally driving through, because they leak oil more than a booster does. And the other option would be and the other option would be, a little bit hydraulic. No, there isn't any anymore. It's electric TVC. So there really isn't that much bad stuff in there. And the second option would be if the tanks don't flood. And I honestly don't know what SpaceX's plan is there. But if the tanks don't flood, they could actually drag it back. But I do think they're going to just sink it. That's a good question, though. It'll be interesting to see what they're actually ending up doing there. Mega Boyden, thank you very much for becoming a Daydreams member. We have ZZ Bloop, thank you very much for the super chat. We have TBA, thank you very much for the super chat. So much appreciated. We have Brad Ackers, thank you very much for the super chat from a Daydreamer. I loved Germany and lived near Ramstein Air Force Base. I grew up like 50 kilometers away from Ramstein. Go SpaceX and Starship, Redline Heli with Jax last week. It was amazing. Oh, so you flew with the helicopter? I can just recommend this hugely. I mean, I know I'm shouting out for them a lot because we have an incredible collaboration with redlineheli.com. Go check out the website, and the flight is incredible. I've done one so far myself. John Cargile, our photographer, is the lucky guy to take the flight almost every week. It is incredible how close you can get to Starbase, what kind of vantage point you get. So I'm super happy to hear from somebody firsthand who has taken the flight. It is incredible. It is just really, really cool. When you're down at Starbase, make sure to check out redlineheli.com because it's actually very much worth it. Thomas Langkabel, thank you very much for the super chat. Greetings from Bonn, Germany. That is actually where I lived for 15 years. So greetings back from Florida. Keep up the great work and high motivation. Eduard Rubies, thank you very much for the super chat. Hi guys, thanks for a nice stream, and I want to say that your pages are really super. Eddie from Czech Republic, thank you so much. Okay, so we've quickly blasted through these super chats. Keep them coming. Thank you so much. And we have the next guest lined up to join our stream.
Hello.
She is not in yet, I think. We're working on it. There she goes. Everybody welcome my wife. I don't know if it is a wise idea to have her on the stream today.
It's always wise to have the party sombrero on.
She is the glue. She is the glue that keeps the team together. So everybody, please welcome my wife, Stefanie. Without her, I would be nothing, and WAI wouldn't even exist.
I don't know what to say.
And she hasn't done many live streams yet, so we have to ease her into talking to the audience live on the camera. So let's just begin with who you are and what your role is on the team.
Who am I? I'm your wife. Yeah. Well, what am I doing on the team? Well, everything that's needed whenever there's help needed, or we try to do something that we haven't done before. I'm always getting involved, no matter if people want me to or not. So
That's correct.
You've edited many episodes. I don't know how many you've edited so far, but like you've really shown how your editing chops have gone from 0 to 100 in a pretty quick time.
Yeah, that was another thing when Felix started the channel, and then we didn't see each other that much anymore. So I was like, "Where can I help?" And he was like, "Nah, I don't know." So I just started.
I outright refused. You can say it as it is. I outright refused. I said, "There's only one person on this planet who can produce What About It, and that's obviously me. So nobody can help me with this." That was in the early stage of the channel. I was in full panic mode whenever somebody said, "Hey, let me help you with this," because I was so focused on getting the best content out possible that basically I ruled out anybody else to help me. And
so
then
I was sitting right next to him a couple of times when he was editing, and he was like, "What are you doing?" And I was just like, "Oh, I'm just sitting here." And then at one point after he recorded an episode, I waited till he got to bed, and then I got up and started editing. And
she
showed
just,
him the
she
result
just went in and started editing. It was amazing.
Yeah. And then in the morning he was like, "Okay, I can use this." And that's how I started to get involved. And I'm really glad, because it's a big passion, I think, from the whole family.
Oh yeah.
Steffi, what are you most excited to see today?
Sorry?
Oh no, sorry, I was a little quick there. I was wondering, what are you most excited to see today?
Oh, I'm excited to see, well, the liftoff, and I'm really hoping for stage separation. This would be so awesome if that would work. That is, all I hope for today, I'd say. I mean, I'm never... Everybody, I think, loves a little bit of exploding things, so I'm not completely off. Like, if we have an exploding booster or something, I'm fine with that too. I mean, if Starship reaches orbit, I'd be out of my mind, I think. I'd be like, wow.
Yeah. That would be crazy. Anything past stage separation would be absolutely amazing.
Oh,
yeah. So to sum up what Stefanie does on the team is, until half a year ago, she was half of What About It, basically. I was one half and she was the other half. And we did all the production, all the background stuff. Besides Y+, that was done by Jonathan, who does an incredible job with it. But you might not know her much, but whenever you're watching a Y episode, you're looking at what she created as well. So I'm super happy to have you on the stream here today. I mean, besides being the love of my life, without you, this wouldn't be possible.
Thank you so much. Same goes for you. What about it would be nothing without you. You're like the face, the voice, the brains.
Yeah.
And sometimes we have this little game for everybody that doesn't know, so probably everybody. Whenever I see some news regarding SpaceX or other launches, I run to Felix and tell him the news. And like 99.9%, he says like, "Oh yeah, I already know." But sometimes he's like, "Oh really?" And that makes my day. Yeah, he's always.
It's like it's. I have that with many people, actually. I have like several times a day somebody approaches me and says, hey, did you see this already? And I'm like, yeah, because I'm like tapped into I don't know how many sources at the same time. I'm following the Starship progress so closely. Right now I'm getting nervous because I don't have any info about the go no go that they were supposed to do several minutes ago. There is no update yet. The
should be there any minute.
Head looks pretty calm. I can't see any venting going on there. We're still in infrared mode, but that should change really soon because the sun is about to go up here. We're getting closer to the launch, and I don't have info. You see a slight bit of venting there. That is probably still chill. Fueling hasn't started yet. sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I'm just like, at 1:37, leading towards the launch, they are starting to fuel this thing. So in less than 20 minutes. Less than 20 minutes.
Big step towards the launch.
Okay, so since they are going to start in less than 20 minutes, TJ, could you jump in for me for a second here? I'll take a 5-minute break.
Absolutely, Felix. I would be more than
so good to have other people here. So, guys, I'll be right back. I'm taking a 5-minute bathroom and coffee break. And until then, enjoy TJ and Stefanie.
Well deserved. I'll throw you off screen and I will mute you, Felix. So, adios, amigo. We are still waiting for a status update on the count. We do know that it passed flight readiness review yesterday. Everything was a go as of yesterday. Really, our only official sources right now are the SpaceX X accounts, or Elon, of course. The fact that they haven't said anything is good news, so we'll take it at that. For those of you who are just joining us, we are expecting the flight to happen sometimes between 7 a.m. and 7:20 a.m. Central Time, local time, there at Starbase. This is likely going to be an instantaneous launch window, so if this is a scrub early in the count, we're probably not going to space today, but that is okay. That is part of this prototype process. Some of the big changes, or if not the biggest visual change anybody's going to notice, is the hot staging ring between the Super Heavy and the Starship. If you are familiar with Soyuz, which I think if you're watching the stream, you've probably know what Soyuz is. If you look at that rocket, there's like this interchange, like a mesh between the stages, and that's because Soyuz also does a hot stage, and that essentially lets the exhaust escape out the side of the rocket. And what is hot staging? Basically, the first stage is burning and it's ascending, and it'll throttle down or kill some engines, and the second stage will ignite while it is still attached to that first stage. And essentially, you're saving delta V. Your rocket is never stopping and then slowing down. If you watch Falcon 9, first stage has MECO, main engine cutoff, and then they do stage SEP, and then stage 2 happens. Although, even though it's a few seconds, that is still valuable delta V that could be used to send your payload further or send more mass to space. So with the Starship program and them always trying to find more margins everywhere they can, hence like no landing legs, and they're catching this rocket, hot staging has been added to this vehicle to try to squeeze a little bit more mass and efficiency to orbit. And that is the biggest visual difference we're seeing from IFT1 to IFT2 today, or OFT1 and OFT2, depending on who you're talking to in terms of the abbreviations. So that right now, I think for most people, and Steffi mentioned it earlier, is probably the biggest question that most folks have. Is it going to make it through stage SEP? We saw it clear the tower last time. It did blow up the pad, but that is probably not going to happen again, considering they've redesigned the whole infrastructure at the base of the pad with the water deluge system, and it's now a steel plate, so it should be more robust and durable. So the biggest question everybody has today is it going to pass stage separation? And if we've seen, hot staging is a very proven concept. It has been done hundreds of times now with Soyuz. We know from a basic foundational level it works, but is it going to work on Starship? The answer is overall, yes, I think it's going to work, but today will it work? We'll see. It's going to be really interesting. But Steffi, I'm curious what your reaction was when you first saw them add this mesh ring to the top of Super Heavy. Like, what was going through your mind when you had seen that be put on there for the first time?
Yeah, honestly, at first I was surprised, because it's actually one of the things that are already being used in spaceflight, as you said. So I was like, okay, yeah, if something works, and the stage separation before didn't really work, so that was an issue, why don't you switch to something that's already approved? So I was kind of glad to see that, actually. I was like, I know that. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm super curious as well if how that works, and I think it's a great update for the Starship because it makes it so much more efficient too.
Yeah, the original design too was going to do this kind of bizarre pitch up maneuver, not bizarre, but unique pitch up maneuver. When Miko was going to happen initially, it was kind of cool. I wish that we had seen it happen, but you know, it is what it is. The rocket was initially, sorry, this is I'm like doing a visual here. The rocket right before Miko was going to do a slight like 1 or 2 degree pitch up maneuver to create some momentum, essentially. And there would have been Miko, and the rocket would be starting to pitch up, and then there'd be stage separation. And because of that momentum, stage 1 would have naturally pulled away from, or Starship would have naturally pulled away from the Super Heavy, which then already from that design standpoint would have eliminated any kind of spring or explosive bolts, which obviously are not on Starship, but any kind of separation mechanism, they just would detach and momentum would pull it apart. And I think that would have been such a cool thing to see, like these two large objects kind of like in a dance together, and then that stage and Starship igniting and just flying away. Obviously, we won't see that. But what we are going to see is an epic stage separation rather than this beautiful little dance of two shiny sticks in the sky. There's essentially going to be like an explosion above one of them, and they're going to just kind of like honestly kind of just fly apart because Starship is going to just blast out of the way. Yeah, and it's going to keep going. So it's going to be even more of a spectacle than anything and anybody's really ever seen. That view will probably be seen really well by NASA's WB-57, which its route was released yesterday. NASA will have the WB-57 orbiting Starbase so that they'll be able to capture the really high altitude video feed for SpaceX to be able to analyze. So obviously we're not going to see that until afterwards. I don't know if they ever pull it into their live streams. They didn't do it last time, but we will see it released by NASA at some point, and it'll be pretty freaking epic.
I mean, the pirouette we saw last time when they approached stage separation was really impressive, and I think I've never seen anything like that before. And that was actually in real, which made it
even more awesome, and then a pirouette just kept going.
Didn't even think that would be possible. So wow.
I was really impressed that it stayed together. Like Felix mentioned it earlier in the stream, like the fact that it tumbled to that degree and stayed largely intact, and quite literally the bombs attached to it didn't explode it. I know that the flight termination system, the FTS, got a bit of an overhaul for this flight. I'm not sure. Nobody really knows exactly what they did. I'm assuming more boom was added so that when they do fire it off, the rocket would break up. But I think it's a testament.
Maybe they attached them somewhere else too. So they're actually on the spot where they need to be now.
It's a testament to the build quality of the vehicle and its robustness. Another perk of stainless steel is it's a pretty durable, depending on the environmental situation, it's a pretty durable material. So it can take a licking and keep on ticking. As we saw, that thing, it was like, it just kind of like hobbled up last time. Things just kept blowing up and catching on fire, and she just kept on going. It looks like
I'm still refreshing my page here, waiting for the go no go.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like refresh.
Yeah. Give us information, please.
Your boy Felix is back. Felix, I'm gonna unmute you and bring you in, sir.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome back.
Okay, just a quick refresher for everybody who has just joined this stream. We're at 6,000 people watching right now, and the last time I did this was at 4,000, I think. So welcome to another 2,000 people. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, check out our Patreon page, check out our website that has just recently been completely reworked with all sorts with upcoming launches, road closures, weather reports. Weather reports is another topic. As you can see, this little icon up there in the corner under the weather report. This stream is actually sponsored by My Radar. There is a and a really impressive story behind all of this, because that's not just a normal sponsor. Andy, the CEO of MyRadar, has been a patron of What About It for the past 4 years. He's stayed with us, he's watched our content, and he's a huge spaceflight fan. And they are sending their own satellites up by now with SpaceX to have even more accurate weather reports. And that's why he decided to become a sponsor of our streams. So thank you very, very much to MyRadar. Go check out the website. It is the one weather app that I use, and I'm a pilot, and so you need a very accurate weather app for that. I can only recommend it. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We are anticipating the second Starship flight in 1 hour and 44 minutes. Counting down. SpaceX should already be through the go, no go for fueling. Fueling should start in about, 7, 6, 8 minutes from now. So we're getting close to that as well. The sun is slowly coming up in Boca Chica. So the camera picture is going to soon be switched from infrared, which we're doing right now, to a normal camera feed. You are watching a camera that is out in the dunes next to the pad. So not, I could say, how much is it? Just below a mile away from the pad. It was
just above, a hair above a mile from the pad.
So around a mile from the pad. It was a huge amount of work from the team in the past 3 months to get all this going, to get What About It to WAI 3.0, is what we call it behind the scenes. All the super chats you are doing today, all the support you are showing is going directly into that. And at some point in the near future, this camera and more cameras are actually going to go into 24/7 live operations, which is going to be another huge milestone. And we're anticipating that very much, putting a lot of work into it. So thank you for all your support.
And 2 minutes ago, SpaceX posted all systems and whether go for the second integrated flight test of Starship. So we're still good to go.
It is incredible. If this launch actually works out, we're hoping for a stage separation. That is my biggest goal for this launch, is if they can actually separate the two stages, past max Q, an almost main engine cutoff, because 3 engines are actually going to keep firing throughout the hot staging, and then we'll hopefully see both upper and lower stage separate. That would be it for me, and likely for SpaceX as well. That is their biggest milestone to achieve today. Everything after that is icing on the cake, and excitement guaranteed. And I have been pumped for this for the past 6 months, and I'm sure everybody else too. And I still can't believe that this is happening today.
All I have to say is, let's go. Let's go.
Yes. Absolutely. Let's light the candle. Let me just look into this real quick again. At T-minus 1 hour and 37 minutes, fueling is supposed to start. And since SpaceX has said everything is go, that gives us the confirmation that their go, no-go poll for fueling operations has concluded with a go. So we are actually going to at least see a fueled Starship today. Let's hope that all the valves and vents and everything works out, that there's no sensor saying that we can't continue. And if that's the case, they're going to fuel the Starship, and then they're going to ignite the engines. And then we're going to see what's going to happen. That is what SpaceX does down there at Starbase.
At the very least, it'll be probably a wet dress rehearsal. And we should see the tank farm and the vehicle getting pretty busy here in the next 3 minutes or so. So yeah, lots to look forward to here.
It's not an option. Yeah. Oh, you can't even see my beautiful Starship necklace. So I came prepared today. Launch head necklace.
And you're wearing the Crew Dragon earrings as well.
Oh yeah, I am all space today.
All spaced up.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a few more. If you have questions for us, by the way, who are we tagging today, honey, for questions?
You can tag Indigo if you want to write something in the chat.
So tag Indigo, add Indigo if you want to convey questions to us, because we still have some time to kill here, and we're always eager to hear your thoughts, maybe help you out with a little bit more knowledge there. I'm going to shout out a few more of those super chats. Thank you so much for bringing these in. They are going to directly support our live cam operations here that are unfolding quickly. Steve Holiday, thank you very much for the super chat. Smooth Juice, thank you for joining us today. It's another name that I definitely know. Let's light this candle. Sent you a message on X with my setup, and the waterfall vent is going full stream. Good luck to everybody involved. Thank you so much. We have Morten. I'm going to check the message as soon as I can. We have Morten Sivertsen became a new Daydream member. That gives you access to a lot more content that is not being released, because it would just be too much to put it into our bi-weekly or into our normal regular releases. Full galleries of ground images, of flyover images, of orbital images by now that we have here every week, and they're going to enable us to do beautiful comparisons, because they're always taken at the same time from the same angle, and so you can just overlap them and see what changed from week to week, and so on and so forth. And all that is being given to our supporters in full resolution, starting at $1, because we don't want you to be limited by your wallet. So $1 is enough. Thank you so much for becoming a Daydream member. We have LU Ellen Moss again. But why? Thank you very much for the super chat. But why don't they just build 3 flame diverters on 3 different launch pads and eat the cost now instead of later, and then don't have to worry about any of the concrete tornadoes? So the concrete tornado was only happening because they did not have any deluge system. I am pretty confident that this deluge plate is going to do the trick. It might have some damage after the launch, and they might have to improve on it. But right now, it is looking like this should actually work. And if it does, it would be the easiest, quickest, and cheapest way of building a Starship pad. And that's what they're looking for. Later on, they're going to have sea launch platforms, because if they want to launch like 10 Starships a day, you cannot do this pretty much anywhere, because Starships are huge, very loud, and you would have complaints from everybody living within 10 miles of range from the pad. So at some point, they're going to do sea launches. But until then, they need this quick, fast, cheap way of having a Starship pad. And the flame trenches would be a massive undertaking. And that's the main reason why they didn't opt for the concrete mountain that Kennedy Space Center has at all the big pads. We have Paul J. Papas. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let's kick the tires and light the fires. History being made today. We're counting down 1 hour and 37 minutes towards ignition. They should be about to start fueling. Anticipation is at an all-time high. It is crazy what's happening here. Thank you very much. LU Ellen Moss, again, thank you very much for the super chat. Joshua Quick, thank you very much for the super chat. Y was already amazing a while back, and every step of the way it gets even better. I look forward to the launch. No matter what happens, I need almost orbital and plasma live stream Y merch. We will come up with some sort of merch for this launch. We already have a few designs working in the background, but those were, when you should have seen our goal list before this stream. There were so many very important items in there, like this camera, all the coding in the background, the software that we needed to produce in-house, because there is nobody in the world doing this kind of stuff besides a few channels like NASA Spaceflight and Lab Padre, and there's just not that many out there that do this stuff at Starbase. And so all of it is our own coding, our own production, our own design. It takes a long time to make this, but we made it work. So far, so good. Thank you very much. We have Rob Trike. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hey, Felix, this is looking great. Y has come a long way since the Germany studio. Yes, it has. Here is towards another slice of camera. Thank you so much. Yeah, 4.5 years ago, I stepped into that basically walk-in closet, because we didn't have any other space in our house in Germany. I stepped into the walk-in closet, set up a studio in there, and started recording my first episode. It is still on the channel if you want to take a look at it. it was a learning process throughout the whole time, but one thing has always stayed the same. My enthusiasm for the space industry was there when it started, when I was 6 years old, I guess, a long time ago. And I was always, before I uploaded that first video, I was kind of like everybody here in the stream today. I ate up every video I could find about it, about any of those projects, spent countless time researching into it. And at some point, we came to the glorious idea that I could produce a video about it, and that's where it all started. And if somebody would have told me back then what will happen with this, I don't know if I would have uploaded episode number 2 back then. It is insane. Thank you all so much for joining us today. We're having a blast here with everybody. Hopefully the Starship's not going to blast, but other than that, excitement guaranteed. Thank you very, very much. We have Rudolph and Ryan. What is the window for the launch? That's an excellent question. The launch window starts at local time, so Central Standard Time, 7 in the morning, and it lasts for 20 minutes. That is enough for a brief hold, but not enough for a recycle. So if any major problems happen today that prevent them from actually igniting the rocket, they are going to call it for the day. Then we have another option maybe on Monday, and then it's already getting close to not happening in November. So fingers crossed for today. The launch window is just 20 minutes.
And methane subcooler starting to chill down. Methane propellant load is on the way.
Are progressing. It is just incredible. It is. Is this happening today? Oh boy. Oh, so we have.
Absolutely is.
Bedranked. Do you think the water system will be enough to prevent all the damage? Maybe not all the damage, but it's definitely going to prevent what happened last time. So I do not expect a crater to form today. I do not expect concrete to be thrown around. The deluge plate itself might need refurbishment after this because it's a first design. But I'm pretty sure it is going to prevent another crater incident. They've already done a static fire onto the plate with, I think, 30 engines, because one engine got shut down like even before ignition, and 2 shut down prematurely into the ignition. But it's 30 engines, 30 Raptor 2 engines blasting onto that deluge plate, and it held up. They didn't even need to do anything. No repairs needed. So I'm fully expecting this deluge plate to at least work enough to have no crater, no parts flying around or anything. Fingers crossed that that actually happens. Let me see here. Where were we? Okay, so we have La La Land. Thank you very much for the super chat. Sebastian H, new member. Welcome to Daydream. Thank you very much for supporting us. Dig into all the supporter content that we have. J.A., what do you think the odds are that Starship makes it to stage separation and additionally to orbit? I think the odds
load is underway.
Very nice. This is so good. It's happening. Okay. I do think that stage separation has a good chance. Everything past that is decreasing with every milestone that it continues through the flight, because this is a largely new rocket design. It's never reached any orbit yet. They will have to learn by doing. That's what SpaceX does down there. Test, fail, fix, as we say, iterative design. And so chances of it actually deorbiting in one piece, if we go all the way to the end, to the Starship actually splashing down near Kauai, one of the Hawaiian islands in the Pacific Ocean, for me is 10%, maybe. So everything past stage separation is icing on top, is free data for SpaceX. It is normal with such a new development that the first few rockets actually don't reach space. We always see that with almost every launch provider entering a new sector, something they haven't done before. It takes a lot of time. It's a different thing than ULA building a Vulcan rocket, because that is largely known technology. The only thing that's really changed there is the BE4 engine and the smart recovery system, which is not even going to be in the first iteration of the rocket. So they're dealing with a different kind of beast there. SpaceX is dealing with new stuff all over the place. Everything's new about this. So I'm hoping for a stage separation. That would be what needs to be done today. That would be a huge milestone.
To role play a little bit, something really fun to think about is fun, but it's a hot topic of discussion, are the heat tiles. The tiles have been a very interesting part of this project to track. One of the bigger things is just keeping them on the vehicle. Just even, last week there was a pretty good rainstorm. It wasn't a hurricane or anything, but they still lost a couple of tiles on the rocket. And during IFT1, I think there were 7 or 8 that fell off in ascent. It may have been more, but that is something that we really do need to track in this for this flight is how many, if any, do they lose? And then, okay, if they lose any, how is the vehicle going to hold up on reentry? It is stainless steel. It is filled with, cryogenic propellants, but reentry is very hot. And if that heat is getting to the skin of the vehicle, that is going to increase the boil off of the propellants, and hopefully not to a point where it, rocket goes boom. So hopefully the tiles stay in place and it is able to do that reentry. But I think that's going to be an interesting variable to track, that if tiles do fall off the rocket, how does it hold up? This is not a space shuttle, which had an aluminum structure primarily, that on reentry, unfortunately, what we saw with Columbia did not hold up well on reentry when it had some tile damage. Starship is a fundamentally different vehicle, considering it's made of stainless steel, so it will hold up to those higher temps better. And the steel itself should hold up fine. It's kind of everything else around it, because when you have that reentry and say the skin of the vehicle is getting hot, well, you're increasing the temperature inside of the tanks, and that pressure has to go somewhere. So they'll have to vent that. The liquid propellant will want to become no longer liquid, and that is not a place that you want to be. You want to keep that liquid so you can land the thing. So there's just a lot of interesting things to track here. And hey, it may get through that descent, and then does it have enough propellant to do a landing burn and a simulated landing? So, but if we get to that point of this flight, it is an incredibly huge success. So this is all very tail end aspects of the vehicle. Obviously, rapid reuse of this vehicle is the end goal. But if we can start getting this thing to space and start getting payloads up there, Starlink V2, maybe other larger payloads, just to get some more flights under its belt, and get that first part of the process mature, the future is looking incredibly bright for Starship, because if they can get it to space, reentry is solvable. And we've seen it do the flip maneuver, and it's landed. We know that those types of aspects of the reentry work. But Felix, I will throw you off. But that's going to be a very interesting aspect of this flight to track. And for the biggest people questioning this program, I would say that's probably been the biggest question. And this is actually, the tiles were not an original part of the design. It was originally going to be an actively cooled heat shield.
There are the tiles.
I took you off camera. Hold on, I'm going to throw them back on now.
Now you show it again.
The silly goose up here. Mr. Schlang. Yeah. He climbed. I watched him climb Starship and just rip it off. It was very impressive. I did not know that he had that type of those like cat-like reflexes, like a bear.
Spider-Man.
It's like scaling
Spider-Man.
a tree, but it's a Starship.
Yes. Let me just iterate on this real quick. This is from Ron Parker. You can find him on YouTube, Ron Hard Rock. That's his name on YouTube. Is an incredible guy who went all out to scout the whole coast after IFT1 with a boat to find as many heat tiles as he could, and he gave this to me, and I'm incredibly happy about this. This is an almost intact Starship heat tile from IFT1. This was on ship 24. This is one of the standard tiles. I have a few other tiles as well, so I can build my own Starship. This is what it looks like from the back. You can see these metallic mounting points here in there. That is what it attaches with the Starship. These are incredibly light. I'm going to showcase these on an episode in the future, and we're going to take a good look at what this actually is. How heavy is this? How big is this? How does it withstand heat? So we're going to do some testing there. Look forward to that in the future. I just wanted to give this huge shout out to Ron for doing this, and giving us at WAI the ability to show these things to you on an upcoming episode, so that we can actually learn what is falling off the Starship there on every launch.
And Felix, speaking of shout outs, if I can real quick, I want to give a quick shout out to the folks behind the scenes that are making this happen. First, quick shout out to Miko, also known as Tuxer. He's acting as our producer today. So thank you very much, Miko. And everyone else behind the scenes, Herlindo, Oskar, especially, thank you so much for all the information that you're feeding to us. So really appreciate the rapid updates coming in. One other thing is quick shout out to the person on the super chat earlier that mentioned all the SpaceX scam streams. Those are getting taken down quickly by YouTube, but if you want to share this stream with your friends, hop on socials and share with them y.2/live, and that'll take them straight to this stream. Make sure you like and subscribe to this stream so you catch any of the upcoming future broadcasts that we do, so you don't get caught in all those scam streams that pop up around this time. You'll come straight to us. So WAI.2 or .to/live.
Thank you, Alex.
Yep.
Yeah. Like the stream, share it with your friends. And I just got information that our second camera is online. You can't see it on screen yet, and it's still very dark.
I just started getting a signal from it. I was about to be like, we have a camera.
So we have our second camera coming live. Yeah. This is crazy. I'm just going to go through a few more of those super chats because they keep coming in. Thank you so much for supporting us. As Alex said, like the stream, super important for the algorithm so that more people can see this. We have Remy, thank you very, very much for becoming a Daydream member. Enjoy the supporter content that you got access to now. We have let me see. Give me a second. We have Steve Golubic. Thank you very, very much for the super chat. Hi, Felix. So pumped to watch the launch with you today. I am pumped as well. Thank you for joining me. We have Mark Heisman. Thank you very much for the super chat. Wow, that is... where is that?
John is... Yeah, the feed. He is on the tip of South Padre, I believe. So what we see illuminated in the distance is the vehicle. And that is the crowd. So we have we'll have a static crowd shot and ascent shot. He's going to try to move the camera around. But this is John Winkopp, who is based out of the Cape. But here was the standby. I'm seeing messages. My bad. He's at the Cape right now. Oh, he's not. He's from the Cape. And yeah, the crowd. It's looking great. And it's already starting to build up. Yeah, we'll have this shot, and then our other team member, Astro Rodi, is going to be using his telephoto lens to also try to track this thing. We have multiple people who are going to be trying to dial this thing at a distance.
And look at that. That remembers me so much of the first integrated flight test that we saw. Just to try to explain this to you emotionally, because I'm a woman and it was such a great experience. Everybody was super excited, super friendly. We all had this one goal and this one thought in our heads about how this launch is going to be, and you were able to talk to everybody that you met, and everybody was so friendly and happy, and it is just I think that's partly what the whole Starship thing is about too, to bring humanity together, to make us an interplanetary species. And that was what we felt when we were on site for the first launch test. And this is so great. Look at all the people. Everybody is excited and waiting for the next step to go to nowhere has gone before. This is just fantastic. I love it.
We're getting a report of frost line on the methane tank.
Started fueling. Yeah, to pick up there with from Steffi, that vibe in that crowd on IFT1 was absolutely incredible. The community surrounding this whole project is insanely cool. Yeah, it is a uniting experience. So if you ever have the chance to go there and watch one of those Starship launches, it's absolutely recommended. It is a blast. It is a fantastic thing to do. Absolutely.
Yeah, and do a flight with the helicopter before, because this is a perspective that puts everything into perspective again as well. When you see how big the Starship is from the air, how it just towers above everything else that's standing there too. It's just super amazing, the view you get there.
Yeah, it's incredible. It is incredible. Okay, let me continue with a few more super chats, because I really want to shout these people out. Thank you so much for bringing all this money into our funds. We have Mark Hiesman. Thank you very much for the super chat. I'm sorry, but Felix needs a launch hat. Well, the wife is wearing the launch hat today, so it dresses her quite nicely, and I have to wear headphones to be able to hear everything. So it would be problematic for me to put that sombrero on. I am very, very sorry. So the Steffi is wearing
I got you.
She's got me. There you go.
It fits perfectly too for my hat.
It's a perfect hat. It's a perfect hat. We have Showai Pub. Thank you very much for the super chat. Love your effort. Thank you for joining us today. We have Derek Wright. Thank you very much for the super chat. Your videos always leave me with a smile, and I brighten my day each time I watch them. Do you see yourself flying on a Starship on a day in the future? Yes. I mean, I hope. Tim Dodd has gotten the lucky ticket so far, so he's going to go up on Deer Moon, which is incredible. I talked to him before about the whole thing in private. We're good friends, actually, in the background behind all this crazy YouTube frenzy. We know each other, and I talked to him about it, and he said he was very scared, but also extremely anticipating this journey. Of course, it is something to actually have on your mind that you're going to step into a Starship and actually fly around the moon. I can't imagine what that must be like, but if I ever get the chance, I would do it. 100%.
Yeah, something that would give me peace of mind is SpaceX does take safety very seriously, especially with people. I mean, we're looking at the Dragon program. They've been very diligent, and they've learned a lot from NASA in their experience, and they're going to be applying all these learnings to Starship. I take Elon at his word that there's going to be likely hundreds of flights of Starship before a human being gets on there, and at least does ascent and descent from Earth. From the moon is a different animal, and we can kind of get into that in terms of why the safety aspect is, the math is just different. It's a different thing in space, but they take this all very seriously, and the vehicle is going to be in a really mature state by the time our little flesh meat bags get on there and go to orbit and beyond, because it would be, if you're just looking at this from a business perspective, they want to have a really strong, viable business in the future, and safety is part of a really good, strong business plan. So they're not going to sacrifice safety because it would endanger the whole business as a whole. So they're not going to be reckless with this. They want people to be confident and feeling safe about this vehicle, so that they get more paying customers, and that's what helps them continue this really amazing endeavor. So knowing what their motives are, obviously outside of like, yeah, people don't want to get hurt and they want to be safe, but also they really want to make this a strong business that lasts, in their mind forever. They're going to make sure that it's all good to go by the time we get people on board. So
I know.
there's that math behind it.
Imagine yourself sitting in the Starship and, going back to Earth and doing this crazy flip maneuver. I mean, that must be so insane. Even if, everything is safe, everything is tested. I mean,
I would probably still blow chunks. I would still, I probably like, whoa, like one of these
Oh
things.
God, yeah, it would be definitely a sensation to go through. Absolutely, it must
Hey,
be.
what
It must
the-
be incredible. Imagine the swing maneuver before you actually being caught by the chopsticks of mecha. You're sitting in this thing. It is going to be excitement guaranteed throughout the whole program. That's for sure. And to add on to what TJ said, NASA is involved in this, so they are going to make very, very sure that this thing is absolutely safe, or as safe as humanly possible, because before they actually get somebody on board and fly the most important payload to space that we have, which would be humans. So I would. As soon as SpaceX and NASA say that this thing is safe to fly, I would definitely step on one and do the craziest roller coaster.
And piggybacking on the NASA point, NASA is the biggest customer of Starship right now, if not. Well, with Dear Moon in a close second, or maybe Jared. I can't remember what the valuation was for their plan of their mission, but it is in as much as it can be difficult to work with a larger bureaucracy that is NASA. These kind of failed missions are program killers. We saw what happened with the space shuttle. They had a few failed flights, unfortunately, and those ended up in the long term being the demise of the space shuttle program. And NASA has as much vested interest as SpaceX has seen to succeed, because they're putting all their chips on the table with this. They've really made a big gamble, calculated gamble. All these contract buys are a gamble. Every single one that you do, from buying porta potties to buying rocket ships, it's all a calculated risk. And they have they're going to ensure that every way possible that this is going to be as successful as possible, because they've invested in SpaceX's infrastructure ad nauseum at this point and really rely on them. And I'm sure that they have all kinds of visions for utilizing Starship for things beyond the Artemis program. So they have an excellent partner and knowledge base to lean on here. As much shade people like to throw at NASA for their the fact that they are as large as they are, and possibly some people may interpret them as slow, they are an incredibly important partner in this program, not only because of their financials, but because of their expertise. And that is something that unfortunately can't really be replicated. And there's a saying that about regulations are written in blood. And that is something that we always have to keep in mind, that regulations exist because past accidents have happened. So SpaceX and NASA are going to ensure that doesn't happen. So,
and we have the next update for this upcoming launch. Everything is going well, and propellant load of the Starship is on the way.
I love
right
it.
now.
I love it.
And that's the upper stage. So yeah, we're getting there. Also, another update. About 18 minutes ago, the NASA Canberra, it's a Martin WB-57 Canberra jet aircraft. Their tracker launched from Houston, Texas, and is heading 270 degrees southeast, straight towards South Padre Island. So yeah, NASA trackers in the air.
Yeah.
Can you zoom in a little bit on the Starship and the booster so we can maybe spot?
I can try, but it is going to be difficult because give me a second. I gotta.
A little dark right now, and I'll regroup. Last time I spoke about the WB-57, there was about half as many viewers. So WB-57 is essentially a Cold War bomber that NASA has retrofitted to have gimbal camera on the front, on the nose of it. And the reason why they use the WB-57 and not like a F-18 or something is because it can go at a super high altitude and it can loiter there for a long time. It's got really big wings. It's really efficient, and it can kind of just chill up there. F-18s aren't great at loitering at really high altitudes.
They're not.
Tiny, they're fighters. That's not what they do. So WB-57 flies at a super high altitude, and its job is basically to chase rockets. So the rocket's going to fly, and the WB-57 is going to turn around and start tailing it. Pilot in the front seat is flying the plane, and then there's a person in the back who's controlling the camera and tracking the ascent of the rocket, and it's collecting really valuable visual data for engineers to be able to go back and analyze, to just evaluate the health of the rocket. And the WB-57, also has Starlink now on board, I believe. They added that not too long ago, so it also has that as a redundant internet connectivity sort of thing. So that's what the WB-57 is, and that's why it's significant. And since Starship is part of the Artemis program, NASA is lending their support and providing that to SpaceX.
Oh, thank you so much. This is so good.
Yeah, we
Can't
can
wait
clearly
till
see
the
the first
sun
line
goes
now.
up.
Yeah, a lot of people are
Clearly see
using their
the first line.
Starlinks right now. So that may be some of the things we're encountering. Starlink is one of the ways we are connecting to our camera out there.
And we are only 1 hour and 9 minutes away from a possible launch. And this is super exciting. We're good. Like the Starship is being loaded already. So we're on track to, have this thing launch within the 20-minute launch window that we have today. And we're super excited here. And thank you for joining in. Press the like button, share the stream with your friends. And we love having all of you here and sharing this crazy moment with you.
I just got word that our third camera just got online, so I'm going to work on switching that in just a minute. But all super exciting stuff, and appreciate everybody's patience here as we drive the camera in pitch black. It is going to get better. We're just kind of working through some of the technical difficulties that is dealing with no sunlight.
It is still very, very dark out there.
You may want to move it back to IR mode just so we can get some more info.
Yep.
We still have another about 30 minutes until that sun starts to throw some light our way. But in the meantime, I'm going to get our next camera up, so I'm going to hop off here for a second, guys.
Mm-hmm. I'm moving the camera around a little bit here, which is incredible fun.
Let me welcome some new members on the channel while you're getting the camera readjusted again. So Jonathan White, welcome as a new member. Cynthia Samis is a new member as well. Welcome to the WAI family. Lovely to have you both here.
Yes, and make sure to check out all the supporter content that is available for you now in our community posts on the YouTube channel. If you become a patron, of course, on Patreon, you get access to our WAI Discord, where I am and the rest of the team is as well. If you want to write to me there, it is always useful to tag me because I get a lot of messages, but when I'm tagged, I do respond as fast as I can. Thank you so much for joining us. It's much appreciated.
Yeah. And we have Justin Smith as well as Remy. It's a fun name. The NASA flight tracker plane is in the air heading south from Houston. Oh yeah.
Yep.
What they just talked about.
We have a few questions as well. Zax gave another super chat. Thank you very, very much. We have Astro Caller. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Y family. We speak a lot about the water deluge system preventing the concrete tornado. What's the risk of melting the steel plate? If SpaceX wants rapid reusability, that includes stage 0. That is absolutely correct. That's a good question. They have already done a test. So they fired at least 30 engines onto it for, I think, 3.5 seconds or 4 seconds or something like that. And there was 0 damage. On the launch that we are tracking towards, that is incredibly 1 hour and 5 minutes away, by the way, they're going to fire onto the pad for, I think, 6 or 7 seconds. So that's not that much of a difference. So even if there is slight damage to the deluge system, because it's version 1, it'll give them data to improve the system, to give it more water pressure or more holes or make it bigger and so on and so forth. And it is definitely going to prevent the concrete tornado. So SpaceX is trying to find a cheap way of having a quick to build deluge system without needing all the concrete that they had to put in place at Kennedy Space Center's Pad 39A and B, for example. That is a huge amount of work and hard to do. So that's the whole thing. We'll see after the launch. We're hopefully going to do a flyover pretty soon after that launch to inspect the pad, and then you'll see the pictures hopefully on the next episode. And then we will see how the deluge system fared. So right now we just can't say anything. We'll cross our fingers and wait to see what it does.
Right now, we're looking at our third camera from Starbase. Well, it's actually not from Starbase; it's from South Padre. This is from our new team member, Astro Rodi. He's got his telephoto lens up there. Also, everybody's looking at dark flashing lights right now. We cannot wait for this sun to get into the sky. But this gives you an idea of what our other angle is going to be for launch. So we got 3 angles. One of them Felix controls with an Xbox controller, and it's nuts. So we've got this covered from every angle in 4K that we can. So just so very exciting, and we're getting pretty close to 10,000 concurrent viewers. We are how long? What's our T minus? We got about an hour still. So
yeah. But we have not nearly enough likes. Everybody, like this stream. That is very, very important for us. Subscribe to the channel. Consider becoming a patron. All the money that you give as super chats today helps us fund these cameras, which are a very expensive toy, to say the least. But we're doing this out of dedication and to give you even more views of Starbase. With your support, you're supporting all those projects. Y Orbit, us getting a satellite in place to take pictures of Starbase, the flyovers, the camera operations, the team in the background. Every little bit gives us the option to. That's what I'm saying on every episode. It really fulfills dreams for the team. That's exactly what it does. So thank you so much for all the super chats, all the support. I can't mention it enough. Thank you.
We've got some really creative ideas for how to cover this launch and a lot of other launches, and your support goes a long way into doing that. This is money that is going into more content, into giving you more access, to giving you new angles and new perspectives on this whole thing. So really cannot thank you all for your support. And we eat, drink, and sleep this like 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Perhaps some may perceive that as a little unhealthy, but we don't care because we love it. And this is our passion, and that's why we're all here. And that's why you guys are all here too. We're almost at 10,000. We're like 5 away. Oh my gosh.
And we're not.
And we did it.
It's not just the live streams either, not just the cameras that you're seeing, but also there's a lot of other things going on behind the scenes. Check out our new updated website as well, whataboutit.space. Or
maybe, just sorry for the interruption, maybe we can show the website real quick because the camera picture is just not showing us what we want to see right now. So maybe we can cover it up with showing our new awesome website.
Sure. Let me. I can throw it up in just a second here.
I call it Y Hub. So much work has gone into this.
Sorry. Yeah. So you can go to whataboutit.space, or if you want to share it on socials, y.2/space. make sure if you want to share this live stream with anybody on the socials, y.2/live. And if also another way to support us, if you go to our website at whataboutit.space, you can find the Patreon link and a donation link. And like Felix said, that goes a long way to help fund all these initiatives, fund these cameras that you're seeing, fund the new website and all the awesome things that are going into it. It's just launched, and we have so many more ideas for that, funding the Y Orbit project and so much more. So thank you so much for all your support. Check us out on whataboutit.space.
And so long. Thank you for the beer.
So long. I was about to say Augustina even. Man, that's a good beer. Thank you so much for the super chat. And I wish you a lovely day wherever in Germany you are. Augustina would sound very German. I know the beer myself. We have so many more super chats coming in here. Philip Marushka, thank you very much for the super chat. It is so much appreciated. All of this goes directly into funding our crazy work. Pranakash Productions, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Onward and upwards. Exactly, that's the motto today. Let's just hope that this actually launches today, that they don't encounter any problems. So far, so good. We have Tom Willis, new member. Welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy your supporter content. We have Joe Vondra. Thank you very much for joining the supporter ranks. We have Ronnie Dean, gives a $50 super chat. Thank you very much. Mars Society San Antonio chapter on the... I can't make out the emoji. You're from the Mars Society San Antonio. Thank you so much for joining us today. TNH, thank you very much for the super chat. Starship all night pre-launch party. Woohoo! We actually did an after launch party last time, and I can see the website is up right now on the stream. I call this the Y Hub. It gives you so much information about Starbase. You have the current road closures. They're updated every 10 minutes or so. You have a weather report. You have upcoming launches globally with all sorts of information about the launch, where to watch it, when it's going to launch, what rocket it is, and so on and so forth. You have news articles being written there. You have the gallery with the latest images from John, from our satellites, and everything else. You get a really, really nice introduction of the whole team. I mean, look at all these people. Like half of them are at Starbase right now anticipating the launch, and the other half is on this crazy live stream. It is a fantastic bunch of people we're working together with, and they deserve all the praise. That is the Bronco I was almost sitting in for IFT1. I know the pilot, and he offered me the back seat, but then it was snagged by somebody from SpaceX, which is perfectly understandable. I was just slightly jealous. But yeah, every single one of these pictures in that gallery has some background to it, and there has been a lot of hard work being put into this. This is Sky-Fi working together with us for the satellite images. Thank you so much for this collaboration. Go check them out, skyfi.com. I think very much worth it. And these satellite images are going to come in weekly now, which is completely crazy. We are taking pictures of Starbase with our own satellite. We're not even limited to Starbase.
Like, do any pictures of anything else yet? And I'm like, no, Starbase only right now. This is Mecca. This is the center of all attention for our audience right now. But yeah, we will be getting imagery of other places pretty soon. Past this flight, there's other places that we want to go explore on this planet and get some updates. So Felix will be covering these images as they come in our episodes, and our team will be doing analysis of them and things to track, so we can kind of continue to learn more. Because there's so much development happening, not only at the Cape but over at Wallops with Neutron and Rocket Lab. I've kind of given my personal challenge to Sky-Fi. I was just like, you guys should try to take a picture of a rocket as it's igniting. I think that'd be pretty metal. So very hard to do, and it's a big gamble. Well, it's not necessarily a gamble, but it's something wild timing. But it's something that would be. I'd frame that and put that on my wall for sure.
It is something we are going to try, and that's the crazy thing about this. I still can't fathom what this channel has become from that first episode to what we're doing now. It is just insane. It's crazy. Even talking about all this just is completely surreal to me, and it will never change, I think. Thank you all so much for your support. Thank you for watching with us. We're at 10,000 people watching live right now as we ramble about our website and anticipate the launch. It's 56 minutes out. This is insane. This is just outright insane.
We're under an hour. Wow. Okay. That kind of shocked me right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
East Coast is waking up now too on a Saturday, so we're going to start getting all of our American viewers. Hi, everybody.
Hi, American viewers, but there are already quite a few in the stream right now. In the beginning, when I asked where everybody comes from, the chat was racing, and there were tons of people from the US getting up at 3 a.m. to watch this. So kudos to you.
Yeah, where's everybody right now?
Started.
Yeah, where are you all from?
Where are you from?
Let us
Everybody,
know.
make the chat race. Show us some awesome names where you're from. It's always so nice to see this. And thank you all so much for this super chat. Taste of Travel, $299.
Holy cow! Taste of Travel.
So much for this. Thank you so much.
You.
I'm about to upset my wife. I'm so sorry. She's helping moderate the chat. Everybody, let's get a hype train going in the chat.
Yeah, I love it.
Let me start the thing.
Hi. Yes.
It is just incredible. And here's the chat racing from all the people saying where they're from. And you can see this is from all over the planet. Finland, France, Poland, Michigan, Iowa, France, Florida. They're from India, Denmark, South Africa, Boston, Turkey. It is just insane. Spain, Germany, more India, Estonia. It is just, that's one of the coolest things about this whole space community, is that it's people from everywhere, and that's exactly what it should be. Everybody is excited about what SpaceX is doing in Boca Chica. Yeah. Kudos to everybody showing up for today. This is just so good. Slovakia, Belgium, Switzerland.
I just cut over to Astro Roadie's cam. You can see in the horizon there, the sun is on its way.
Yes,
the sun is on its way. So great shot there, Astro Roadie. Thank you so very much. We are continuing. I cannot wait for this sun to get up. And actually, the haze is looking pretty good right now too. So I know it's early. Something that the Boca Chica does experience this time of year is fog and morning haze. So I would yesterday it pretty much cleared by the time local 7 a.m. hit. But just as something for folks to be aware of, that you're going to see from every camera down at Boca Chica is some little degree of fog that's kind of just low lingering towards the end of the base of the rocket. But it's looking good right now.
It looks so Star Wars though. John Cargile, huge shout out to you, our photographer. Has taken these images at the at the Massey's test site. I think it was Ship 28 being there for tests at that point, and there was this typical morning fog, and it looked like Star Wars. It looked like right out of a scene of a Star Wars movie with those starships sitting there, and the chat is still racing from people saying where they're from, and they're from everywhere. It is insane. Thank you all so much for joining us today.
Australia,
Texas,
everything.
Nigeria, Netherlands.
Dude, this is awesome.
Mars. We're about to.
We have a Martian.
There's a couple there.
We can't see it yet on the. Oh, sorry. We can't see it yet on the camera, but about 10 minutes ago, Frostline also appeared on the Starship 25's liquid oxygen tank. So as the sun rises, we should start to see it.
You can barely see it there, yeah. It's the difficult environment. Yeah, it's foggy, it's dark. It is incredible. I just love this so much.
I'm going to work to get Astro Roadie on in a second here. He's got himself a good little internet connection going.
Yeah, here's the Star Wars view again. This is so beautiful.
Yeah, it's totally
It's real.
Early morning in Tatooine.
It's insane.
11,445 people watching right now. Thank you all.
Yeah, for everybody that just joined in, welcome to the live stream from What About It, and we're about to witness the second integrated launch test from Starship Super Heavy in about 51 minutes.
I still can't believe it's happening today.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's insane seeing the sun go up there, and in 51 minutes we're going to see. I'll hopefully see this thing launch. We don't know where it's going to go, but we hope it's going to go far. There are so many super chats right now that it's almost impossible for me to shout all of them out. Just know that the entire team is extremely thankful for what you're doing here right now. All of this goes into supporting all our efforts, be it satellite images, a new website, our live cam work in the background, all of these things, and it supports directly that you are, as I say on every episode, you are fulfilling dreams for our entire team. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Felix, do you think that it'll make it to the Kármán line?
I hope. I like I said, my goal for today, of course it's SpaceX, but my goal,
your hopes,
what I want to see today, and my hope exactly is that it goes past stage separation. Anything past that is icing on the cake, because it's undiscovered country. It is a lot of data that they then they can collect then. But if it goes past stage separation, I think the chance for it to go over the Kármán line and to actually go into space is high, because if it does the second stage ignition, there's not much that can go wrong at that point. At least that's what I'm hoping right now. That can of course be different in real life, but if they make it past stage separation and second stage ignition, I think they're going to make it to re-entry, and then that's the next thing that we'll have to wait for. Is it going to be entering in several pieces or in one piece? That's the next question coming up then.
So you think it'll only make it to only make it up to the stage separation part? Do you think it'll make it past that?
I hope it'll make it past that. Absolutely.
Do you think it will? I'll bet you a taco it does. I'll bet you a taco it makes it past 100,000 feet.
Okay, no, but I'm on your side, I think. So we'd have to bet for something else. I do think it'll make it past that as well. I'm crossing my fingers very much, and I think it'll make it past that.
I don't think it'll make it much further than that. I don't think perigee will get to orbit. I think apogee will get to over 100,000 feet, but I don't think they'll make it much further than that.
Oh, I think if they go past separation and second stage ignition, they're going to go all the way to re-entry.
Let's bet a taco.
Okay.
Yeah, the Starship is what TJ explained earlier as well. Even if we have heat tiles falling off its stainless steel, this is very sturdy, very heat resistant, and the propellant will be not as full anymore. So even if heat tiles fall off, there is a pretty good chance it will not disintegrate during re-entry. But we can still wait and see what's gonna happen actually. And there is the master of heat tiles again.
Yeah, there's another thing I can show here. Earlier, I showed Ron's heat tiles that he gave to me, which is absolutely insane.
Oh, I think Astro Rody just joined our chat room, Felix. That's what you're hearing right now.
Oh, there he is. So I'll make it quick. So this is the standard heat tile that you'll find almost all over the Starship. Is this thing here? It's lightweight. It's always the same size. But then there's also other heat tiles that many know from different shapes, but they are not just differently shaped. Take a look at this. Is from the nose cone of Ship 24 from IFT1. Look at this. How large, how thick this is. This is 10 times the mass of a standard heat tile, and that's what you find on the nose cone. So that's where the plasma flow is going to be the strongest and where the Starship needs to be the most protected during re-entry, and it's quite impressive. I'm very much looking forward to the episode I'm going to do about those heat tiles. That's going to be super fun to do. So
I'm gonna try to throw to Astro Rody here. Astro Rody, do you read us? He's in a tough spot cell wise, so hoping that we can pull him in.
I do read you.
There he is.
How's my audio level?
You sound great to us, man.
Good
How's it going? So tell us what's the vibe right now? How's everybody feeling?
Everybody. People are just really showing up at this location.
Sorry, folks, we're losing him. Hold on one second. I'm going to see if I can tweak his settings really quick.
Desire to dance.
There is a million people out there. I mean, not a million, but tons of people out there right now, and all of them are using cell phone towers. And so even getting a connection out there is a problem.
Yeah, I'm doing the best I can on this end to get a better signal for him. But yeah, it's complete cell saturation out there.
I know.
Can you lose your video so that we only have your audio?
Joey, can you try again?
Check 1, 2.
Yeah, there you go.
Let me see if I can turn the camera off.
Yeah, do that. That'll save your data.
He drove down to Starbase last minute, basically. Helped us fix a few very important problems on the camera and so on and so forth. He's one of I think the newest member on the team officially. Grown by another person already. It's crazy. How many people do we have on the team right now? 10, 12, 13 people working behind the scenes on every release, on everything you see, on this live stream, on the website. So every time somebody says, Felix, you rock, you will see me reply, it's not just me. There are so many people in the background working to help to bring you all these things, and all those super chats you're doing, all the support you're doing, all the likes you're leaving on this stream, everything, all of it goes to the entire team and not just to me. And that's what they deserve as well. It's incredible. It's a force of nature.
How am I sounding now?
Good.
Nah, much better.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I can barely contain my desire to dance around and do the happy rocket.
That's great.
It's really exciting down here. So many wonderful people.
Can you describe what the vibe was like yesterday? You were down at stage 0 with like the mass of people that was out there. Can you just explain kind of what that experience was like yesterday?
It was kind of like a cross between like Woodstock and a satellite convention. You know, just all sorts of nerdy love going all over the place. Like everybody hugging each other and meeting each other and just being polite to each other. It was like the best of what humanity has to offer, and really crowded at the end of the night last night.
Wow. And you also said that there were more people there than on IFT1, correct?
Last night there were easily twice as many people as there were for IFT1.
Wow. And let me tell you, I was there for IFT1. IFT1 was packed. There were a lot of people out there for IFT1. So this shows the dedication of everybody.
So we're looking at your camera angle right now. Beautiful shot of sunrise in the background. Where's this camera located roughly?
I am in Port Isabel, just right at the edge of the port and across the water from the tower. As you can see, it's so beautiful here. Like it's just water and palm trees everywhere. Like it's a really nice little beautiful neighborhood. I'd be happy to live in a place like this.
Yeah, so would I. So you're roughly like northwest of the launch complex, right?
Yeah, I think so. I put a a map location somewhere in the Discord.
Well, it looks great, and you're doing a great job for us, and we really appreciate it. And Astro Rody here, Joey as his name off of Discord. He has been a huge partner and helper to get our live stream camera up and going this past week. He's got many years of experience being a roadie, as you can tell from his name, and lots of skills applicable to what we need here for this experience. We're looking to bring you guys perpetually moving forward with live streams all over the country. So welcome to the team. We're very excited to have you, and also very excited to have your beautiful camera feed here, because the more angles, the better. More angles, more better.
It's a beautiful view. We already said earlier, it reminds us of Star Wars. Tatooine.
Yeah, it does. So TJ just gave a little spoiler there.
Yeah.
He said of Starbase and other locations. So our goal for this 24/7 camera setup is to have plenty of locations if possible. So look forward to that in the future. I will take another very short 5-minute break here while you watch this beautiful sunrise.
This camera view of yours, Joey, is really, I think, super beautiful. Oops. Change. Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait for the launch. And I'm really curious to see how far Starship's gonna go, and all the data we're gonna get from that launch.
Yeah, the view that you guys are seeing right now, with the split view, what you're seeing on the right is roughly what the human eye can see, what folks are experiencing right now. So the sun is rising, but it is. Sorry, one second. Get some mixed audio in here. The sun is rising, and we'll continue to get better views as it goes up. And honestly, it should be in a really beautiful spot for T0, right above the horizon. What's called the golden hour in photography. So everything's got this beautiful orange, glowy halo look to it. So it'll be very cinematic. That is for sure. I'm going to get into the chat here in a second. I'm going to pull our updates off here so we can see the rocket better.
And welcome to everybody joining this stream. We're watching SpaceX's integrated Starship launched, hopefully today in about 38 minutes. And we're super excited and can't wait for this thing to lift off.
And that's a great reminder, Steffi, just to regroup. We have a lot of new viewers now as everybody's starting to wake up. This is the second orbital attempt for the Starship Super Heavy system out of Boca Chica, Texas, also known as Starbase. The launch is at 7 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's the local time there. T0 is in roughly 37 minutes and 30 seconds. It is a very small window today. It's only 20 minutes long. The reasons for that, we're not entirely sure why. I'm sure there's lots of variables that go into this. But it'll essentially only enough time really to pause the count, maybe do a brief restart to T-1 minute, but we're going to know pretty quickly in this window if this thing is going to fly today. If it does not fly today, there is a very slight possibility that it can fly on Monday. Starship needs usually 48 hours for a turnaround right now, and that is going to be cutting it pretty close. So depending on what happens today, we'll see on Monday. But if it doesn't go on Monday, we're probably not going to see this vehicle fly in November.
It's going to go today, TJ.
I know. I'm trying to let the people plan.
And the crazy thing is that SpaceX breaks their own record again, because when they launched on 20th of April, they had the tallest rocket ever. And now with them adding the hot staging ring, they are breaking their own record within half a year because it's even bigger now. So again, 121 meters now with a...
I don't remember the meters off the top of my head. That's a good Felix fun fact, though.
I don't have the feet, though. I think it was 121 meters now. and this thing is going to soar to the skies.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna know pretty quickly here. And if all goes well with the flight, and I'm gonna have Felix do a recap of what to expect in the flight here in a second. But if all goes well, this mission should last just about 90 minutes by the time the vehicle gets off the coast of Hawaii, essentially. So from liftoff to splashdown is roughly 90 minutes. So we will be bringing you this broadcast throughout the duration of the flight, and yeah, all things look good there. Felix, while we have a lot of new viewers here, and we're getting pretty close to T0, I'm going to throw you back on screen. Would you mind just kind of giving an overview to some folks of what we can expect here for the flight if everything goes to plan?
Okay, so I'm back. Yay, I did my little break. We can see a lot more sunlight now in the stream. We can see the Starship being fueled first and second stage. SpaceX is still progressing towards IFT2, the integrated flight test number 2 for the Starship rocket. We are seeing the largest rocket ever erected on a pad here, which gives you a little bit of a perspective as to what we are looking at, what we're looking forward to launching here today. It is huge. It's got double the thrust of the Saturn V. It's got 33 engines on the first stage, and it is big. Last time it dug a huge crater because they didn't have any deluge system or flame diverter, and they fired it at the concrete below the pad. Which they did because they ran simulations and they thought it would work, which it didn't. So it dug a huge crater. It lifted off. It had multiple engine failures on ascend. It had its thrust vector control system failing, which back then was still hydraulic based, which has changed by now. At some point, they wanted to do a stage separation, which didn't work either. Then the flight termination system didn't work as supposed because it just punched a few holes into the rocket, and the rocket just kept on twisting through the sky, which shout out to the structural integrity team at SpaceX, because they built a very tough rocket there. It was pulling high G maneuvers, which you normally don't. A rocket can't do that, but Starship can. And so the whole thing ended in the rocket exploding. Now this time they have a deluge system below the rocket, so we shouldn't see a crater being dug. They have a different thrust vector control system, which is now electric based, not hydraulic anymore, which gives a great increase in engine redundancy, or not even engine redundancy, but also separation from the other engines. Before, on the older design, when one engine failed, other engines would be dragged into the problem and fail as well. So they've separated these engines more. They are more independent, and this should help with engine failure rates. So we should see less engines fail this time. We have a different separation system. They are using hot staging now. So they have an interstage ring, also called the hot staging ring by the community, which basically is just a shield for the booster and some exit holes. The Starship is going to ignite its engines while the booster is still having 3 engines running. And then the Starship is going to, with its own thrust, pull away from the booster while the booster flips around and does its boost back burn. So it's a different system, no pushers, no nothing needed, just that hot staging ring. It's a proven technology. Others have used this for decades, mainly the Russians. So it should work, but should is written in bold here. So we are watching an early prototype testing. I fully expect plenty of things to fail today. And if they do, this doesn't mean, even if newspapers and TV stations will report about it as Musk's rocket fails again, this doesn't mean that this is a failure. If they reach main engine cutoff and stage separation, that would already be a huge success, because they are testing something new, something completely new. And each milestone they can reach further into the flight is a huge success for them. The plan is for the Starship to separate from the booster. Then the booster does a boost back burn and tries to return close to the launch site. It's not going to go back to the pad, which is a thing for the future, when they are going to try to catch Starship and the booster out of the air so that they can reuse them. They are not going to do this. This time, the booster is supposed to do a so-called soft landing in the Gulf of Mexico, meaning they have a point defined, a GPS coordinate defined, a precise spot where the booster is supposed to go. And then they are going to measure how precisely it was able to steer for that point and simulate a landing. After the simulated landing is over, the booster is going to fall into the ocean and then likely sink. And that's the end of the story there. But it'll give them a lot of data on how precise the return of the booster was, how precisely the booster was able to return to those GPS coordinates. And if it nails that, this means it's a great step towards them trying to catch one of those boosters, because when they know it can reliably go to a certain position, return back to it, they can start catching them. Then the Starship is going to continue into space, but not on a complete orbit, because they want to make very sure that it doesn't deorbit anywhere. If they lose contact with the Starship while it is in space and it's already in an orbit, they cannot really control where it is going to deorbit. So this isn't an orbital flight test technically, but it would be if you would give it an extra burn. So it could reach orbit on that trajectory, but it's not going to. It is going to do a ballistic curve around the planet, almost one orbit, to aim for north of Hawaii. There we have a graphic running there.
Sorry to interrupt, Felix, but the SpaceX stream went live about 6 minutes ago. So
Nice.
This is actually, I believe, from the SpaceX live stream.
Yes,
yeah,
perfect.
Felix was covering this, and I was like, "Oh, might as well throw up the map while you're talking about it."
Perfect timing. There you can see the Starship is continuing through space on its almost orbit, and then it is supposed to splash down near Hawaii, north of the island of Kauai. It is not going to try to do a soft splashdown, so it is not going to ignite its engines and try to controlled splashdown, because likely SpaceX doesn't even expect the Starship to reach this point. They're happy if it's going to deorbit in the area that they had planned. See, that's Hawaii, and north of Hawaii, it is supposed to land in the ocean. And that's it. Oh, look at this view. Look at this view. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. It is getting closer. We're 28 minutes away from the launch. I cannot.
Hype train. Hype
Hype
train in the chat.
train. Oh, boy. This is going to be good. Hype. We are expecting IFT2 to launch today. So please do like this stream. We have 17,000 people watching right now, and we only have 5,000 likes. This is super important. I know it's kind of repetitive that we creators always mention this, but for us, this is very important, and for you, it's just a mouse click. So click the like button, subscribe to the channel, consider becoming a patron. Thank you to all the people who are doing super chats right now, because those go directly into funding all our projects, like the live cam, like the updated website, like our orbital images that we are doing by now, our flyovers. The whole team benefits from this. So thank you, thank you, thank you. It's hard for me right now to shout all of this out, because there are so many super chats coming in, and I really can't do it right now, which is incredible. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh boy, we are so close to this launch.
Yeah, I am so thrilled. It is looking so cinematic right now. We could not ask for better light now at this point. We've got that fog there that I was talking about a few minutes ago, that you get at Boca Chica this time of year. Really adds like some kind of like spooky but beautiful scenery there. And yeah, as the sun goes up, that fog will dissipate. We still got about 27 minutes until liftoff, and our countdown timer is pretty much on the money here. They're aiming right for a 6 a.m. rather. Am I doing that? No, 7 a.m. Sorry, 7 a.m. Liftoff time. So they're looking to get it off the ground pretty quickly here.
If you see me stare at the screen frantically, it's because I'm so happy that the sun is going up and our camera is now producing a usable image, because I'm controlling it with this thing. I kid you not. This is incredible. I'm going to try to track the launch, and we'll see how far that gets. But this is such an incredible toy to play with. And this is coming directly from all those super chats and from the community and all the patrons and all this. So thank you so much for enabling us to do this for you. And I'm sitting here with an Xbox pad watching a rocket. It's I don't even know what to say anymore. The excitement is at an all-time high. That is for sure. I'm just going to do a slow pan here from the top of the rocket to the bottom. Give me a
Let's
second.
put this into perspective for everyone just for a moment. So what you're seeing on the screen right now is from a remotely controlled pan tilt zoom camera that's stationed in a location in Boca Chica. That is being powered by multiple power sources, solar and battery. There's a backup generator. There's multiple internet uplinks. That's going through Starlink to a satellite, coming back down to Earth, where Felix is controlling it in Florida using an Xbox controller.
Nerd stuff.
It is incredible to think just all this stuff that's going into this, and especially the fact that this is being powered by Starlink right now.
Yes, it is incredible. It is just it's stuff that you couldn't have even you wouldn't have been able to do just 5 years ago, despite the fact that we wouldn't have had the rocket to look at as well. What's happening here today? What SpaceX is doing there is just absolutely incredible. It is just insanely incredible, and we can be very lucky that we're living in such times now. Where the focus is tracking here, that is better now. There you go.
Yeah, this is really incredible.
Yeah.
So, and after the Y News, Y Orbit, and everything, I think after this launch, we should maybe start a Y diving channel where we just offer, diving excursions. Oh,
diving courses. That's an unexpected thing. Yeah, this is just insane. And all, like I said earlier, all the super chat money and all these subscriptions and all the things you are doing here for us right now, that's exactly what enables us to do all this. Without that, this wouldn't be possible. Me sitting here, nice vent there on the booster. Me sitting here talking about IFT2, watching a camera that is right now in the dunes of Boca Chica, controlling it with an Xbox controller. This is a life goal. Thank you, everybody, for enabling us to do this. This is just incredible.
Thank you so much for having me on the stream. I have to switch over to get the kids ready because they want to see this awesome launch as well.
Yes.
Have a great launch, and I'll keep watching.
We are 23 minutes away from a possible ignition here. The excitement is at an all-time high. Thank you so much for all the super chats and the memberships and all these things you're doing right now. It is incredible. I cannot wait for this thing to ignite right now. I don't even find the words anymore. This is crazy. It is just outright crazy.
Yeah, dude, I'm happy that can you believe we're here? I mean, there are moments of this that we felt like this would never happen, and now,
yeah,
take a look at what we're looking at here, man. I couldn't be more tickled. I couldn't be happier. And I'm just kind of just soaking it in right now. I wish I had really more to say. We've been covering this twice a week now for many months. You've been covering it weekly for years. And this is a big day for everybody,
yes.
For people who are obviously space fans, but even for those that aren't, they don't understand the impact that this is going to have for everybody one day. And it's a really, really exciting time.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's just incredible. I like I said, I can't even find the words anymore. It's surreal. SpaceX's Starship program is surreal. What we are doing is surreal. That we can all watch this together is surreal. These are things that are hard to compute, and it'll probably, if this rocket actually launches today, it'll take me a few days to actually fully process what happened here. I'm missing the words right now. We are 22 minutes into. We are at 18,500 people watching with us right now. So let me give you another small recap here. In 22 minutes and 10 seconds, we're expecting SpaceX to have this countdown sequence that is running in the background culminate in an engine ignition. This engine ignition is going to hopefully lead to this Starship taking off into the sky. For IFT2, the Integrated Flight Test 2. The goal of this whole flight is to reach further than the last flight. The goal is not to land the booster and the Starship. It is just to reach further than before. That's what these iterative design tests are all about, because SpaceX has built a brand new rocket. This is not comparable to anything that has been out there yet. Parts of it are, but other parts aren't. It is right now, our camera is fogging in here a little bit. Maybe we can switch to SpaceX's stream again for a second.
Yeah,
they are well into the countdown sequence. 21 minutes to go. We'll see 33 Raptor engines ignite and blast away quite a bit of that fog that has collected at the pad right now. Fueling operations should be done soon. Let me just look into that countdown again. 19 minutes and 40 seconds before launch, Raptor begins engine chill on booster and ship. That is the next thing we are tracking here right now. So engine chill is about to start in a minute from now, precisely. So we are well into that timeline. SpaceX isn't live?
For some reason, the file didn't load right, so we're just going to reload it really quick here. Felix, stand by.
No worries. So what we are hopefully going to see is Ship 25 and Booster 9 take into the sky with a lot of changes compared to IFT1. So they have gotten rid of the hydraulic pressure units that were supposed to drive the engines in a thrust vector control system on the last launch, which failed shortly after ignition. So they didn't even have control of the rocket in the beginning. Then they are using hot staging now, which is a completely different separation method. It basically means that while the booster is still running its engines, the Starship is going to ignite its engines and produce even more thrust than the booster, escaping from the booster while burning the top of the booster. That's not a new technology. Russia, for example, has been using this for decades and very successfully. But it's still going to be absolutely amazing to see. And that's also what I expect, what I hope SpaceX to reach today is this separation, the stage separation. Everything after that is icing on the cake. Will give SpaceX tons of data to work with. The further the Starship and the booster progress into this planned flight of the Starship splashing down near Hawaii and the booster returning to the Gulf of Mexico, is everything past that stage separation is going to give SpaceX invaluable data to improve for IFT3, which is for people that are just used to NASA or classic rocket development as we've seen it in the past few decades. Normally, when a rocket launches for the first time, you don't expect the thing to fail, tumble to the sky, and blast half the pad away. The reason for that is that most other launch providers, when they introduce a new rocket, 50% of it is new and 50% of it is reused parts from other rockets, because they are not completely new developments. With the Starship, though, which you can see in beautiful detail there on SpaceX's stream right now, this is beautiful. This is incredible. With the Starship, almost everything is new. The heat tiles are new, the engines are new, the whole construction with the stainless steel is new, the flaps, the full reusability, the launch mount, almost everything, almost every major component on this rocket is brand new. And so they need to test. And there it is.
The perks of having their own TFR, they can fly their own drone in there.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. Look at that
It
sunrise.
is absolutely stunning. I'll cut back to our source here real quick.
Our camera is heavily fogged in right now. Ground fog has developed there.
Oh, it's the ground fog that we're experiencing there?
Yeah, it's ground fog. There is a lot of fog out in the area right now. Was to be expected, but we have a beautiful feat from SpaceX. The rocket should be almost fully fueled by now. They're going to, of course, do a top up of the tanks shortly before ignition. I think, at least if they are using the same concept as they do on the Falcon 9, they're going to top these tanks off last possible moment, because you have boil off. As soon as cryogenic fuel goes into these tanks, it wants to get hotter, and then you have to vent it out. So you fill them up completely just before ignition.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, that fog. I just cut back to us. Look, the venting and the fog combination. Not loving this angle. Ooh, whoops. That's my bad. They cannot hear you. We had to mute. Go ahead, you're good.
Okay. Sorry, and thank you so much, everyone. Sorry about the audio issue. I just wanted to real quick do a shout that unfortunately, so first, thank you so much for all the super chats. It is amazing to get all those in. As Felix has said before, that helps to fund all of the initiatives that we're doing, all of the things that you're seeing on the screen. We don't have time, unfortunately, to get through all the actual chats that were sent, but I want to do a real quick shout to go through some of the names, just to give a quick thank you to everyone. Gamers Ledge, Kristen Modi, Max E, Alkis, Hajan Ikolau, I think. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Hugo Andre 96, Mark Heisman, Florida member, Brett Wagner, Carolyn M, Jim Laz, Ajith, Samshi Pilot, So Long, Brandon DeAndrea, Christopher Erickson, Frankie FN4, Fred Davis, Husk, Silverfish. There's so many. I'm going to try real fast. Thank you, all of you. Alex Mangini, another Florida member, Starship SpaceX member, Taste of Travel, Michael Glisson, Frankie FN4, again, multiple times. Thank you so much. Brandon Nisbet, Space Candidate, Drinklink, Raphael Gmuir, Bruce Blanken, Blakesley, sorry, Reinhard Freeberts Hauser, and so many others. Thank you all so much. That's barely half the list. I don't want to take up too much time in the stream to go through everyone. We'll come back to them again here in a moment. Thank you. I really appreciate it. We also have some questions coming into chat, so please do send questions into the chat. Our moderators, again, thank you, moderators, for all the support that you're providing.
What you're seeing there right now is Falcon 1 launching. That is a really cool clip. That is SpaceX's. Oh, and there's the grasshopper. They're going through.
Oh yeah, I know this. I know this video.
Up to this launch. Yeah, that was actually the F9R, wasn't it?
Yeah.
First landing attempt on the drone ship, all that kind of stuff. It is so crazy what SpaceX has gone through in the past decade, roughly. There you go. First landing on land. First landing on a ship. There he comes. And sticks it. It is just insane what SpaceX is doing out there. And here we're back at IFT2 on the pad. Wrap your head around that. SpaceX has revolutionized spaceflight in the past decade like no one else. Like no one else. It's incredible. By the way, we're well into Raptor Chill at this point. The tanks are almost full. Everything's tracking. And we might actually see a Starship launch today, which would be incredible.
Yeah.
I don't have to say that again.
Thank
you so much for joining us. We're at 23,000 space flight enthusiasts watching this right now. So here's to the worldwide spaceflight community. hype train in the chat, and we're almost there. We're almost there, everybody. 11 minutes to track. I cannot wait.
Just showing a quick assembly here animation that one of our teammates Vooper built, showing all the main components of how a Starship kind of comes together, roughly in the order that it comes together. And they've built out a really wonderful system out there to scale production of Starship. By scaling production. Oh yeah, go ahead.
If I can pitch in here real quick while you see this animation spinning, is one thing you can see there is how incredibly simple a Starship is on the inside. Besides the two main tanks, you also have header tanks. You have a little bit of engine control and avionics and engines. It really isn't that much. It's a very, very simple design for what it's supposed to do. Fly to space, deploy a payload, reorient itself for re-entry, go through re-entry, controlling its attitude with those flaps on the side, then at last second swinging around and landing on Mechazilla arms. This is a super complex task. And for that, the Starship is an incredibly simple construction.
Yeah, but as we're seeing get a little peek at our future here, Starship landing on Mars. And future Martians getting out the door there.
Imagine that hatch opening up in real. We might actually get to this point at some point. It's in the distant future. It's at least another 10 years out, maybe even more. But I mean,
would you do it?
10 years out to us seeing this hatch opening on Mars would be absolutely insane. I don't have to say that. It's probably going to be more like 20 years or so, but even that would be insane. And a company actually just even trying to do this is insane. And I'm so crossing my fingers for them. And to get back to you, Alex, yes, I would love to, but I do have family. So a trip to Mars, 2 hours round trip, and all that stuff. I don't know if I could say goodbye to my family for so long and go on such a risky thing. But I would love. If Tim doesn't want to fly, I'll be his replacement on Dear Moon. That is for sure.
But imagine
that would
the
be
live
something.
streams. Imagine the live streams. You could do so many amazing live streams on the way to Mars and back. Yes.
How about we concentrate on IFT2 for today? How about we concentrate on that?
Yeah. So to piggyback off of all of that, we are at about 8 minutes until T0, about 8.5 minutes till T0 here. Our window is only 20 minutes long, so all we really have time for is a pause in the count.
Look at the fuel. Look at the fuel. That's the diagram showing. Can you get rid of our animation there real quick?
Yes, of course.
That shows the percentage filled, 96%, 88%. So those tanks are almost full at this point. They're just starting to top them off 7 minutes and 57 seconds into us seeing IFT2. I just so hope that this thing is going to ignite and launch. I'm going to try to track it, but with the ground fog and everything, it's going to be even more difficult. Bear with us, but SpaceX is definitely going to, yeah, there you go. That's our camera right there. It's the fog
starting to clear finally.
It's starting to clear, and I'll try to track the thing as best as I can with what seems to be the most incredible controlling mechanism. Thanks to Jonathan from our team, we are controlling this thing with an Xbox controller out in the dunes in Boca Chica. Incredible achievement by the team, and it works surprisingly well. And it really fits the toy aspect of all this. So I will try. I will try my best. Don't boo me if I can't track this, because that's the first time I'm tracking a rocket with an Xbox controller from half across a continent. But we'll try, right?
Over Starlink too.
Over Starlink, yes. Incredibly enough, this is.
And while we have that time, we're getting camera feeds from two of our team members, Astro Rody and John Winkopp, who are both either on South Padre Island or Astro Port Isabel. Those are some of our other angles. Plus, we have our third angle just south of the rocket. And we are just all rooting for the fog to clear so we can get a beautiful shot of ascent from our camera. And it is starting to clear. Look at that, man. It is alive.
It is incredible. And I'm moving this with an Xbox pad, just to say it again. This is just so incredible. This is the geekiest stuff I've ever done in my life, and
you're gonna have to have a gamer moment here, Felix. You've got to really dial it in here, get in the zone to track this thing.
I have to thank 28,000 people watching our stream right now for enabling us to do this. You cannot believe how happy we are to be able to bring you these pictures. Thank you so much for all your support. All the super chats you're doing today, the memberships you're doing, and all that goes directly into all our crazy projects. So thank you very much for funding us. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. This is super important for us. I know this is the typical creator blah blah, but from our end, this is so important. So if you've got the time, click the like button, subscribe to the channel, share this with your friends, and make everybody see these incredible pictures from SpaceX and from us. How the sun is now slowly engulfing the Starship and painting it in a beautiful color. This is just, this is, this is incredible. We're 5 minutes away from launch. And we are having a fun time. Thanks for joining us. This is just insane.
So nice. 32 new members.
Yeah, and thank you so much for joining. And speaking of all the folks in the watching the stream and in the chat, we have some interesting questions coming through. One from Jim Oregon asks, do you think there will still be a little bit of debris even with the deluge system?
I don't think so.
They've removed pretty much everything they could.
Yeah, the pad is cleared. We saw it on our last orbital satellite image, by the way. If you become a patron or a YouTube member, you will get access to Starbase orbital images from us. We are that crazy. We could see a huge amount of cleanup on the pad, so there's nothing laying around anymore. Everything's cleared out. And if that deluge plate holds, there's not going to be any debris flying around. So fingers crossed for that. That would be one of the most important things to happen today. Absolutely. If that pad holds up and the rocket can just lift off without any trouble, that would be a huge design confirmation, basically.
Great question, Jim. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Another question from Traveler 2.0, and actually kind of going back to the one shot that SpaceX had on their live stream. Traveler 2.0 asks, why is the tank farm venting so much? Isn't the whole fuel supposed to go into the rocket instead of partially being vented out into the night at this point?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. So most of the venting you see there is nitrogen and not propellant. The nitrogen is colder than liquid oxygen and liquid methane. So you have to imagine the propellant, so oxidizer and fuel going into those tanks. And as soon as they are in there, they start warming up, they gas out, and that needs to be brought back into recondensers. And those recondensers, subcoolers, work with nitrogen. So there's a nitrogen bath in there that the tube of propellant and oxidizer goes through. And while it goes through the even colder nitrogen, it turns into liquid again and can be reused and not vented off. So most of the venting you see there is actually nitrogen that is used to cool the propellant. And look at those vents. Man, we're getting close. 2 minutes and 43 seconds counting on IFT2. So for anybody who has just tuned into us, we're at 30,000 people watching right now through What About It. Thank you so much for joining us. Like, subscribe, and everything. You are watching IFT2. SpaceX is about to ignite Booster 9. Sitting on the orbital launch mount right now. We're expecting this thing to take off, but this is prototyping, and that's likely why everybody's tuning in right now. Excitement guaranteed. You don't know what's going to happen. And we are just crossing our fingers for Team SpaceX. If anybody from SpaceX is watching this stream right now, we are cheering for you. You guys are literally heroes for us. I thank you. Thank you from all of us for doing this. This is incredible that somebody is actually trying this. This can only be cheered along. So that's what we're doing right now. 1 minute and 46 seconds. Oh, God. I don't even know what to say anymore.
Hype train in the chat.
Hype. That is a tradition we had in the high altitude flight tests. For anybody who hasn't watched those at WAI, it's the so-called hype train. Type hype in the chat and see who replies. It might even be me. typing hype in the chat right now because it's the hype train, and we're 1 minute and 16 seconds.
Let's hold the hype train through until launch. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Oh my goodness. Oh God, we're in the last minute. What is it, TJ?
Felix, you might want to pull up the feed locally on your end so you can get the audio. We're gonna bring the audio up a little bit on the SpaceX end, but actually maybe we should cut to our camera. How are we looking on that end?
It's fogged in, but I'll try to track the rocket. I told you.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see what we can do here.
Yes, if it starts focus tracking or anything, just and maybe for ignition, switch to SpaceX because this is so fogged in that we won't even see the ignition right now. This is Boca Chica live. Holy cow! 40 seconds. Hold 40 seconds, which was I don't know if there's audio on my ear. So if they're saying anything, please.
T-minus 30 seconds.
There's people up there.
Back to rapid recycle.
Still in our
Launch window is officially open now. We're past 7 o'clock in the morning local time. And they have 20 minutes of launch window available until they have to ignite the rocket. And they're at a hold right now. Likely just to check a few things. That is normal and was the same at IFT1.
3 seconds in holding.
So we
had a
waiting
rapid
for
recycle.
SpaceX to
We've not
proceed.
heard anything over the
They're out of
countdown
this
net as the
hold.
team works both first and second stages.
Oh, and do
We're gonna
those last
monitor
40
the nets here
seconds.
for a minute.
Oh boy. This is so exciting right now. I'm having a hard time staying seated here. I'm having a hard time staying seated. That's all I can say. Our camera is very much fogged in. I don't know if I'll be able to track this. So maybe it's the best thing to just show
Got a little bit of an
those
update.
feeds and SpaceX itself.
Continuing to hold at T-minus 40
Apparently
seconds.
they,
This is the
called
normal
to go
hold
and
point
then called
for
a hold
Starship, as
immediately
we talked
after,
earlier.
So, they're
Sounds like we're
still
working just
pausing.
late pressurization
That's
on,
okay.
I believe, the
They
second
have a
stage.
20-minute launch window.
Team is working
Actually,
it.
about
All the
19
other
minutes now.
systems are on hold right now at 40
they can
seconds.
still hold for a while.
We can hold here for about
There's still time to
15
fix
minutes
whatever
or
problem
so
they've got.
before we would run out of window for this morning. So right now they're working on filling pressure
Silence
vessels.
is deafening.
I'm just
Ideally, we'll be
staring
able
at
to
this
solve
clock,
this
waiting
and come
for it to
back and
tick to
release the clock
39.
at T-minus 40
Ah,
seconds. We're going to continue to
And
listen and
meanwhile, the
monitor
hype
for
train is
another
still
few
going.
minutes.
Keep it going.
This is just insane. Oh man. I just
Almost
hope that they can do this.
40,000 viewers. Share this on socials. Hurry, hurry.
It's worth mentioning
Y.2
here
/live.
that don't
Yes,
go away.
please.
We are holding at T-minus 40
Get your friends
seconds,
and
but once
family
the
in here.
teams have
got
resolved and see
40
the data
seconds.
that they want to see, the clock can restart straight away, and it'll start ticking down from T-minus 40 again, all towards
Yeah.
liftoff.
Yeah,
A new
exactly.
update from
Now we
SpaceX.
have the ability to hold for
They
up to 30
are
minutes. We
at
only have a
a
20-minute launch window, so
Hold
don't
at T-minus
go
40,
away. Don't
addressing
change
an
the channel.
issue.
And
Yeah.
just like Shiva said, we can
Hopefully it's just some
Oh,
concept
there it
that
goes.
they
There it
can
goes. There it
going.
goes. There it
Oh.
goes. There it goes. There it goes.
Oh,
Holy cow, everybody.
I'm gonna
All right.
check-
then.
checking our there
this
really
is
quick. Oh, it's all fog.
insane.
Okay. Felix, we are capturing that, so if you still want to drive it, we'll get a recording of it. So,
I'll try. Oh
oh,
boy. Okay, so this is it. This is getting real, everybody. Put 10 seconds.
I'm bouncing in my seat.
Let's go. God.
oh my God.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff.
It's moving.
Oh
it's moving.
boy.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
I'm
God.
tracking
Moving.
it. I'm tracking it.
Vehicle pitching downrange.
We cleared the tower.
Go, Felix. Go, buddy. We're cut to you. Holy cow. You're actually tracking it.
Yes, I am. I told you I would.
Oh my
Look at that thing go!
Dude!
Woo!
Go, go!
This is insane! Come on, Starship, you can do this.
Dude! Holy cow! What?
Keep on it, Felix. You got it. You got it. It's going to the right. It's going to the right.
Bro!
Oh boy, this is insane. Come on, Starship, you can do this.
This is our
Come
camera
on.
that you're watching right now. This is the Y cam.
Oh, TJ, focus tracking. Oh boy.
Oh, it's going.
There you go. We're in focus again. Look at this picture. Ah!
Holy cow! Look at it go, man!
That is incredible.
Oh no, I lost it.
Down.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Sending back to SpaceX Wake. Track it, Felix.
Yes. Go ahead. It's just a dot
SpaceX
at
is
the
having
point.
focus problems too. They're out of focus also. Well, actually, they're slightly in focus now. We don't have a good shot of the engines right now, but this thing is looking way better. All engines are green?
No
I don't
way.
think we've lost an engine.
No way.
Holy cow! This is coming up on. We're at 157 right now. I'm still tracking this.
They're going to do it.
Tracking this thing. I mean, there's just this dot.
Dude,
I
you
think
still got it. What?
I can stop tracking it because there's just this out of focus dot. But oh boy, I tracked this rocket pretty well. This is going to be a nice recording. Okay, so
Felix!
Show them what you're using. Show them how you're doing this.
He's occupied right now. Felix is having the most gamer moment of all time.
Oh yeah, there's stage steps. Come on. Let's do this. Yes!
Go.
It's doing it. Where's SpaceX's feet? Put SpaceX up. I think we got a hot staging. We have got a hot staging here right now. And you saw it here first. Look at that.
Oh.
This is hot staging live on the stream.
Let's go.
Look at this. Woo! We got us separated.
Oh my God! Look at it go!
We are going.
Look at it go!
I got to
Look
stand up for this.
Oh boy! Okay,
Oh
I
my
stopped
God.
tracking now. I'm just going to zoom out here. Oh wow, something just happened, guys. I don't want to spoil, but something just go back to space. Go back. Yep, that's the booster. So you saw it here first, but that thing is going to go south.
Oh,
Boom!
Whoa!
There goes booster 9.
Oh.
Yes. Okay, but we got to stage separation. What is the ship doing? The ship is still on the way.
Bro, you captured that. You captured
I
the
did
booster.
capture it. I
104
completely cracked the whole
kilometers.
rocket.
They made it.
I'm completely out of this. This is insane,
106
everybody.
kilometers. They're past the Karman line.
Yes. And this is the first Starship in space. Okay, let's concentrate on this for a second here. I'm done tracking. I'm not controlling the camera anymore. If anybody wants to, boom! There goes.
My heart rate.
Oh
is
wow, this is
through the
so.
roof.
I'm like over the top here. It's just insane what's happening.
Dude,
here.
you just tracked Starship with an Xbox controller from like the other side of the country.
Over Starlink.
I am a gamer. I'm not just a space fan. I'm also a gamer, and this is eye-hand coordination at its best. Live at What About It? We're going to see how that recording turned out.
Oh, this is amazing. 126 kilometers and climbing.
So, give it a second. Okay,
Go, baby, go.
Shutdown is the next milestone. This Starship is going to space. This Ship 25 is in space.
Dude, that could not have gone better. At least
We'll
from
have
what
to
we've
look
seen.
into why the booster exploded.
Yeah.
But man, it might have been an FTS.
Well, the fact that it blew up to that degree that fast, I think it was an FTS thing.
Mm-hmm. There's the cloud right there on our feed if you want to switch to that real quick.
You're
That is
138
the launch
kilometers. They're 138
what's
kilometers up right now. That's
Okay, go back to
85
SpaceX.
miles.
Yeah. Everything is looking good, Kate Tice just said.
staging, which
They are well past hot staging.
Oh
right
my
now.
gosh, can you guys? I'm looking at
142
chat now. I'm like,
kilometers high. 10,000 kilometers, still tracking up.
Basically demonstrate that the successful startup of that of those engines.
Felix, I owe you a taco.
Which is
Bro.
right now. And eventually orbital insertion. We are hoping to basically send this around the Earth, and if it
Boy, this is good.
splash down
I love looking at a tiny dot in the distance on Starship, man. Oh boy.
Tell us in
So,
the
you
chat,
know-
how are you feeling right now? What are you thinking?
Yeah. Give us a little caption from
Incredible. That was incredible. Everything
what you do
about
in the
that.
morning. You know, watching a Starship launch and tracking it with an Xbox pad with a few friends. Occasional stuff, you know. Like, oh!
on your screen, basically the propellant pressures in the ship.
6 minutes into flight, 13,000 kilometers speed, 150 kilometers altitude. This is working.
Dude.
This is
Why
working.
did you stop tracking it, Felix? It's only going 3,800 kilometers an hour right now.
Right? Thank you all so much for all those super chats and likes and subscriptions.
Thank you so much. I can't tell you how much work the whole team has put into this stream and this project and all of this, and for it to like just go off the way it just did, dude.
Chat's asking right now, how fast is this thing going? Okay, so it's going almost 17,000 kilometers an hour right now. That is, I don't even know how many times faster than a high velocity rifle bullet that is. That's incredibly fast. Remember that thing is
something.
I think that's just engine plume.
Yeah, maybe.
But it came so suddenly.
Yeah, you would usually go gradual. So something I noticed, it looks like just the 3 RVACs ignited. Oh no, the 3 gimbal sea level Raptors ignited, and then these might be RVAC. Felix, that what we were just seeing is RVAC may have just turned on. That might be what we just seen.
Only now?
I don't know. That's normally get.
Oh, but that was RCS.
That's a puff.
No,
That's
that was
RCS. Yeah.
It is still going. 21,000, 22,000.
Its
It is
orientation
going to Hawaii.
looks really good too. Look at its
We
orientation.
are going to Hawaii. Yeah.
Its orientation looks really good.
Yeah.
This is almost reaching orbital velocity. It's just
Which is the plan.
7,000 kilometers away.
Yeah,
This
so we
thing is
should
going
see
to Hawaii.
Seco. We should see Seco
thing-
shortly.
Zico.
Boom! Next milestone. Holy cow! This is amazing. SpaceX has just sent a Starship on a ballistic trajectory towards Hawaii. The booster has exploded. If you've just tuned in, the booster did not make it, but I tracked it with an Xbox pad, which is absolutely incredible. And the Ship 25 is on the way to Hawaii. Everybody, this is
standing by for a call out here. Coming up on the projected time that ship would shut down its engines.
engine shutdown. This is incredible.
Chat, how are you feeling?
As you can tell by the
there's
excitement
lots
from
of-
the crowd
lots
here
of
Felix,
at
emoji,
Mission
Felix,
Control
you get a
Center
shot
in
of the tower?
Hawthorne. Oh, there's a great view of our
Yes,
Star Command Center. That's our
Absolutely,
control
I've got my
center
Xbox
at
set.
Starbase, Texas. The crowd here, Mission Control
Homie,
Center behind us in
what
Hawthorne.
did we
Everyone is
just
super
do?
exciting. What a successful
Amazing
day this
things,
has been
that's
so
what.
far.
Chat, everyone watching, thank you so much for joining us for this. We're going nuts right now, partially because that rocket just worked, but mostly because we just tracked it using an Xbox remote
There you go.
over a
There you go.
Starlink
There you go.
connection.
There you go. Let's just take a look at the pad real quick with the pad. Haha.
And
Yeah,
this is
how's she-
the first
Controlling
time
this.
we've
Look at
done-
this.
we've done
I'm pressing this button and it zooms in. This is crazy.
How's it looking?
Let me see. Let me see.
Phase planned for
Looking good.
Still
I don't
waiting
see
for
anything.
We're still waiting for Starship acquisition. They're probably not using the TDRS, so they might be. I'm not sure what they're using for a relay right now. They usually have a ship out in the Atlantic.
The pad looks okay.
Looks amazingly good.
It doesn't like
Some via Starlink on-
some fog maybe, but yeah, no, it looks fine.
It's the pad right now. It's through the fog, so the picture isn't the best right now, but that's the pad right now, and I can't see any damage there.
Yeah.
So this is way better. You can also see it on the tower. Give me a second. I'm zooming out again because last time on IFT1, this tower got blasted by fragments. And if you look
and
at those
also
plates,
the tank farm got worked also.
yes. And if you look at those plates, they look fine. It is incredible. It is incredible what SpaceX is doing here. This is way more than what they could have possibly expected. Can you switch back to SpaceX to see if they got acquisition of signal?
Yeah, they're still
acquisition. Okay, so they don't have any telemetry data right now. What you see here is old data from a few minutes ago, and they are awaiting acquisition of signal. So this might mean that the Starship isn't there anymore, or that it is having serious trouble actually connecting to any sort of data downlink. But oh boy, was this a show!
Felix, I'm working to see if I have your capture to play back here. So I'm gonna need a minute or two to
go ahead. Yeah, they haven't gotten any more data. Yes. Yeah. So right now it seems they've lost the Starship.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that it blew up. That just could mean that they lost data acquisition. So maybe they just lost tracking. So it could come back.
It could come back, but if it doesn't, that's exactly the reason why they didn't send it into an orbit. So there you go. It is on a ballistic trajectory to the Pacific, and even if the Starship doesn't do anything now anymore, it'll still go on that ballistic trajectory to the Pacific and splash down as planned. This launch, if that pad actually is largely undamaged, is a huge success. So much more than IFT1, a huge step into the right direction. Wow. That's all I can say to this. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for all the super chats. Subscribe to the channel if you like the stuff we're doing here right now. Like the stream.
An incredibly successful day. Even though we did have a RUD or a rapid unscheduled disassembly of both the Super Heavy booster and the ship. That's great. Happened. We got so much data, and that will all help us to improve for our next flight.
Of course, and that's why we flight test, and you can bet that there's going to be more to come. So we really do want to thank you all for joining us. Of course, we want to thank the people of Cameron County. We want to thank all the
folks in chat. Yes,
that have supported
Felix
us for
really did
test,
control that camera with an Xbox controller.
To the entire
we're
SpaceX
not
team
lying about that.
This flight test
it just got figured out two nights ago.
We're gonna sign off from here in Hawthorne.
Yeah. So like this
Thanks
is
so much for tuning in.
I bought this because I have a place.
Felix, I'm working quickly. We ran into his screen froze. Did we lose old man Felix over here?
No,
I think we did.
Still be there. No, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Yeah.
No, sorry. Stand by.
I'm getting back. I'm coming back. Here I am.
There he is.
So what I just wanted to say is I bought this pad 2 days ago at a Walmart because I have a PlayStation 5 at home. So this is absolutely, and this is a testament to what's going on behind the scenes at What About It, what you can't see on episodes. It is us working on our dream. Thank you so much for enabling us to work on our dream. Yep. That's exactly what this community does. Thank you.
Felix Innsbruck did confirm what our assumptions was that they did fire FTS on Super Heavy.
All right. Yeah.
And I currently am a little technical note here, Felix. I have to convert the file from an MP4 because it did corrupt the packaging, but I see I do see your tracking, so I just have to convert it and the file will be clean. So we're going to do a playback of your tracking here in a few minutes once my conversion is done.
So if you want to see what I did with an Xbox pad, stay tuned. This is incredible. What we have seen here is absolutely incredible. SpaceX went through stage separation. SpaceX went through upper stage ignition. The booster did do its turn for the boost back, and then they used the FTS to end its flight. It's insane. We have just witnessed this. We have seriously.
I'm gonna hop off the camera for a second here, just so I make my computer do some work here. You and Alex will take over.
Don't worry. Yes, don't worry. I'm going to go into a wide shot here of stage 0 for a second, so that we can see the whole launch tower. Because I am controlling this thing, which is still absolutely amazing to me. I don't know how this is possible, but I am controlling this with an Xbox pad. So stay tuned as I use my Xbox pad to zoom in on. Oh, look at this! Insane.
Little battle damage assessment here. Just take a look around, see if there's any damage, but nothing obvious, man. I mean, this thing is looking ready to.
Yeah. This is arms and upper quick disconnect. There's no damage, apparent damage visible. Upper quick disconnect looks just fine. The arms look just fine. There's something dangling down from one of the arms, I think. That might be anything. That might be the secure. It might be the secure strap for that extra angle that is pointing downwards as a stabilizer angle for the arms, and that might just be the securing strap there for that. But there isn't much.
Homie, I got the video, and it is absolutely metal.
Is it?
Yeah. Once it passes through the fog, you see the Raptors. We do have some compression artifacting because of all the data, but it is a clean shot of Ascent here. So I'm working on getting this in the system right now, and it is again, absolutely ridiculous.
This is what we use. Jonathan, you are a trooper. He's the guy on our team. He was in the live stream very early on when we started the live stream. He is the guy who programmed the software to use an Xbox pad to track a Starship. And it worked. It worked flawlessly. This is so nice. I mean, the movement capabilities that we have with this camera, I don't even know what to say. I am super stoked and floored, and we've just seen IFT2. Stay tuned for our recap of the launch in a minute here. TJ is still working on my tracking footage. I didn't even expect to be able to keep the rocket in track, and it worked. And it just worked.
And speaking of Jonathan, huge shout out to him. Also huge shout out to Luca Paul,
yes.
the person who put together excuse me, our website. Both of them incredibly young, incredibly clever, and just absolutely brilliant. And if you'd like to join them, if you'd like to join us and help us out with these things, we're always looking for more creative ideas, more support. So hop on over to whataboutit.space, scroll down to the bottom and click on contact, and just reach out to us and let us know what great ideas do you have, what kind of things would you like to bring to the team. So again, yeah, huge shout out to Luca, huge shout out to Jonathan. Thank you so much. This is amazing.
We are go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm just looking at this footage. I can't wait to get it on here. I'm just kind of
you have to share it with everybody. Don't.
I know. I am so very sorry, everybody. I promise.
Right so
I'm so greedy.
It worked. IFT2 reached space, which is a huge improvement on IFT1, which will likely make them launch the IFT3 much, much quicker than IFT1. There won't be half a year of wait time. I can almost guarantee you that. This is incredible stuff. Thank you, Fish and Wildlife, for greenlighting this launch. Much appreciated, even if it took you a little longer. It is a great thing to happen, and I'm floored by this community, by everybody who watches this with us, by all the new tech that we brought up for this launch. Like everything you can see here, literally everything that happened today was a first-time test for everything that happened today, and so I'm so proud of the Y team right now. I'm seriously, absolutely proud of the Y team. Everybody from the team watching right now in the background, all the moderators, everybody who's worked in the past months to make this happen. Here's my giant bear hug to everybody. This is incredible. And thank you to everybody who is watching right now and cheering along with us. We are still at 28,000 people watching this right now, us congratulating each other here about what we've just seen and accomplished. And it's insane. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for watching What About It. Thank you for being here with us and being as crazy as we are. This is just insane. And there is a mosquito in front of the camera. What? Oh, this is it. Oh, this is it.
This is it, but yeah, I have to wait for my conversion. It looks like it's doing something funny. It's coming, guys. I'm sorry. It is still.
Do your thing. Do your thing, please. Everybody, stay here. It might actually be worth it because we are going to watch a replay of me tracking Starship with a camera in the dunes of Boca Chica, utilizing an Xbox pad. Again, Xbox pad.
And this is Joe. This is Astro Rody's shot. He also recorded locally too. So in our upcoming episode, you'll also see his angle. He did track.
I'm so looking forward to that launch analysis. We're going to get to work on that just like right after shutting down the stream. Later on, we are going to start working on analyzing all that we saw. But we saw something really, really good today, and that's the best thing about it. SpaceX has had a great success with this. No matter what any traditional media will tell you tomorrow, this Elon Musk Mars rocket did not just explode. It just went way further than IFT1. This was great.
Felix, can you tell us just describe what we just saw here through this just wild experience? Yeah, I just shared the video in our Discord because I was able to get a compressed version. It plays in there. OBS is being a pain. I promise everybody it is coming. I'm so sorry for the wait. This is a first for us. So the video is here. We're just trying to get in a place that OBS will play it for us. So please stand by.
This is a first for SpaceX too, because Raptor is now officially the first full flow staged combustion engine to space and the first Methalox engine to space.
Yeah, it's insane. Like if I can recap this real quick, we saw SpaceX launch at just shortly past 7 in the morning local time. Leading up to the launch, there was nothing out of the ordinary. There was a hold at 40 seconds with a minor problem tracking, but that just was greenlit shortly after. We saw a flawless ignition of all engines on the booster. There was no apparent engine loss there throughout the whole ascent. We saw the hot staging work. We saw the second stage ignite its engines and disappear from the booster. We saw the booster do its turn for a return to launch site or a return to Gulf of Mexico, which didn't completely work. FTS was used slightly after, so flight termination system, just probably out of safety. If one of those sensors says that this booster might not be safe anymore, it's automatically triggered. So there is not a person with a red button. I mean, there is a person with a red button, but normally that red button isn't pushed. It's an automated system that triggers the flight termination system as soon as sensors run out of the projected limits. And that is likely what happened. We saw Starship continue on its flight and at some point lose connection. It is unknown yet why it lost connection.
Yeah, we have not heard yet from anybody in a position of authority what the status is of the vehicle. Felix, the clip is uploading now, and it looks incredible, everybody. I know I keep saying that. Stand by. It is coming. I'm just waiting for the upload to finish to our server. But, dude,
And I've been talking for the past 5 hours, so bear with me as my voice is disappearing slowly. But this was so worth it. Is there venting at the fuel farm there?
Probably a little bit, I'd imagine.
It's not damaged though, is it? Can we zoom in on that?
No, it doesn't look like it. It just looks like you can see off to the right and above on the left side. It just looks like typical bleed off.
Can I take over the camera control here real quick? Let me just narrow in on what I mean over there is that stuff. What is that stuff? No, don't zoom out. Let me do my thing. I got the Xbox pad. Yeah, this is just normal. This is normal. All fine.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Yeah, that's the normal level of damaged.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it had as starting with IFT1. Yes, all those bracings that they attached to the outer hull of those GSE tanks just to fix it in place again. That is so SpaceX. Everybody else would have said, "All right, back to zero. We're replacing it all. This will take 4 years." SpaceX just went there with cherry pickers and some stringers and started fixing it up, and it works just fine. It's no problem. It's stable enough for us for another launch, and that's good for them. And the methodology of SpaceX's testing sometimes might look weird, but it creates the stuff that we've just seen.
All right, Felix. This is the shot. It is rolling. I'm working to see if I can drive it here real quick. Skip ahead.
So here's the premiere of my tracking footage with the Xbox pad. Again, for anybody who just joined, I tracked it with this, and it worked. Incredibly good, actually. I was at some point I was like, okay, I'm going to stop tracking this now because the camera doesn't have enough magnification to. What is it? What is it?
Online, it's
the photos, ground truth photos.
Oh, are they on our Discord?
Yes.
Oh, let me take a look at those. Give me a second. I have to.
God.
All this is, of course, going to be released as soon as possible and made possible by all the supporters. So thank you so much for all the super chats you've done today, for the memberships, the patrons, for everything you are doing. This is exactly what makes all that possible. So thank you so much for this. I cannot say this often enough.
These photos are great. Oh my God.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're looking at John Cargile's launch pictures here right now. Okay, so there you go. That's TJ's working on finding the. There you go.
This is all with Felix's controller.
Woo! Look at that thing. It's a beauty. It's a beauty.
You just tracked Starship with an Xbox controller. I am still wrapping my mind around all everything we just experienced. I appreciate everybody waiting for that feed. I'm so sorry it took me 2 minutes to get that. But boy, was this worth it, man. Holy cow.
This is only at Y. This is what we do. We are crazy. And we have fun with it. And thank you for being crazy with us. This is insane.
Sorry
This is
about
what
the
it's all
audio
about.
there, everybody. This is Starship is very loud. Levels got a little hot there for a second.
Did it? Too loud! Oh yeah.
Too
Rip
loud,
ears!
sorry. It's
I
fixed
didn't
now,
even
it's
hear
fixed.
that here.
We will
And that's where
play it
started
back with.
That's the contrail forming in the atmosphere. Oh, look at this. Look at this view.
Dude, awesome work, man. Awesome work. And Jonathan, awesome work. This is just stupid cool.
Sorry to everyone's ears for that. I just listened to the stream and oh my God, that was so loud. Yeah,
Sorry, that's just raptors being raptors.
and that is legit what it sounds like. That's not microphone artifact like that crackling
No.
sound.
Yeah, it just goes.
Yeah, that's what engines sound like.
For anybody who hasn't seen a rocket launch live yet, it doesn't sound like what you would expect it to sound. It sounds like 1,000 bangs in short succession. It's like as the rocket goes up. It sounds really crazy. So
it's the sound waves. It's like there's so many things that are going on there because the sound is like it's just so loud. It's doing really weird things with I don't know the air essentially moving the air.
If you want to visualize or visualization version of that, You know how if you like if you're trying to clear your throat, imagine if Smaug the dragon were doing that and going up, just and it sounds like that for real. Like what it's not the microphones cutting out.
That's
It's
stage separation.
really like that.
And I still had it tracking. How
Dude.
was that possible?
This is
How was that even possible? I was in our team discussions before we went live and everything. We of course had our rehearsals and things like that. I honestly, every time it came up, I said, I'm going to be able to track this thing for 20 seconds or so. So do
You were
not.
determined.
It worked a bit better, just a bit better.
This one better.
This went beyond our expectations.
We are going to track every Starship launch from here on. That is for sure. We need to get the focus tracking a little bit better next time, which shouldn't be a problem. I could have even focused myself, but I didn't think about it because I was so. But next time, that's going to be even better. Oh boy.
Yeah, let's watch it. Let's watch it again with the levels not deafening our audience.
Yes. So we're not trying to harm you here. Exactly. We're literally experiencing this for the first time with you guys as well. Yeah, there's zero. I'm panning the camera around. Oh, wow. That's the footage. I was actually able to track this thing. This is incredible. Super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. It's just insane. Oh, this is going to be so good editing an episode for all of you, which of course we're going to definitely do.
We have how many angles plus John's photos? I haven't seen them yet.
John's pictures, guys. Wait for John's pictures. Subscribe on X. Or become a patron, because there you'll have those in full resolution. Patron or YouTube member or subscriber on X, all works. You'll get the full resolution. John's pictures, I've already seen them, are ridiculously good. I don't know what the rest of the team did. We don't have that in yet, but John's pictures alone are definitely worth $1. That's all it costs.
I can't
I'm
believe
still absolutely baffled how this worked. How this actually worked. This is like a birthday and Christmas and Thanksgiving and everything in one day. This is incredible. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching this together with us. Before you leave, like the stream. This is actually very, very important for us. I know it's the creator, blah, blah, but the algorithm is what we have to work with. And so every time you give it an impulse, a chat, a like, a subscription, it knows that you actually appreciated the crazy stuff we did here today. And so please, if you have the time, click on the like button and subscribe to the channel before you leave. But you're absolutely welcome to stay a little longer and do a little more crazy stuff here, because the sun is going up further and further in Boca Chica, which is going to give us the opportunity to zoom in real close with our Boca Chica camera, which I've already pointed at the pad. And the lighting is just getting better and better, so we can assess a little bit more damage, but there really isn't any damage to start with. I've panned up and down this tower a few times now, and there doesn't seem to be anything. So this is just fine.
Man, so SpaceX has killed their feed and hasn't given any updates on Starship.
Yeah.
Apparently, SpaceX themselves guessed the flight termination system was triggered automatically.
Were you saying for Starship or for the
Starship? Like for the booster. For the ship too?
Yeah, they speculated for ship 25 that it auto triggered because they lost telemetry. They don't know.
Oh, if they lost telemetry, yeah, that's a safety.
It might just come in. Oh, that would be. What is its trajectory exactly? Was it going over Africa or over Europe?
I thought
Should be Africa.
Should be Africa.
Well, as soon as it re-enters, people are going to get a really nice view from below, because it was definitely fast enough to start glowing in the atmosphere massively when coming back down again. So that might result in some good views if anybody has a phone and records it. But we'll have to wait and see. Of course, I still can't get over that tracking. I was actually able to track the thing.
you kept it in frame so tightly too. Like,
it was hard. Trust
there-
me. I've done this a few times. I told that to TJ before we started our stream. I was like, I've done this a few times, so I might be able to pull this off. I've tracked Artemis 1 and a few Falcon launches, not with an Xbox pad, actually standing behind the camera, which was arguably harder than doing it with this control system. Jonathan,
we're gonna have to make
a
mobile rig.
trooper. He's going to get a statue from me or something for this pad software that he coded. It worked absolutely flawless. Look at that. It's insane. Wow. I still don't. I mean, there's not much more we can talk about because we don't have much more information than the pad looks largely undamaged. Booster and ship seem to be lost. Yeah, exactly.
I'm getting all these pictures from friends of our faces, like being shocked at screaming at the camera.
Yeah.
Someone said, "This is the happiest I've ever seen TJ."
Yes,
It's
TJ.
up there.
I'm so happy to have you on the team. That is for sure.
I am so happy to be here. This is
Felix, thank you for having us.
Yeah, you're welcome. I told everybody, for you as a background story, as viewers, I told everyone on the last team meeting that anybody who wants to be on the live stream from the team can join us if they want to. And a few definitely took me up on that. And I'm so happy about this because you people need to know about these people. It is not just me. I've said that in the beginning of the live stream and several times since. I am doing a big job here, but it is not just me anymore. A long time, it's not just me anymore. I started this, but I would not be possible to give you this content on my own. So there's a very, very dedicated team in the background. And again, all those supporters are who enable us to fulfill dreams for our team. I've said it so often on episodes that I know this sentence. And that's exactly what it is. So, thank you for all your support. You guys are absolutely amazing. Wherever you are right now, feel hugged by the entire Y team because that's what you deserve.
So
I want to pull up really quick. Keep going, Kage. But I want to pull up Kage. I want to pull up a picture of one of Jonathan's. John's pictures. Sorry, my brain is mush right now. But I want to pull up one of his shots because he's got one just stunning shot of ascent that I think everybody watching needs to see.
No worries. So quick answer to the question earlier about the trajectory of Ship 25. So thank you to Justini and our team. So it looks like it went over just the very northern edge of South America, the southern edge of Africa, and headed towards Indonesia.
Yeah.
So it probably went down over the middle of the Indian Ocean.
Yeah. I'm restarting my camera here real quick.
If it did make it over Indonesia, then it would be somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. But that depends how far it made it.
Yeah, you can probably still hear me. My camera is frozen right now, but we'll get that fixed in a second. And here is a picture from. There you go. My camera should come back. This is a picture from John Cargile. He's a guy we got on the team 2 months ago, and he has been pumping out these absolutely incredible images on a daily basis for all the patrons, for all the Twitter subscribers and YouTube members, and for us as a team. Every time he releases new pictures into our Discord, we're of course the first to see them. Every time he gets these comments under there asking him how he even did this. And that's one of those pictures. So, John, you rock. This image is amazing. Expect this with a watermark to be released as soon as possible.
He's such a talented guy, and we are so lucky to have him on the team. Just really, really incredible work, man. He nailed that. And he got that from Raptor Roost, right, Felix? Is that where he stayed last night?
Yes.
He was able to get those fidelity images from over there, Raptor Roost. So if you want to go and see a launch from close proximity, get yourself a tent. Go stay at Raptor Roost, and it's well worth it. Look at those shots. Really, really wonderful work, John.
Let me just real quick prepare one of those images and I'll tweet it out. And if you do follow me on Twitter, you'll be able to see this picture in at least Twitter resolution in a second here. I'm exporting it right now. Give me a second. That doesn't take too long. And then I can tweet this out and show everybody. Because on the stream, that the quality of this image doesn't come across on the stream.
Yeah, it gets a little mushed up. Totally go watch it. Go find it on Felix's Twitter.
Yes. Got one more step. I want this in 4K. Exporting the image right now. There it goes. And now I'm going to tweet it so that you can take a look. It is incredible.
Hey, TJ.
Yes.
I'm going to step away for just a second. Could you pan me up, please?
I'll dip you away.
Thank you, sir.
Really just fantastic work. Look at that tracking shot. So I don't think we've got any official word on there's a lot of assumptions and people saying what they think they know what happened with Starship. So we're just waiting on a final confirmation here on the status of the vehicle. But the fact that they killed the stream, which is rare for them, usually even with Starlink, they'll just cut to a graphic and you can look at the telemetry. The fact that there's no more telemetry does indicate that this flight is now over. But there's so much for us to analyze through. We got 3 different camera angles, one with Felix tracking, still photography from John. We're going to be getting satellite imagery of stage 0, so we'll be able to take a look at a before and after of how stage 0 performed. And then also John is going to be doing a helicopter ride with Redline Helicopter Tours today to go get some close-up imagery of the of stage 0. So you'll see images from that in our upcoming episode, and probably multiple episodes. We'll end up digging in and learning more from that. And also gosh, there's just so much. And we'll just keep posting our content on Felix's X account throughout the next few days until our next episode drop. And yeah, there's a lot to learn here, and but really huge milestones here with this flight. Got through stage separation. That was proven to be successful. Starship appeared to go on a nominal trajectory up until it lost telemetry, which was very exciting. We saw those RVACs ignite. And then, so some things we want to look for in the next flight is obviously super heavy, making it back home just east of the pad. It's going to make an attempt to land in the Gulf of Mexico, just east of the pad. So that's what we're looking for in the next flight. And obviously with the next flight, Starship continuing its trajectory, not losing telemetry, and going to go visit Hawaii here and do reentry. But this was definitely progress from the last flight. A lot of wins here, and I'm sure a lot of learnings that SpaceX is going to take away from this. And perhaps the most exciting thing, though, for me, is that we see that stage 0 is in good shape. And that means our next flight is not going to be that far away, all things considered.
Yeah, I've just zoomed the camera to show the full stage 0 here as well. And since we have that camera running, we're going to have that camera running. We are going to disappear here at some point because we've been talking for 6 hours. But this camera view, we're going to keep running throughout the entire day. So you can always take a look. Sometimes it'll be moving, probably thanks to these thingies here. And we might even be jumping back into this again. I don't know, because we're going to be pretty busy sifting through all that has happened here today. But we'll keep this camera running for you guys so that you can take a look on your own without us commenting. And it looks good. Stage 0 looks just fine. It's insane. It's incredible. It's incredible. Stage 0 looks fine. Stage 0 looks fine. They had a stage separation. They had the Starship second stage engine ignitions. The FTS worked on the booster, which is another upgrade. So they have set so many milestones on this launch. It went much better than the first one. Onwards to IFT3. They are going to learn their lessons from the second flight. The third flight is going to have even more advanced chips and boosters. SpaceX is
Jonathan, the Xbox hero, is going to join the stream here in a second. Oh, Felix, I think did I get you? Do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. So stand by on that. I'm waiting for him to hop in.
It is just lovely. It's just crazy. That's all it is. All that we are doing here is crazy. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to click in there. We are using several windows at the same time in the team. You should have seen all the organization that was going on in the background while this rocket was launching. There were tons of people managing all sorts of stuff in the background at the same time. The things that you don't see, you turn on a WAI episode and you see me in front of the camera talking, and then there's beautifully edited pictures coming in. But all the stuff that happens behind the scenes, and that's the same for these live streams as well, is mind-blowing. How many people and how many hours of work and how many things at the same time happening to make something like this happen is not that easy. And the team has shown today that they can pull this off, and that's just amazing. It's amazing. Can't hear you.
What's next, Felix? 8K?
Yeah. Live cameras from the moon. We're going to do it as soon as it's possible. Oh boy. So how do you feel? How does everybody? I haven't even addressed. I mean, I have said thank you 1,000 times, but we still have 15,000 people watching us here, analyzing this flight. How do you feel? I'm going to read the chat right now. How do you feel about this flight? What thoughts went through your head? What's the most important word for you today? What's the buzzword after IFT2? What do you expect for IFT3? Anything? I'm going to try to read as fast as I can.
Someone says IFT3 tomorrow. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rack them and stack them and launch them, baby.
You're welcome.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, everybody, for your support. This has just been such a blessing.
Yeah. Next launch expected within 28 days. FTS, but amazing. Yeah, this was great. Mars. Epic. Awesome job. Absolutely. IFT3 tomorrow. Oh. Yeah. My brother showing me the cam yesterday got me so hyped. Oh yeah, we've been staring at this camera for a few days now. For Flight 3, a soft splashdown. Yes, that would be great. A VR launch, absolutely. We're going to work on that if it's possible. There's Jonathan coming in again.
He is here, so we're going to throw Jonathan.
Brother. TJ, can you talk to Jonathan for a second? I'm going to take another very, very short break if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely. Stand by, Felix. We're going to throw me and Jonathan here. So you are going to be live now.
If you need a moment, TJ, I can run through some super chats real quick.
We're good now. We're live. And Jonathan, your audio is on.
Okay.
Hey, buddy. Dude.
Perfect. Hey, I'm back.
You're back.
I'm so surprised how well that controller worked. I mean, I expected it. I always code good software, of course, but it worked so well. When I saw on the preview window how Felix was tracking the rocket, just like
Incredible.
Wow.
Absolutely
That's so
incredible. I mean,
amazing.
more than any of us could have ever imagined, man. And this idea, it was in the back of our minds for, I don't know, maybe a month or so, I feel like, but it was just kind of like a seed. And I think we just said, like, on a whim, maybe like a week ago, like, hey, Jonathan, let's figure this out. And
Yeah.
you turned it around, and it was just absolutely incredible. Here, I'm going to cut back to it here so we can kind of relive it. And I wish I saw your face with this, because this tech was definitely your baby here. And there's liftoff. Look at those Raptors, man. I can't believe the fidelity of the image that we ended up squeezing out of that thing, man. Great job, Felix, for tracking all those years of gaming. Ended up and amounted to something, Felix.
Yeah, so I heard Felix said I'm getting a statue. I'm
yeah.
I want that.
Oh yeah, we want to get you a statue.
So,
it's gonna be you holding an Xbox controller and a Starship.
Hey TJ, sorry to interrupt real quick. Can we pull Jonathan's audio down just a little bit? It's coming in kind of sharp.
I could also do that on my.
Hold him down again.
Here, but yeah, that's probably good.
He was initially a little hot, but he's better now.
Yeah, I grabbed my mic and put it a bit closer. It usually improves audio quality. Yeah. But I'm surprised how well the flight went. Kind of sad that we lost telemetry at the end. But, like,
yeah.
Still. Wow.
Obviously bummed that Starship did not make it to its destination. But for the WAI team, this flight was a massive success for us, and we're also just for SpaceX too. This was a success.
It was
pretty much in most measurable ways. So it was definitely a step forward for their whole team, and we cannot thank SpaceX enough for the work that they put forward here, allowing us to cover it to the degree that we do cover it. And other providers too, obviously are great with providing us with access. But today's SpaceX's day, a huge day for celebration for them and for the greater community.
We especially need to give a huge shout out, to Andy at MyRadar. Thank you so much, MyRadar, for sponsoring this stream. You can check them out at y.2/myradar. They helped make this happen, so big thank you to them.
Yeah, absolutely. MyRadar has been an excellent partner of ours. It's the only app that I was using MyRadar even before I came to WAI. It's the only one I used. And when I found out like you were one of our partners, I was like, that's actually awesome, because it's an awesome app. So great for forecasts. And if you're a weather nerd and radar nerd, it is right up your alley, everybody's alley. But yeah, I'm just in awe every time we play this back. It's just really special. Really special. Cool. And now the next way we do this, we add another camera, and then we're gonna have 2 people tracking.
More controllers.
Yeah, more Xbox controllers.
Yeah. Let's go.
I'm still speechless. Yes.
Do we have a moment for me to go through some super chats?
Go ahead.
All right. First, again, thank you all so much for all the super chats. We unfortunately just don't have the time to go through all the questions and chats themselves, but want to give a shout out to at least the names. So Prankasha Productions, Andrew Ziza, Bert Phillips, Zux X MYR, Drumels Krud, I believe, Old Man Gibb, Terrence Sabol, Remo Pinto, Thomas Brandt, Charlie King, Miko, MECO, Tim Drodge, Drinklink again, La La Land, Amy Sue Hayes, Steve Cropper, Sethia Samus, Alex Mangani, Krister Anderson, Judge Dredd, Hamad Altani, Larry Watson, Ken Hartling, Christian Rito Tassani, Sethia Samas again. Thank you so much, everyone. Kimo Mezzo, Jeffrey Graham, Spencer McAlpine, John Edwards, Gear Gasidnes, I believe. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering these. Ross Smith, Moss Banksy, FK, Neil T, Milord, Grand Darth Starweaver. Oh, hail, I suppose. Philip Lester, George Weiss, Ronad, Daniel Masovich, perhaps. A name that I believe is in kanji, so I can't read it. I'm sorry. Christopher Erickson, Dr. KJK, Victor Kralchuk, Kai Song, Thomas Anomalous, Dane Wyron, Solar Ali, Andrew Martin, Big Bill 767, Paradise is the Hustle, Ekon Elmore, Murray Wilson, and I'm still have some more. Almost done. Frosty Penguin, Zux X, MYR, Jiguang Zhang, Bruce Girdleston, Sanguisak, Mesri, I believe. Keith Grapler, I Am Human, Are You Really? Martha Johnson, Jason's Hub, Blue Spark, Jason's Hub again, thank you so much. Let's Gross, Rolf Schrumgens, I believe. Patrick Lefebvre, 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 I believe. I'm sorry, I'm trying.
It's a common problem. It's really hard to know all the, how to pronounce half the names. We're very sorry.
Yeah, almost done. Phil Hard, Raphael Gmour, again, thank you so much. Tabir Sandhu, Tom Harris, George Ordell, Joe Aaron, I believe, the Saboteur 99, and Chris Crossbow. I think that's all of them. That's the list I have so far. Team, thank you so much for filling those. If you could clear those cards. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for all the super chats. It is absolutely amazing. It helps fund everything you're seeing here. The camera the camera that's getting replayed. The ability for Felix to track that with an Xbox controller, all the team that we have that makes this happen, makes this possible. Your super chats help make that happen. If you want to support us, y.2/Patreon, or you can join on YouTube. Go to whataboutit.space. There are ways to join our Patreon there, or to just send a donation straight to the channel via PayPal. But yeah, thank you all the super chats. Sorry we couldn't get to all your questions. We just have so many here.
Impossible.
Microsoft, if you want to send us some Xbox controllers, we will be happy to take them.
That would be an awesome sponsor.
I can also just yeah, so I just saw the list on our board where we collect all of them, and it's so long. So thank you all so much for the amazing support. Yeah.
The entire team thanks you.
Basically speechless.
Yes.
We still have 11,000 people hanging out, and this rocket took off an hour ago. I'm loving the community here. Thank you all so very much. This is so exciting. I wish that we had better ending to this, ending in Hawaii, sunny, beautiful Hawaii. But all things considered, this was a really special, amazing day.
Yes. What I like the most about these live streams is it's a strange thing when you're releasing videos on YouTube, because the only thing you get is your occasional like or subscription and a few comments, which I always read as many as I can. It's like my wife sometimes drags me away from reading comments. But on live streams, we're watching this together. So I'm missing the words. Thank you guys. Thanks for watching this with us. Thanks for helping us, for supporting us, for being there with us, and for sharing this passion about what just happened at Boca Chica and continuing into the future. Us maybe even going to the moon and to Mars again. It's incredible. It shows us that there are so many out there that think alike, that have an incredible interest in what's happening down there, and it's a very, very humble feeling to know that we are in this position, that we can give you this. It's crazy. Thank you. That's all I can say.
And make sure to subscribe to the channel if you want to see more of this. This is just the first time that we're doing this, and it was an incredible success, way beyond our expectations. It went better than we could have even possibly hoped for. And we're going to be doing this again and again and again. Subscribe to the channel. Also check out our brand new website. Shout out to Luca Paul for that. Whataboutit.space. We're going to be putting a lot of content there. So it's not just here on YouTube. Definitely check us out on the website and see all the fantastic stuff that we're going to be publishing there. We have a Starbase watcher where we are monitoring and in as real time as we can, updating it with information about the weather at Starbase, about road closures and upcoming launches, and so many other things. So yeah, subscribe to the channel to keep up to date with all the things that we're publishing here, and check out the website and enjoy all the content we're publishing there too.
Yep, I'm just getting busy starting up the Xbox controller again. This is so surreal. Trying to, because we're broadcasting the picture right now, so I'm going to go a little closer with you guys here, with everybody who's still watching. This is me using an Xbox pad. I'm not kidding. I am going as close as it makes sense on the pad again, because there is... You can't see the deluge plate from here, but everything else on this pad looks absolutely undamaged.
Would you say this game is better than Call of Duty?
It is way better than Call of Duty. A good way to probably see if there was any debris being flung out by this launch is probably these walls of the tower here, until we get our flyover images, which will come shortly, sponsored by the community. So thank you again. This looks absolutely nominal. There is nothing there that I would say is any sort of... Let's just go slow panning up on the tower here. There is nothing there. It looks all good.
I don't even see any, like... Can you zoom? Hold on, slow down.
It's night and day from IFT1.
Yes. Zoom in on what?
Scroll down a little bit, pan down, or tilt
down. Yep. There you go.
Okay, a little more. All right, stop there and zoom in right about there. There's a couple of marks. Oop, too far. There's a couple of marks, but I don't think that's
pretty minor.
It just looks... It doesn't even look like
pretty
anything.
good to me.
Yeah,
looks pretty good to me as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like if you tilt down.
Scratches are to be expected.
I don't even think those are scratches. I think those are just blemishes on concrete. Like, I don't think there's anything.
Yeah. It just looks absolutely normal.
It just, it looks like concrete. I think they had a almost as resounding of a success as we did.
Oh, they went way beyond anything I expected today. The berm behind looks very undamaged as well. So it all points towards this not having destroyed the pad, which is milestone number 1. Milestone number 2 is no engines failed, apparently. Milestone number 3 is it went through hot staging and had an upper stage ignition. And the FTS worked as well. That is a milestone.
Yeah,
because
that's huge.
On the last flight, it didn't work properly. This time it just went bam, and that's it. That's exactly what an FTS is supposed to do: explode the rocket as quick as possible, and so on and so forth. So this looks really, really good.
So
effectively every failure that they had with previous attempts, with the previous static fires, the previous IFT attempt, it seems they've resolved them. So like they're not throwing debris everywhere. It looks like they managed to figure out the FTS situation, because that fired very quickly on the booster. So like they should hopefully have very little challenge with getting FAA and also wildlife approvals from here forward, one would assume.
I don't think the wildlife stuff is going to really be a factor anymore. What's going to happen here is they only had a license for this launch. They'll reapply for another license. And what they essentially will do is SpaceX will come up with a report of all of the fixes that they're planning to address to the FAA, and a plan and a schedule for those fixes. Essentially, once those fixes are made, the FAA will then review that and then approve them or disapprove them for another flight.
Looks like the upper quick disconnect is kind of venting a little bit there. That's interesting.
Yeah,
and there you can see this strap hanging down. But I think that is just the strap that normally secures this support angle. These two support angles that you can see here. I think that's just from that. So that's not technically, there are a few lines maybe here that are cut.
I think that venting is probably just them flushing the lines with nitrogen.
Might be too. Yep.
Yeah, but it looks really good.
Yes, it does.
Like if you compare it to how the launch after the SLS launch looked.
Yeah.
This looks way better.
It
Like,
didn't
way,
lose
way
any.
better.
No engines lost, according to the telemetry. No engines lost on the booster.
Which is very, very good. Yes.
So I'm seeing some pictures on Twitter here of the vehicle, and it lost a lot of tiles.
Yeah.
So that's a thing they're gonna have to work on. Yeah, holy cow. Maybe it's hard to say, but I'd venture to say 20 to 30 at least gone. So they've got some work to do on that.
They will. They will. It's crazy. So
there's still 11,100 people in the on the stream. Thank you so much for sticking around with us. Tell us
the hardcore of Starship fans.
Yeah, tell us in the chat. What do you think? Those that have been watching this with us this whole time. How are you feeling about this? Tell us your thoughts in the comments.
This is just insane. It's happened. I still can't believe they did IFT3. That would be my thought to this, and I'm super happy that it actually worked out the way it did.
So there's some questions here. One that just came in that's I think pretty interesting. Do you think the tiles pop off from the pins, or do they delaminate?
They pop off on the pins, I would say. It's hard to say, though. So I have one of those Starship heat tiles here. Actually, several ones from Ron, who you can find on YouTube as Ron Hard Rock. Very much worth following that YouTube channel. He has given me something I still can't believe I have. Almost undamaged Starship heat tiles. And you can see in the back, I'm going to try to get this in the focus, but that should work just fine. You see these clips? This one is half broken out. That's why I'm showing it. Normally it looks like this. And that is what the Starship heat tile is attached to the hull with, at least the standard tiles. There are other tiles that are glued, but this is what that looks like on one side. You have these pockets here to reduce mass, as you can see from the side. Those are just to thin out the tile. And these are the tiles that fall off the Starship occasionally. I do think the pins pop. I think they haven't found the correct attachment system yet. They are going to have to change this, because if there are plenty of tiles falling off the Starship while it is ascending to space, anybody who knows why they have those tiles on there knows that that's a bad thing to happen. So that's something they still have to improve, but they will. I have no doubt that they at some point will solve this.
It is, yeah, it's totally critical to the future of the vehicle and making it attainable as a project. But they have to figure it out, and they've been presented with really hard problems in the past and have solve them. So that's something we're gonna have to track, how this part of the project evolves. You know, maybe we get some slick starships without tiles just working to get to orbit for a while. I don't know. But because there's a lot of things that they need to solve prior to even getting it to reentry, obviously. but they're getting there.
Let's switch back to chat real quick. Getting some feedback about the question. How is everyone feeling? Really stoked. Psychedelic experience. Groundbreaking. Absolutely agreed. We have some more super chats that came through. Just quickly going through them. Bill Price, Kev High, David Nantel, Brandon Carroll, Bruce Girdleston. Again, thank you. Scott Stork, Flaming Grasshopper X. Nice. And Kim to Motion, I believe. Thank you all for the super chats. I really do appreciate it. If you have any questions, keep them coming. We still have moderators active in chat that are pulling them.
There are a few questions there as well. I can read a few of those. Let me just get back into the full stack view here so that we see the whole pad. Okay, Anthony Losego, what do you think they are going to do with the third tower? Seems there has been some deliveries lately. You've been watching this closely. John took a picture of what is supposedly I can show you right here because we have this awesome camera. What is supposedly the part that the either the part that the drawworks rests on or the part below that. Give me a second. I'll zoom in on it for you. There we go. Getting closer. So this is a part that you can't really replace on this tower. This thing right there is what I'm talking about. This part here. Do you see how this is going outwards? This looks like this is a part that they just delivered to Starbase that would go there or somewhere there, close to the drawworks that are here on the other side of the tower that actually pulls the wire for the arms. That's this housing down here, this thing there, and they have just delivered parts of a Mechazilla to Starbase, and parts that are almost impossible to replace on this Mechazilla. So theory is that those parts might be for a Mechazilla 3. So Mechazilla 1 being this one that we're looking at right now, Mechazilla 2 being the one in Florida, and Mechazilla 3 being the second tower for Starbase, which is supposed to come. SpaceX has shown many renders in the past, and it's very likely that they're going to have a second tower at some point. And what they're going to do with it is they are going to build it even closer to this camera than the other one, which we are going to love. And they're going to launch more Starships. They are going to have redundancy, meaning if one pad is being repaired, you can still launch from the other one, which tells us that they want to ramp up the launch cadence. They don't want to leave this as it is right now. They want to have as many launches from down there as possible. Otherwise, you don't need two towers. It's going to be a different design, I do think, because they have the chance to update the tower and the OLM when building a new one. So it'll be slightly or even more different than what we see here being built here right now. Because you have to see that this OLM here, this orbital launch mount down there below the tower, has grown over time. Literally, the initial design was something different than what is standing there now. They added a Firex system, they added a suppression system, they added the deluge plate, they added more shielding on the legs, they added all sorts of stuff over time because they saw we need this. So the problem though with that is that the initial design was meant to look different when finished. So this is kind of a Wolpertinger as well. That's a German word for an animal you get together from all sorts of other animals. It's not a final design. So the next OLM is likely going to look a little different, a little bit more mature, with all those subsystems already in mind when they start building it, and so on and so forth. So we're going to see not just an evolution of the rocket itself, but also of the OLM and the tower. Which I am very much looking forward to. And I think that sums up what SpaceX is going to do with that third tower. Good question. Thank you.
Yeah, so I also saw one in the chat asking about the dents in the OLM, in the orbital tank farm. And I guess we can use our cool camera to navigate there. So I also have a controller here. So when we look at it, we see that the second tank from the left definitely has a dent in there. But I'm fairly sure that one has been there since the first flight.
Yes.
So it shouldn't be something we need to worry about. And besides that, the tank farm looks pretty okay. And the vent in the front is also in front of the farm, so it also looks fine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks really, really good. That's what it looks like. I'm loving what I'm seeing there. It's a wildly different scenario than IFT1. This looks really good. Yes.
There's some speculation on Twitter currently. One person at ZBurglar is speculating that hot staging made booster go boom boom, needs bigger dome. Another person at L Rocket speculated, I suspect it had more to do with restarting engines after the flip. Jonathan, what do you think?
I would like it. It's complicated because I think I can't remember it fully, already an hour ago. But as far as I remember, the booster only went boom boom after it tried to ignite the engines again. And the hot staging looked fine to me. So there was definitely a delay, but like that delay could also be due to just metal heating up.
Right now it's hard to say, but I would second there with Jonathan. It's hard to say what actually happened. We can just look through the sequence of events that we were able to observe, and that would be booster shutting down all engines but the center 3. That was planned. Starship igniting its engines. That was planned. Then blasting the hot staging ring without visible damage on camera. That was planned. Starship continuing further upwards. That was planned. Booster trying to do its boost back burn was planned. So it adjusted its orientation to be able to blast into the direction it needs to for the boost back burn to work. And then it went boom. So something in there must have gone wrong, either engine ignition or them not being able to control the trajectory anymore. Anything like that must have happened, and then the FTS probably got automatically triggered. Because I do think that during this phase of events, a person couldn't even trigger the FTS correctly, because there is so much stuff happening at the same time. You never know if you should now explode the thing or not. So this was very, very likely an automated triggering of the FTS. And
you're 100% right, Felix. SpaceX confirmed a few minutes ago that it was an AFTS trigger due to loss of data.
There you go.
So
something went wrong. Maybe the
vehicle itself might have been just working just fine. It just stopped phoning home.
Well, this was actually speculation about the booster itself, why they needed to engage the FTS on it. And Indigo I made sure to correct me, and I do apologize, everyone. It's not just L Rocket, it's Tom Mueller, who is Merlin's papa. Yeah, so the Tom Mueller speculated, he suspects that it had more to do with restarting the engines after the flip on the booster as to why they had to detonate the FTS on it. My apologies for not making that clear that it was the Tom Mueller.
Okay. My wife would like to get back into the stream, I think. Or this is an old message. Oh, this is a very old message. Disregard. Yeah. I'm trying to keep track of all the messages. You should see my Discord when I'm doing these streams. It's firing up from every direction. Everybody has something really important to tell me. And so normally there's a delay in there. That's what I'm always saying to the patrons too that are on our Discord. Patrons, channel members and all that. You get access to our Discord server. And then people just say, hey, Felix, blah, 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 blah. I am likely not going to see that because there are so many messages coming towards me. If you want to have a reply on our Discord, on our community Discord, tag me. That helps hugely. I see there's one tag there right now, and I'm later going to go in there and see what that one tag is because it's impossible for me to read everything at this point. It's crazy. Another testament for how really cool this community is. Thank you.
So there's some questions. Some people may have joined a little bit late. No, Starship is not in orbit. There are some questions about how long until it makes it to Hawaii and so forth. So it's not clear where, but somewhere over. So the trajectory plotted for Starship was to go over the very northern edge of South America, then very southern tip of South Africa, then Indonesia, and then finally fall into the ocean, into the Pacific Ocean, northwest of Hawaii. And it probably didn't make it that far. I would suspect, I would wager maybe, given how long it flew, maybe just off the coast of Madagascar, maybe it made it past South Africa. Or maybe it didn't make it. No, the Atlantic Ocean is pretty big, so maybe it didn't make it that far. I don't know, but it's not in orbit. It wasn't going to make it to orbit to begin with. It was only going to make it to half of an orbit, I guess that would be, and then fall into the ocean. So unfortunately, it did not make it that far, but it did make it to space.
Kaga, check your DMs. We're moving to another source for audio.
Okay.
Do I have to do anything?
Nope. Audio should just be pulled right in. Hey, everybody. Sorry, that may be slightly confusing for a second, but we are using another source for audio. So, but Jen doesn't change anything on your end. We still have the same group. Myself, Felix, Kaga, and Jonathan are all here to continue covering and driving the camera.
Yep. I just saw a question there from FACC 1994. Are the tiles only clicked on? Is it possible to fix them to the pins with long screws from the side of the tiles? So you cannot drill into these tiles. They are very brittle. That's also the reason why they never bothered using them for the pad itself. Many people have said, hey, why don't they just put tiles on the pad? It's because they are really good at dealing with heat, but really, really poor at dealing with force. As they are brittle and they kind of turn into some sort of white sand if you start scratching them. So you cannot drill anything into them, and that's the reason. The reason why the point where the pin is actually attached to the tile is this metal bracket, and that metal bracket is built into the tile itself. Likely even during pouring the tile, this is already in place, and that's what the pins click into. They click into it. Super interesting system. I seriously can't wait for that episode where I'm going to do a detailed look of all those different heat tiles that we have here of Ship 24, which I still can't believe. It's crazy. Also about to call it here because I really, really need to have a break. I'm sure that Jonathan and anyone else from the team who wants to are going to continue driving the camera. But I am at this point streaming for 6 hours and having worked for 3 months on this. So I might disappear now to have breakfast. Where Starship ended up is still unclear. They lost communication with it. Radar knows, yeah, that's true. We'll have to wait and see what SpaceX actually says about that.
And one additional thing to mention is that this stream is going to keep going.
Yes.
So
you can stay in here.
Yeah. Exactly. So we are not ending this stream. This is just the beginning of it. We kicked it off with IFT2.
Well, this is not going to go into 24/7 operations yet because.
Oh, not this one?
No, it's not there yet. But
okay,
we're going
okay.
to keep this on for, I'd say, at least the next 10 or 12 hours. So you have plenty of time throughout the day. We are going to move the camera as much as we can, see if we can see anything new. But it doesn't look like the pad took much damage.
I don't think it took any damage.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm just taking a closer look at it again, and it looks really good.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like it discolored at most.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's to be expected, though.
Well, yeah.
The upper quick disconnect is still being flushed. Everything looks fine over there. It's crazy.
We still have a few more super chats. Want to get to a couple. New member Kim to Motion. I also got a couple super chats from you. Thank you so much. And Old Scout. Old Scout also asks a question, Felix. Would you agree that newer tile attachment methods are already on the next starships to be tested?
No, not that I know of, but they will do improve these tiles. They're likely a hot topic at SpaceX internally. It doesn't look like any of the starships we're seeing built right now is using any sort of different system. That might mean two things. Either they're confident that they can improve these pins, or that they are confident that losing a few tiles isn't really a problem for a starship, because that could actually be. It's built of stainless steel, and what we normally compare Starship with when it comes to losing heat tiles is the space. The tragedy we had with Columbia, but Columbia was built out of aluminum. If aluminum gets heated, it basically evaporates. I mean, it doesn't, but it looks like it. It completely vanishes. It loses its integrity and just disappears. It doesn't have the ability to transfer heat through radiation. Steel does. Steel starts glowing red and transfers this heat to its backside, to its front side, to its surrounding material, and that's why it completely behaves differently than aluminum. If aluminum gets hit by plasma, it'll be gone. If steel gets hit by plasma, the first thing it does is it turns red, and then it turns white, and then it starts dissipating the heat into the propellant behind it, and so on and so forth. It radiates. So it might actually be that losing a few heat tiles is still okay for a re-entry, as crazy as it might sound. But we'll have to, of course, see. We have to, of course, see if this actually. Oh, my volume is low. Give me a second.
It's the connection to when we switch to audio over to this different source. The whole source needs to be bumped a little.
Yeah, I also got said that I'm a bit loud. I made myself a bit
this.
more silent now.
Is this better now? Give me feedback in the chat. And then we also got another massive super chat here from Andreas R. Thank you so much for all the support. Hey, Felix, what an amazing event and live stream and camera tracking skills. Yes. Best regards from your biggest friends from Austria, Vienna, Isaac, Ronnie, Andy, Alicia. We would be absolutely happy for some regards from you or your team. Thank you so much for watching this with us. You just got your shout out. It is amazing what happened tonight. It turned out way more better than anything I would have expected. Thank you so much. Here's to you guys in Austria. Fantastic day. This is just incredible stuff. So I'm going to call it now. It's 9:32 over here. I've streamed for a long time. And so we're going to leave you with the pictures of Starbase. We're going to move the camera occasionally so that you can enjoy the view. We might pop into this later on if I'm not completely drowned in work, which might happen after this launch, but there might be a half an hour or so where I can jump into this again, and then I will. Thank you so much for supporting us in what we're doing. I can't say it often enough. Subscribe and like, and thank you for doing this together with us. Bye-bye.
Bye.
once again, just want to say thank you all, everyone who's still with us on the stream, and make sure to check out all of our socials. You can find them. Easiest way is to go to whataboutit.space, or if you want a short URL, y.2/space, WAI.2/space. Then scroll down to the bottom, and we have all of the socials linked down there. Or another easy way is just go to y.2/ the name of the social. So, for example, y.2/x to go to X, or also y.2/Twitter works if you're a fan of the old name. I know I am. Don't really like the X name personally. It's a little too nondescript. Also, y.2/Instagram, y.2/Facebook, etc. It takes you to all of our socials. And if you'd like to support us, again, you can go to y.2/Patreon, and then it'll just for $1 a month, we'll give you access to our private Discord server where you can meet the team and talk with us, and even if you want, learn about how you could join the team and contribute to it. If you have any ideas, any things you'd like to contribute, just go to whataboutit.space/contact and reach out to us. But other than that, yeah, so thank you all for watching. In case you missed it, or in case you're just joining us, the IF2 launch was I would say 60-70% success, at least. Everything went great. They managed to make it to space. I believe it was 140,000 kilometers in altitude. And we also have debuted our Y cam, which is what you are seeing right now. This is our camera that we have set up in Boca Chica, looking at the launch facility, the launch complex in Boca Chica. So huge shout out to all the team for making this happen, and look forward to more of that here. Make sure to like and subscribe. If you haven't already, please do like the video, and please do subscribe. It helps us tremendously. And also click the notification bell to make sure that you get notified of any new content, and especially when we start a new live stream. That'll make sure you stay informed. And of course, follow us on all socials.
Yeah. So as we have still control of the camera, if you want to take a closer look at something at the launch facility, just let us know in the chat, and I'm sure we can take a closer look at it. Yeah. So if you have any questions or any things you want to see, just let us know in the chat. Yeah, someone in the chat also saying that he thinks the launch was a 100% success, and I would actually agree with that, because like if we compare it to what SN9 did after SN8, basically nothing. I'm quite happy that this thing got off the patch without damaging basically anything. Yeah, so that's quite amazing.
It is absolutely incredible. And yeah, especially all of our folks. Let me do this real quick.
So the amazing Justine suggested to take a look at Hoppy. You of course can do that. So I'm fairly sure last time Hoppy got damaged a bit, but it seems like it's mostly fine now. I mean, the launch was way cleaner, and debris wasn't flying all over the place. So I'm fairly sure he's fine.
And quick update to anyone who's a member in our Discord server. If you find that you're not able to chat in the Discord server, look for one of the folks on the right hand side listed as ping me, and just send one of us a DM and let us know if you're not able to chat. There might be an issue with the YouTube integration, or the Patreon integration, I think. And if any of our patrons have anything that they would like us to zoom in on, or any questions they would like to ask, definitely make sure to ping us in the server.
Yeah, so I saw the Sneaker God ask on YouTube what the FTS system is, and then think we can just explain that real quick. So FTS stands for Flight Termination System, and it's quite basic because if the rocket does anything it's not supposed to do, either automatically detected by sensors or by a human pressing a button, it basically just explodes the rocket controlled. So it can't do stuff it shouldn't do. So if it goes off course, for example, or as last time, just it does flips in the sky, you can trigger the FTS and it controlled explodes the rocket. Last time it didn't work perfectly, as we saw. It took quite some time for the rocket to actually go boom. But this time, we're not sure if the booster was actually triggered by FTS or if what that was like actually boom boom. What we saw
the
was
booster
working.
was confirmed FTS.
Okay, yeah. So
what's not yet confirmed is if Ship 25 was FTS. It's assumed that, even assumed by SpaceX on their official stream, that the auto engage for the FTS on S25 probably went off because it lost communication with ground control. So they will have systems in place that if it doesn't have any means to communicate with ground control at all for a certain period of time, then it'll auto terminate. So that's most likely what ended up happening. And again, as Jonathan mentioned, that's the flight termination system. It depends rocket to rocket what that is. Some it is more of an explosive sort of thing, but usually it's something that tears the rocket open, so that way it will explosively decompress and just shred itself from losing structural integrity. Great question, though. Thank you.
So someone also asked what happened to the second stage. So for now, SpaceX hasn't said anything on Twitter or X about that. So we don't fully know yet what happened. Some are speculating that the FTS, so the flight termination system, also got triggered on that one. But yeah, as far as now, we only know that we lost the telemetry of the second stage after some time. Either shortly before or shortly after engine shutdown. Yeah, so that's what we know right now. And I'm pretty sure we'll get more information as time goes by. So yeah, we can also take a closer look at the QD arm. So I mean, it's already on cam right now. And I'm pretty sure there were some images of the launch tower after the SLS launch that had like bent metal because of the heat. I can remember something there, and we can definitely say that that's not the case here. And we can like even the actual QD plate that connects to the Starship up top there still looks perfectly fine. So I'm fairly sure that there's no big damage.
Can you tilt down to the launch pad?
Of course, give me a second. There you go.
Yeah, it's just there's no damage. It's barely even singed.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see some color change, but that's to be expected. So it looks perfectly fine. Yeah, the QD is close for the booster quick disconnect on the left there. It's close, so that all looks perfectly fine.
And that little bit of artifact on the bottom left, that's just a that was just a piece of wheat or something. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, true. I also thought about that. That's just some grass or wheat in the front of the OLM. That's actually not on there.
Yeah, you can see it kind of like waving around a little bit in the wind. So it's that's not any damage. That's nothing at all. And just to the right of that, the leg in the background, even there, can you zoom in down by that
Yeah.
that flower?
Yeah, let me just.
This is so cool that we can do this.
Yeah, love it. Is that enough?
I have to wait for the stream to catch up.
Oh, wait, I can.
I'm watching on the stream.
I can share it to you in here, at least a low res preview.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Let me see. Yeah. So that little like kind of if you look just to the right of that plant there's like a little bit of some discoloring, and I'm not sure if that's like a pipe or something. There might be just a little bit of, I don't know if that would be damage or I'm not sure. What do you think?
I mean, I'm fairly sure those are the covers for pipes. If you mean to the right of the flower there.
Yeah.
So they look fairly normal to me. Just discard, of course. Yeah. So that looks all fine.
Yeah. So
really surprised how good it looks. Yeah.
They might have really figured it out.
Yeah, so I also saw someone again asking about the tank farm. And yeah, we already talked about it like a few minutes ago. I can zoom in again. It looks perfectly fine. So the dent you can see on the second tank from the left, that's there since the first flight attempt. And those tanks, you need to know, they're like they have like an inner core where the actual fuel is stored or water, and then they have an outer shell. And I'm fairly sure on that one only the outer shell is actually dented, so it should be perfectly fine and nothing crazy changed here. And the vent you can see in front is I'm pretty sure that's from the recondenser, so that's also perfectly normal.
Chris Craven in chat is asking if you could pan over to the road.
Oh, of course. It's kind of hard to see the road from here because we're south from the launch site. So we're basically looking at the launch pad, and behind the launch pad there's the road. So the road is behind those tanks, so you can't really see the road. I can try though to look a bit more to the left here if we can see some debris on those tanks there. Or how the rest of the launch site looks. It all looks really good.
We just got a super chat from Andreas R. Thank you so much. Hey again, Felix. Do you think they keep the launch license this time, as nothing broke in the environment, and therefore a second launch this year? By the way, you have to offer merch for our space dogs as well, Rico and Chloe. Thank you so much, Andreas. Thank you. A quick shout out to Rico and Chloe. Share some photos of Rico and Chloe on X or Twitter or Facebook, and definitely tag Felix. Make sure we see him. To your question, I would assume yes, they would be able to get a launch license a lot quicker. I'm not sure. I think this license was just for this attempt only, so it's not a continuation, or there's not a continuation to it.
The
go
the
ahead.
launch license actually says that this is only for IFT2 and it's not directly for the next flight. But as nothing crazy happened and everything more or less looks like it went to plan, I'm also very certain that it will be quite easy for them to get the next license, and the next IFT shouldn't be too far away. At least I hope.
Yeah. So as far as whether they'll launch a second time this year, I doubt it, because realistically, if you look at all the work that went into the Booster 9 Ship 25 stack, it had been going for months and months. So I sincerely doubt that they're going to be able to get something stacked and tested and static fired and everything and ready before the end of the year. It would be absolutely incredible if they could, but I don't think they're quite there yet. Now, early 2024 may be very possible. I could definitely see them maybe having another stack launch, possibly February would be the earliest, I would imagine. But again, this is an iterative thing. This is something that they're going to be doing over and over and over again, and each time they're going to be getting much faster at it. So, like how just 6-8 years ago, landing reusable first stages was practically unthinkable, and now it is such a common thing that I know I personally don't watch half of the Starlink launches anymore, because they're so common, they're so typical, that there's nothing really there to watch other than, the occasional just, oh, that's cool, but it's nothing new anymore. It's same old, same old. It was just unthinkable 8 years ago. No one could have conceived of that it'd be a practically daily thing, that in some cases with SpaceX launches, that they're going day after day launching and landing a rocket. So we're going to get to that point very soon with Starship, with a super heavy booster. They're not quite there yet, but they're not very far from it either.
I can only agree with that. So I would also definitely say no launch this year, although there are lots of ships and boosters technically ready.
A lot of Falcon 9s for sure. There's
oh yeah,
God, I have no idea how many Falcon 9s are going to be launching this year. Probably, I don't know, another 5 at least.
Yeah, does anyone actually know the number of how many launched this year already? Maybe you can put that in the chat, because I don't. Oh yeah, a lot. That's about how much I know.
These many.
And we also got some super chats again, and a member. So Ellen Thompson, thanks for becoming Daydream, and then Justini also donating money. Haha, kind of ironic.
This feels wrong. LOL.
Yeah. Also, BO, or however I pronounce that.
Bo
donated. Thanks so much.
Are you the face of Bo?
Maybe.
If anyone gets that reference, face of Bo, let us know in the comments.
And also the DTube team donated something. Thank you so much.
It is just incredible how well this worked.
Yeah, it's quite amazing. Yeah, someone again asked about the second stage. So we don't officially know something about the second stage. It's unclear if the FTS was triggered, but we're fairly sure it's not flying anymore. So yeah.
So Chris Craven also mentioned in the chat, but they have done full tests of the next Super Heavy and Starships already. All they kind of need is a full wet dress rehearsal, and with the second OML and launch tower, that will speed things up. True, however, remember they don't have authority to just launch when they want. They still need to get approvals from the FAA, and probably would still need another approval, at least one from the Fish and Wildlife Service, to just confirm that yep, you figured it out. You're not going to damage the wetlands or endanger any of the species in the area. So while SpaceX may indeed be ready, maybe they could technically have it ready to launch by the end of the year. I don't think that they're going to be able to get all the approvals and everything else. And then also remember that it's not just the FAA and Fish and Wildlife Service. They also have to put in flight restrictions, oceanic restrictions. So all of the cruise ships that come in and out of that area to both Texas and Mexico, all the flights that come through. When we were tracking the NASA tracker flight, I was laughing in our team chat that there was a FedEx flight that was tailing it, and it's like, come on boys, let's go deliver some packages to SpaceX or something. But yeah, so there are a lot of flights in and out of that area over Boca Chica too, that they have to reroute. All the ships they have to reroute, the locals in Boca Chica Village that they have to evacuate. There are a lot of things, a lot of elements that they have to coordinate in order to get launch approval. So they're not quite there yet, but they've demonstrated very clearly with IFT2 today that they've figured out a lot of problems. A lot of the problems that they had with their first tests, they're past those now. They're now to the point that they can demonstrate they could do this again and again and again. And so they might not need that Fish and Wildlife Service approval the next time. They might not need such aggressive investigation from the FAA. They might not need a lot of those things. They might be able to get to a point where they can have a planned cadence of Boca Chica Village evacuations, NOTAMs, the flight restrictions, the oceanic restrictions. They might be able to get to a cadence at some point where, yeah, they could say, hey, we've got these 2 ships ready. Let's stack them, wet dress, and go in a week. Maybe they could. Not quite there yet, but today they demonstrated they are definitely capable of doing that if given the approval. So we shall see. I think after today, this definitely gives a lot more credibility to the ingenuity and capability and experience of the engineering teams at SpaceX, and their ability to find a problem and find a solution, a good, truly good solution. They demonstrated that today. So I think probably the earliest I would imagine that they could get to the next stack would be February, just mainly because of the bureaucracy. But after that, hard to tell.
Yeah.
Could be a lot faster.
I also saw someone again that asked in the chat if it would be possible to just test the booster as is without a ship on top. And that would definitely be possible. I think in the beginning they were also planning to do small hops with the boosters alone, like they did with SN6, for example. But right now I'm fairly sure, because they have lots of ships ready, it would just basically be kind of a waste of time, because they can just also put a ship on the booster. So why not just put a ship then on the booster, right? So that's probably why they're not doing that. And they probably just need the values and the data from a full flight.
Absolutely. And someone in the chat said booster cannot fly without Starship on top. Well, technically it did.
It depends. Let's say it like that.
It can. It's just it's not going to be happy about it. That's for sure. But it certainly can.
Yeah, so here's also the pad on stream again. So it still looks fine. Nothing changed. So yeah, I think there was someone asking for it again. Yeah, if there are more requests, you want to see more, just let us know again. Yeah, hover testing will definitely be fine for a booster alone, so that would work. But again, likely not needed, and definitely not now in testing. So that would have been something they would have probably done earlier. So like 1 year ago, 2 years ago, when they got the first booster ready. So like being 3 times around that. That's when they would have probably done hop tests with boosters. So that's definitely out of the world now.
There's a question in chat. Could you make a guess as to how many more tests until there's a person on board? Ooh. No, I don't think I could guess to that, because that's a very long journey. They probably aren't even to a point where they would be, where anybody would be confident in putting a payload, a non-human payload on board. Not yet. So we first have to get to that hurdle of having enough safety and soundness to the rocket that a payload could be would have a very high probability of getting successfully put into its desired orbit. Once that milestone is reached, then we can start talking about how many flights it would take, how many tests it would take before they would reach human certification. I'd say probably the bigger question is how many flights will it take before they're at payload readiness? Because that's when we can really start guessing how many flights before they're ready for human certification. I'd say probably regarding payload readiness, maybe another, if they get them all right, maybe another 2 or 3 flights. Then after that, that's really hard to say. It depends on how many things NASA finds, and given the fact that SpaceX goes for an iterative approach, there might be a lot of tests, a lot of test articles that they have to go through. So who knows? But I would say if they get everything right, and they have resounding successes, more so than they did today, which today was a incredible success for SpaceX and the SpaceX engineering teams. If they continue to do that and basically make today's launch the worst launch that they've ever had of a Starship stack, and just keep getting better and better from there, I would say probably about 2 or 3 more flights before they're before they and customers would feel confident in them launching a payload. Because even if it's their own payload, if it's their own Starlink satellites, they're not going to want to waste those. They're going to want to have some reasonable confidence that those are going to make it to orbit, because they're not cheap to make those. They're not free. Even though they are their own customer, it's still money going from one pocket to the other, or money burning in the process of going from one pocket to the other. And they certainly don't want to burn it. They want to make sure that they get some. They have some good chance of those satellites making it. So if they continue on this success path, 2 or 3 more flights, I think they're going to be launching payloads into orbit.
I would agree with
what do you
that.
think?
Yeah, so they got really close especially like the second stage got really close to orbit. There wasn't like much missing there. So I would also agree that there isn't much missing until they actually make it. And then there's no reason why to not put a payload on there. Yeah.
The only real thing that they have to change, only major thing, is adding payload bay doors. They haven't done that yet. But
hey, they do have the small payload bay doors for the Starlink V2s in there. They're just welded shut for all the ships right now.
Right. But actually
so
having those movable and not
course.
losing the ship's structural integrity in the process, they're definitely going to want to run probably at least one test flight with those payload bay doors fully operational, and then test that they'll actually open and close in space and whatnot, and that they could release, let's say, a dummy test article like a mass simulator or something. So I would imagine they'll at least do a test of that before they put an actual payload within, unless they are super, super confident, which, today I could definitely see the confidence would be very high, but they would have to have a couple of really perfect launches to just say, you know what, test the payload bay doors and the payload at the same time. Let's go for it. I mean, they could, if the engineering teams continue on this absolutely amazing upward trend of success, they could very well just say, let's do it all in one shot. I saw a chat or a question in the chat. Did the Starship pass the Kármán line? Yes, it made it to 148,000 kilometers. If what someone else said in the chat is
1,000 kilometers. That would be a bit high.
Oh, I'm sorry, 148,000 meters. Yeah.
Yeah.
148 kilometers. That's what I meant to say.
So someone is saying how overwhelming like launches in person, especially Starship launches. So I can also only agree with that. I watched Falcon 9 launch this summer, but from 19 miles away, and it was still really loud. So I can imagine how loud Starship will be from like 5 miles away or so. So that's actually just insane.
I mean, especially given the fact that Starship, first, the booster had no engine failures, which means that, and this is something we forgot to even mention in the stream, if the math is right, that would make it the most powerful rocket to date that has made it to space.
Yeah.
By a huge margin, even like if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's like the thrust output of the Starship booster is something like 3 or 5 times greater than that, or 3 or 5 times more than the Saturn V, something in that range. I don't remember the exact number, but it's just astonishingly powerful, and that just made it to space. The most powerful rocket ever launched. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that it is now the most powerful rocket that ever made it to space.
Yeah, so someone in chat also asked when Starship is set for re-entry. So this Starship, it's fairly likely that it went boom. Or was it actually confirmed that the FTS fired on the second stage?
I don't know if SpaceX has confirmed it yet, but it's a strong assumption.
Yeah, exactly.
They lost connection, they lost telemetry, and it has automated systems built in that if it loses connectivity with ground control, then it will automatically terminate itself.
Yeah, exactly. So this Starship is, in that case, not re-entering today. and it probably would have already by now. I'm fairly sure it's like about 50. Is it 50 minutes or is it 1 hour 10 minutes after launch when they were entering?
I don't remember.
I think it's somewhere between that. So it would either re-enter right now or would have already. So you can keep that in mind for the next launch. But today there's sadly nothing coming down in over Hawaii.
All 33 Raptor engines successfully fired and continued through, I believe, through the entire ascent. I unless I'm mistaken, I think not a single engine on Booster 9 failed.
As someone here in our Discord saying that it would be 1 hour 17, I think that's what's meant. So yeah, Starship would be about to re-enter now if it would have made it. Oh, wait, actually, no, 1 hour ago, right? Yeah, 1 hour ago already. Yeah. Oh, it's been that long already. Wow. Yeah, so it would have all been down by now. But yeah, it didn't. So it probably went boom somewhere on the way there, likely right after we lost telemetry. So at about 150 kilometers height. That's just below 100 miles, by the way.
Yeah, it probably did. Like its apogee probably hit about 100 and maybe 150,000, 152,000 meters. So it might have made it a little bit further because it's going to have some momentum carrying it up a little bit further and further by the time the flight termination system detonated. So it'll be interesting to see if they got any telemetry from it, because one of the things that the rockets will of course look for is that not only can it send telemetry down, but is it also getting responses back saying, yep, I hear you, yep, I hear you. If it's not getting those responses back, then it'll at some point decide, okay, I need to detonate my flight termination system. And what I'm curious is, so they weren't able to send commands to it, obviously, but was anything able to collect telemetry from it just before, just up until the flight termination likely engaged? So could anything have picked that up that they're still processing and so forth that might tell us what actually happened with the booster? Was it, or with the Starship? Was it simply just because it lost telemetry that it detonated itself? Did it lose its attitude control and start veering off course? We don't know yet, but it'll definitely be interesting to see once that data starts rolling in. Hopefully, if more data does roll in, since they did lose telemetry, what actually happened there. I'm sure that there are some people who are looking across like flight trackers, satellite trackers, all sorts of things to see if they can extrapolate any sort of information. Not sure if maybe somebody managed to capture the signals being sent from the Starship as it was flying. So maybe somebody was able to catch some of the frequency modulation of the signal to see if maybe there was some pulsing to it that could indicate that the Starship was rotating uncontrollably or something to that effect. So remains to be seen. I'm sure probably the first place we'll find it is on Scott Manley's YouTube channel. He is
probably
really, really good about those sort of deep dive investigations, like almost immediately after something happens. So I'm definitely going to be looking for a Scott Manley video here soon to see what he has to say. Oh, can you zoom up to the chopsticks?
Of course, yeah. So while I'm doing that, I also saw someone. Oh, what was it? I forgot it. No. Yeah, there are always like people asking about the pad that's still on screen right now. Yeah, the pad seems to be mostly fine. So yeah.
I would say more than mostly. I'd say visually it looks completely fine.
Yeah, definitely. There also was someone. Yeah, someone was also asking about onboard footage of the Starship flight. So I was kind of surprised that we didn't have anything this time, because last time we did have live footage of the flight. So either SpaceX decided to not share that with us live, or there was none. And in that case, we also won't get it now, but I'm fairly sure that they recorded something, and we might get some snippets of it on either X or maybe even on YouTube, if they decide to post there again. Kind of sad. Oh yeah, someone in our Discord said that the chopsticks were moving. Yeah, so let's take a look at those maybe for a bit longer to see if they actually are moving. Zoom a bit out. Yeah, someone was asking how do I get to the Discord server. So if you're a member on Patreon or YouTube, I'm fairly sure there's no integration for X yet. You just need to add your Discord account to your either YouTube or Patreon account. You just need to link them, and then you automatically get invited. Yeah, that's basically it. And if that's also not working, you could contact us with your username through our contact email on the website. But that usually works.
So when you join on Patreon or on YouTube, I'm not sure if there's a direct link anywhere, but if not, just do a quick Google search for how to link Patreon to Discord, or how to link a YouTube membership to Discord. There should be some very simple instructions on that. It's generally that you'll do what's called a single sign-on sort of thing, where while you're signed into Patreon or into YouTube, you'll then go sign in to Discord, Discord via the website, and then that will allow you to connect the two, and you'll get invited over into our Discord channel. So make sure, somebody just said for YouTube members, you do it via the connection settings in Discord. Thank you, WG Mojo. Appreciate it. Yeah, so in Discord, go into your user settings and then link your YouTube account. So if you're a YouTube member, you do it that way. For Patreon, I'm not sure. I think it's done through the Patreon website. And that will bring you to the What About It Discord server. For as little as $1 a month, $1 a month, you can join us and chat with us, chat with Felix and the rest of the team. Speaking of Felix, B7 just asked in the chat, where is Felix? He has been awake since probably 3 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, 3 in the morning.
And it's 10 o'clock now local, so he is I'm sure exhausted and probably taking a nap right now. So we're letting the stream continue for a little while longer while we chat in the background, and he might pop in a couple of hours or so to talk again. But yeah, so he's probably getting some well-deserved rest and letting his vocal cords rest, because he was talking for hours on end.
Yeah. So maybe just take a look at the stream like every now and then while it's still running, and you might be able to see Felix in here. Yeah, he's probably also needs to analyze lots of stuff now after the flight, so we can't be sure that he'll be back here. But maybe just check in now and then, and he might be here.
And we still have 6,500 people watching. Thank you all so much for sticking around. It is amazing to have all of you here with us. So yeah, this has been an incredible stream.
Yeah, for sure.
Amazing job, Jonathan. Like,
thanks.
It's just we really cannot overstate how incredible it is that we have a 4K pan tilt zoom camera out in the middle of a wheat field being powered by redundant things of like solar and battery and generator. We have multiple internet uplinks that we were controlling that thing through Starlink via an Xbox controller, thanks to Jonathan here, which is just it's just amazing that we pulled this off as perfectly as we did.
Someone was telling again that the chopsticks are moving down slowly. Hard to observe that here, but it might be true. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you zoom in on them and just kind of like hold the camera there, and we'll see if they move?
Yeah, can. I'm fairly sure though that's on like they're being
Just hold
controlled
it
by
right there.
someone.
Then hold right there.
Yeah.
And then
So let's just
we'll be able to tell if they move from here. So if they're going
maybe.
They
I remember them. I remember them a bit higher. Yeah. So
no. Look at where it's connected to the tower. That little gap there. It's slightly, and it's stopped now, but it was getting bigger. Okay, now it's moving again. The gap's
yeah, you're
getting
right. Okay,
slightly
it's
bigger.
definitely moving.
Yeah.
Yes. Someone asked again if the Starship did do the water landing. So no, that's a short answer, and the long answer is
yes, but no.
yes, but no. Yeah. So the first stage, so the Super Heavy booster, did the flight terminate. Oh, Felix is back.
I'm back. Yes, I'm back. I'm back. As you said earlier, I was watching your stream actually. Haha. I'm in the background right now doing 100 different things here. But I just wanted to pop back in. I heard your conversation about Discord, about YouTube members and patrons. So YouTube members do this, as you correctly said, through the Discord software, and patrons have to go into their account settings on Patreon and then link their Discord profile. So YouTube members link their YouTube in Discord, and Patreons link their Discord on Patreon. And then you get automatically invited.
Just $1 a month.
Yeah, which is such a nice thing to have. Let me just take a look at our live picture here.
Yeah, we're looking at the chopsticks right now because apparently they're moving down a bit, and you can also see it. So they're slowly moving down.
Very slowly.
Very slowly, yeah. So unsure if that's actually wanted. I would assume it is. But yeah.
I would think that they know that it's lowering. I'm pretty sure that they're not like, is anybody lowering the tower? Oh crap.
There it is. Okay. I'm still finding my way to our actual stream here because I have so many tabs open.
I bet you I know why they're lowering it. I bet you I know why they're lowering it very slowly. They're probably collecting some telemetry from sensors on the tracks as they lower it, just to make sure that given that they just had a full 33 engine complete full power burn, just making sure that nothing broke, nothing's gonna, like, since they're running those up and down tracks, and those tracks are probably incredibly precise, they're probably going very slowly just to make sure that there's nothing stuck on the track, nothing bent or anything like that,
blocking them and so on. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this live feed so much right now. I don't know
amazing,
how everybody else is feeling. We still have 6,000 people watching here, so there must be something good about this.
I can tell you how I'm feeling right now. It's just full on.
Oh, actually, not sure if that gets through to the stream.
It should.
I'm pretty sure it does.
I think it does. That's Alex and his soundboard. Please don't overdo it.
I'm gonna listen to the stream. Let's see if it.
Okay. Yeah. So someone was asking about debris deorbiting, and yeah. So the upper stage. So the Starship did likely by flight termination system go boom at like 150 kilometers height. So the debris will be coming down. I think someone calculated like about like 2,000 kilometers downrange or so. Unsure if that's accurate by any means. But yeah, so the debris will be coming down. It's likely so small though that it won't be won't hit the ground. So it will yeah. Genau.
It was incredible.
And yes, the
Looking
soundboard.
at the footage again from the tracking we did this morning and everything, I'm just on cloud number 9 here right now. It's a pretty special thing that happened this morning.
And yes, the soundboard does come through.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
I might want to put a rule in there, so no soundboard on the live streams, please.
Probably.
I can disable it.
Oh boy.
But we need one more, just one more.
No.
Okay, I'm done.
I'm still stabilizing the footage from this morning here at 66% right now, crunching through the frames.
I'm also already working on the footage.
Yeah, if I can get this stabilized a little bit more. It was a mind-boggling success for SpaceX. That's absolutely sure. They went well beyond IFT1. They got tons of new data to work with. The next Starship and booster are going to be more advanced. IFT3 is going to be even more spectacular. And at some point, they're going to have a fully designed and fully finished Starship, which is incredible to think that they are actually working on something like this.
Felix, let's get your input on a question that we were speculating on earlier. So someone was asking if, given the resounding success that the SpaceX teams had with this, with IFT2, do you think that we would see an IFT3 before the end of the year? And if not, when do you think we would see the next soonest one?
Okay, this year, I don't think so. I mean, I'm already looking out for Elon's tweet saying in 2 weeks we're going to have the next launch, as he did with IFT1. I think he said 4 weeks. I don't think that is going to happen. Just because there are some major holidays in the US coming up that are likely going to be observed by SpaceX, stuff like Thanksgiving and then Christmas coming up. I can't see that right now. It would be a miracle, in my opinion, if they would do another launch this year. They might be able to do it, but I don't think they will. But I am fairly sure that we're going to see the next launch within the next 2 to 3 months, which would put it at the beginning of 2024. So it is absolutely likely not going to be another half year until we see IFT3. And right now, I'm projecting that SpaceX might do up to 5 Starship launches next year. So there is a show to be had. It is going to be a very exciting 2024. That is for sure after IFT2.
I'm thinking, given because they're technically most of the way there. They've already done tests with other articles.
Yeah.
Probably, given bureaucracy and everything, maybe February, maybe net February 2024 is what I would guess.
Sounds like a good estimate to me as well. I think that is realistic. That is something we can actually look forward to. Anything closer would be very optimistic. You never know if it's going to happen, but I do not predict for them to do another Starship launch this year. But yeah,
it would take a lot of bureaucratic stars aligning, which they're close. I mean, they've got a lot of evidence, a lot of justification in their corner to say, hey, look, we figured out the problems. So now it just would take bureaucracy to go through all of that data and say, yep, we're confident that you figured it out. But it's a journey to get there. Once they get there, however, then the cadence could be potentially a lot quicker.
Yeah, 5 launches next year. Don't quote me on that, but that would be my prediction right now. Somebody in the chat just asked, could they use, Peter S., could they use external SRBs on the Starship for a separation? Yes, they could. But
why?
Starship is meant to be fully reusable, and SRBs can be reused, but it's a lot of refurbishment work, and they are really hard to recover, and so on and so forth. So the philosophy behind the Starship is to, if possible, make every single part reusable, like an airliner. You just fuel it up again, load new passengers and cargo into it, and launch it again, possibly multiple times per day. And with SRBs attached to the Starship, which would be possible, that wouldn't be possible. You would have to put new SRBs on there. You would have to manufacture them, refurbish them if possible, and so on and so forth. So that would add a lot of time and not reusable parts. And so that's the whole reason why they could, but will never do that.
And there's also the tyranny of the rocket equation problem that adds into that, because I don't remember exactly what the ratio is, but for every kilogram that you put on the first stage, it reduces your payload capacity by like 3 kilos or something.
Yeah. It's a really bad calculation.
Yeah, so if you add strap-on boosters to the side of Super Heavy, you have to account for the weight of those boosters plus all their baked-in fuel, and pushing that weight up, plus any additional extra thrust that they may have to compensate for their additional weight, and adding a little extra boost to the booster, and it'd probably be diminishing gains at that point, or diminishing returns at that point, to the effect that it would be, I would imagine, more costly and not really that efficient or helpful in the end to give any additional boost capacity to the booster using solid rocket boosters. I said booster a lot of times in that sentence, but yeah, I don't believe it would really do much, to be honest.
You pretty much nailed it. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It wouldn't help much. They need to perfect what they have built so far, because they are on a really. I mean, I've analyzed the Starship more than I've analyzed any other rocket. I can almost tell you something about every single part on that rocket. And from my point of view, this is a brilliant design. If this actually works out, it is going to revolutionize everything, even without SRBs. And yeah, I see people in the chat here right now saying that I should take a break. I'm fine, everybody. I'm fine.
There's a quick update. Apparently, there's a crew are now on the launch pad.
Can we spot them?
I don't know if we can on our camera, but apparently on Lab Padre's camera, they saw a couple people.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't have my pad connected right now. My incredible Xbox pad.
I do.
I'm still not over this. It's crazy.
Yeah, where's my statue?
Worked out. Yeah, exactly. How it actually worked out is absolutely insane. Thank you so much for coding this, and this team is something to be very, very proud of. Thank you, guys.
So there's some questions in the chat about Starship update. So Booster 9 and Starship 25 successfully cleared the pad, cleared the tower. Booster 9 made it all the way to its full planned trajectory. They had a hot staging separation. Booster 9 did its spin to do a boost back burn, but during that process, it seems the flight termination system engaged. However, Starship 25 continued on its trajectory. Not sure for how long, but it did make it to 148 kilometers. So it made it to space. It made it past the Kármán line. And at some point, SpaceX lost connectivity with it. They lost telemetry. And because they were no longer able to send commands to Ship 25, it is assumed, though not yet confirmed, that it auto-engaged its onboard flight termination system, probably somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean. Hard to say exactly, but that's the current status. As far as the test goes, this was a resounding success for SpaceX and for us, because we also tested brand new hardware today with this stream. So congratulations to both teams, to both SpaceX and the Y teams.
Yeah. I just went outside the house to buy something real quick, and encountered my neighbor, who is an ex-NASA employee. He's retired down here, and I had a quick chat with him, and he said exactly the same thing. He's seen quite a few launches before, and he had the same theory. We all think right now that it might have been an automatic FTS trigger when communication was lost. So that's another item on the list, basically, is to improve connection between ship, booster, and ground stations. Always something to work on.
Question in the chat. What hit the tank farm? As far as we can tell, nothing from this launch. From the previous IFT launch, a whole lot of the pad hit the tank farm. But as far as we can tell, nothing this time. The pad looks fine as far as we can tell from the angle that we're looking at.
Yeah,
It's
just
barely even discolored.
I just moved the camera over to the tank farm to the GSE tanks as well, and as you can see, there are some dents in there, and these black stripes you can see on the tanks are bracings they attached after IFT1 to make that outer shell structurally sound again, which worked. But other than that, there is no new damage visible on those tanks. They looked like this before IFT2. So this looks almost perfect. There's I can't really see any particular thing where I'm like, oh, look at that. No, there's nothing. That it all looks pretty much perfect.
We got confirmation in YouTube chat from Kenny. FTS failed and it's now heading onto the moon.
Right.
Oh,
thank you.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
So let's hope they get their onboard cameras working again. I would love to see that.
Right.
I can't see any people on the pad.
They're on the other side.
Probably.
Yeah.
The chopsticks are definitely coming down now.
Mm-hmm.
Really slowly.
Very slowly coming down, yes.
Yeah, so I'll also head out now. Was a blast hosting with the guys here.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you guys for the amazing support in the chat.
I tracked it with Oh, that is my Oh wow. Hannah, I'm so happy you're on this stream right now. I tracked it with an Xbox pad. Yes, I did. I can barely talk by now because I talked so much in the past few hours. It is absolutely incredible what the WAI team did here today. It's fascinating to see what we were able to accomplish. Huge shout out again to SpaceX and to our own team for making all of this possible today, and I'm extremely proud. I'm going to walk a little taller today, that is for sure. From here on out, we are going to improve these cameras. There are going to be more cameras added. At some point in the near future, they're also going to go into a 24/7 operations, and we have quite a few things planned for that. So this is not supposed to be a clone of what's already out there. We're trying to do things differently, improve on what's already there, and we'll see how far this can go. Right now, I am pretty amazed as to how far it went. I'm very, very proud. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so I'll head out now. We'll leave the stream on, and I'm pretty sure Cargile and Felix will also continue commentating for a bit.
Commenting, yes. I'll hop out as well because I really need to do a few things here still. But I'll be back as soon as I can, and we'll be commentating throughout the day, likely.
Okay.
Because this is something that needs a few words to be spoken about. Yeah, I'm still absolutely baffled.
I think I will. Yeah, I think I will also hop out for a little bit. I have not had breakfast yet, and I've been awake since 4 o'clock in the morning. So, time for a break.
Yeah. So thank you guys for the amazing support out there. Was a blast watching.
Keep watching. The camera stays online, and we'll occasionally hop in again throughout the day, very likely, to give you more updates and to talk a little bit more about what happened.
Yeah. We shall be back. Hello, everyone. And if you're just joining us, well, thank you for joining us. So, to catch you up, excuse me, just a few minutes after 7 a.m. local time in Texas, Booster 9 successfully lifted off and cleared the tower and made it all the way to its expected trajectory with all 33 engines firing. So far as we've heard and seen, none of the engines on Booster 9 had a failure. So after that, there was a, excuse me, there was a hot staging event where rather than being pushed apart, the Starship 25 ship would then just fire its engines while connected to the booster and disconnect itself at the same time and do a light of its engines, disconnect, and moving away from the booster all in one motion. That successfully occurred. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. During the boost back maneuver, where the booster 9 rocket would spin as it's kind of traveling or coasting through space on inertia, it'll use its cold gas thrusters to rotate itself, so its engines are now pointing in the direction of travel, and then we'll relight those engines in order to do a boost back burn. During the lighting of the engines of the boost back burn, it appears, from looking at footage again, it appears that during the lighting of or reignition of the engines, the booster just had what's called a rapid unscheduled disassembly. Although it's been it's been stated that the flight termination system engaged on Booster 9, so we're waiting to see what the official story is from SpaceX as to the entire timeline of events. But in any event, after the hot staging separation, Starship 25 ended up continuing on its planned trajectory, firing its engines, and from what I have gathered so far, it was stated that Starship 25 was in terminal guidance when they lost telemetry. So that means it was in the final moments of its engine burn ahead of engine cutoff into a nominal trajectory insertion. Not an orbital insertion, but a nominal trajectory insertion. So they were seemingly not very far from the finish line, and something happened. They lost telemetry, and it's assumed but not yet confirmed that Ship 25 self-destructed, probably somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean. Excuse me, and that would be due to the automated flight termination system on board, that when it loses telemetry connection to ground control, it will eventually destroy itself to prevent it from veering off course or doing anything out of the ordinary. So it appears that that's what happened. So short summary, just after 7 a.m., Booster 9 lifted off with Ship 25 atop. Had a successful hot staging. Booster 9 attempted to do its boost back, but ended up having a rapid unscheduled disassembly. Ship 25 continued on its trajectory just short of the end of its insertion burn, or the end of its insertion burn. SpaceX lost telemetry with it, and it is assumed that it self-destructed using its flight termination system somewhere probably over the Atlantic Ocean. We don't know yet. We haven't gotten confirmation from SpaceX, but overall, in terms of a mission, this was a resounding success for SpaceX. They accomplished everything they sought out to do. Getting all the way over to northwest, or northeast, northwest, sorry. Getting all the way over to landing in the Pacific Northwest of Hawaii would have just been the extra mile, making it just a little bit further. So for all intents and purposes, this was a success. So outstanding job to the SpaceX engineering teams. Really unbelievable how what they were able to accomplish with this. We're looking at the live camera. This is the WAI cam, and from everything that's been reported so far, from everything we have seen, there is no damage at all to the launch pad. Stage 0 is seemingly completely unharmed. The launch plate looks good. The all of the legs, everything around the launch area, the tower, the chopsticks, all of it, everything looks like it's just fine. The damage that you see on the tanks in the background, that's actually from the last IFT, IFT1, where where stage 0, the launch pad ended up getting partially destroyed in the process. So none of that damage appears to be new. And from all the photos, from our camera angles and everything else we've been seeing, it looks like they figured out the problem. So yeah, it has been an absolutely amazing, just I'm at a loss for words for it, to be honest. It's been an amazing journey to get to this point, and and SpaceX has done it. And in addition to that, we also had a successful test of our own hardware. So what you're seeing right now on the screen is the WAI camera. We have our own camera out in a field south of the launch pad in Boca Chica, and it worked absolutely perfectly. We ended up tracking the launch of Booster 9 with this camera using an Xbox controller controlled via Starlink half a continent or half a country away. So it's just amazing. And yeah, somebody mentioned in chat, and just want to echo that as well. Ship 25 made it to space. It actually it made it, I believe, 148 kilometers in altitude before they lost telemetry. Likely they probably made it to 152 kilometers before FTS engaged, I would suspect. But yeah, they made it well past the Kármán line. So this has now made the Raptor engine flight proven and effectively space proven, because it's now the first and only full flow staged combustion engine that has made it to space, and the first and only Methalox engine that has made it to space. So an absolutely just incredible how everything just went as flawlessly as it did today. So yeah. Needless to say, and the Y team, we're all glowing right now. Yeah, there's some questions about my phrasing half a country away. So the camera obviously is in Texas. It's in Boca Chica. Felix was controlling it from Florida, so half a United States away. But also it's important to note that that was being done via Starlink. So we have a Starlink connection on the camera. So being controlled by more than an America's width away, I guess. Maybe a full America's width. However far that has to go up into space and back to a base station. So yeah, a fair distance away. And I mean, well, right now I think it's probably I'm not sure who's controlling the camera, to be honest. It might be Indigo or Felix. If it's Indigo, then somebody's controlling it from Germany, so half a planet away. But regardless, all that to say, it's just an absolute marvel what we have in operation here right now. Mad props to everyone who worked on this. To Jonathan, who made the remote controlling possible. To TJ and Astro Rody, Joey, who have been working on site, and I know there's so many other names I'm going to be missing here, but everyone that put this all together, it's been. Oh, not me. Felix was toying with it. Okay, yeah. So it's been everyone behind the scenes that's been working on this. It's a lot of people, and it's just incredible that this went off without even the slightest glitch. It's just amazing. It's so good when things just work. It's just so good. How you feeling, chat? We're glowing over here. How about you? Interesting. So Scott Manley on Twitter just posted, it sure looks to me like the LOX depletion accelerates at the same time as we see that cloud. So there's a bit of a cloud that as you watch in a replay, when the screen starts to get a bit orangish and there's a puff that we thought might be during our stream, we were speculating that might be them engaging the atmospheric rated Raptor engines rather than only the three space rated Raptor engines. There's a momentary period there where if you're watching as the ship is progressing on like the SpaceX stream, for example, LOX is slightly above methane the whole time, and then just as the screen kind of like turns that orangish color and we see some puffing coming out, LOX suddenly liquid oxygen, sorry, is suddenly very rapidly draining. So perhaps ship 25 sprung a leak. Tell us in the comments. What do you think? An interesting comment comes in from Mike Verk. Vercast, sorry. It took me a second there. Mike Vercast. It seems like hot staging doesn't work. Could you delay second stage until the booster is clear? Actually, looking back at the footage, I think it worked.
Staging worked, yeah.
Yeah, looking when watching the hot staging separation, the booster successfully completed its rotation. So its attitude control worked, and it stopped its rotation. It didn't continue rotating, which is also very important to note. So it did end up pointing its engines in the direction of travel. But if you watch closely, it looks like just at the moment they try to relight the engines, something happens and there's a rapid unscheduled disassembly, an RUD. So I'm not sure if maybe they decided to just go ahead and detonate the flight termination system right at the moment that they were lighting the engines, or perhaps it automatically did so itself. Perhaps while it was lighting its engines, it realized that it was going into an an extreme condition that it needed to engage FTS. So that's also a possibility. Hard to say until SpaceX gives us the official story, but it does look like hot staging worked successfully. So they might not need to return back to any kind of pusher mechanism. They might be able to continue on this journey. Some very interesting ideas and speculations in the comments. Also, super chat from Scott Harbuck. Thank you so much. And yeah, some really interesting ideas here. Excuse me, sorry. My throat is so dry from talking so much today. Question in the chat, is the dented tank at the farm a result of this launch? We don't think so, no. It appears to be the same damage that was there previously, and there appears to be no damage whatsoever to anything of the launch pad. Stage 0 appears to be in pristine condition, save for some discoloration, like very mild even. And you can see it on our camera here. There's a little bit of some discoloring, but that's it. And we've also seen photos that the launch plate has no damage to it. So whatever damage is there on the tank farm appears to be previously done. Has previously happened during IFT1. I love this comment. If all else fails, why don't we try and use a trebuchet to launch Starship? You know, funny you mentioned that, Justin S. Thank you for the comment. Funny you mentioned that. There is actually a company called Spin Launch who is doing something not too dissimilar, and they've had a couple of successful tests so far. I don't know exactly how far they made it into the atmosphere, but I mean, there. Jokes aside, there is kind of a trebuchet to launch stuff into orbit now. So, yeah.
Although I personally I don't see spin launch working for Earth conditions because of the high gravity and the atmosphere, but like on Mars or on the moon, for example, it could be of use. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I mean, it is technically possible.
It should be, yeah.
We could legit trebuchet things into space. Yeah. Oh, that's a good shout. Thank you, Scott Sluggo's Roll. Okay, great. Speaking of wildlife, on a different feed, you could see a large iguana and large birds on the road of the launch pad shortly after launch. Probably ears ringing, but they looked okay. Awesome. Thanks for calling that out. That's excellent news. I mean, that's just even more evidence for future justification with requesting approvals from Fish and Wildlife Service of they pose little to no danger, it seems. That's amazing. Really outstanding job to outstanding work, everyone on the SpaceX teams. Amazing. Simply incredible what human ingenuity can do, isn't it? And yes, to confirm the questions in chat, yeah. So Ship 25 did indeed make it to space. Did not make it to orbit. Did not quite make it to its target trajectory. Or I suppose trajectory, yes, but did not quite complete its burn. So not sure what happened there, but overall, it was a resounding success of a launch. There's no damage that we can tell on the launch pad. Nothing nothing evident of anything that had gone wrong there. All the damage that is present is uh, is previously existing damage. So as far as we can tell, everything went as well as it could have gone. I mean, could have gone a little bit better, but yeah. So and yeah, Ship 25 made it to space. I made it 148 kilometers before telemetry cut out. So that now means that the Raptor engine is a flight-proven, space-proven, full flow, staged combustion, Methalox engine. The first and only of its kind. Absolutely incredible. Can't wait for these photos to get published. They are incredible. We have some photos coming Or oh no, I'm sorry, hot staging views from SpaceX. There are 2 photos. Oh my god. When do we expect to know more about what happened with Starship? I don't know. Depends how long it takes them to do an investigation and to publish the findings of that investigation. So, it might take some time. I mean, I would optimistically assume maybe 3 days for being optimistic. But who knows? They might have, and that I mean that as in like full detailed report. We'll get some little bits of information here and there. Obviously, like Elon's probably going to be tweeting about some things in the next few hours, I suspect. But as far as a more official report or more clear description as to the timeline of events, the cause of Booster 1's RUD and Booster 2's, well, first the confirmation of Booster 2's RUD, and then also a full story as to the cause of that. So it may take, I would imagine, probably 3 days before we get some clear information to that extent. But who knows? Maybe Elon will tweet the whole story in an hour or two. We'll find out. Oh yeah, and Jim Aragon in the chat brings up a very good point. He says, "I reckon the investigation won't take that long, not as long as IFT1 took." Absolutely agreed. It won't take nearly that long to figure out what went wrong here, because during and after hot staging, they were still collecting telemetry. They did not lose telemetry until just prior to the engine cutoff on ship 25. So they probably have a pretty good idea of everything that went wrong. And as far as we can tell, nothing went wrong here on Earth. There seems to be no damage from IFT2. Everything seems to be completely fine. So as far as a FAA and a Fish and Wildlife Services investigation, nowhere near to the extent of what happened with IFT1, because they managed to have a lot more control this time. They didn't have any destruction of the launch pad or stage 0 or anything. So as far as a Fish and Wildlife Services approval goes, I would imagine it will just be a couple of weeks of collecting evidence and showing that to FWS. Hey, look, we did it. We figured out the problem. Probably take some time for them to review that and confirm it, of course. But yeah, after all the bureaucracy and reviews and approvals and everything with FAA and so forth from this launch, I don't suspect that future approvals will take very long at all. The successes of this one is just going to demonstrate quite significantly the capability that SpaceX engineering has to solve those problems in a very short time too. So Felix and I were talking about this earlier. I suspect that they may have another stack launch somewhere February 2024. And that's including all the federal reviews and approvals and so forth. So, yeah, and then after that, who knows? Where's the rocket? Rocket's gone. It already flew. Did so beautifully with 33 engines firing nonstop. Interesting point from Rob B in the chat. Perhaps they decided to test the flight termination system since last time it was inadequate. I mean, that is possible. They could have. I mean, it's entirely possible that when the booster was doing about to do its boost back, that they decided to just spin the engines to make sure that they would fire up and then just go ahead and terminate. It's it's a possibility, but looking back at the footage, it kind of seems like, I want to say the FTS engaged right as the engine spun up in response to the engine spinning up. So I think perhaps the FTS automatically engaged on the booster because there was a critical malfunction in the reignition of the engines on Booster 9. That's my suspicion. So it might not have been an intentional test of the FTS, but I mean, it was tested nonetheless and demonstrably proven. So whether or not they wanted to test it, they certainly did. Do we know how far downrange Starship got before the RUD? We don't yet. I would suspect, and this is just my speculation, I would suspect that it was probably, so the trajectory of Ship 25 was to go just over the northern edge of South America, just over the southern tip of South Africa, over Indonesia, and then fall into the ocean northwest of Hawaii in the Pacific. And I was speculating in the in the stream that it may have gone down over the Indian Ocean, but it didn't travel nearly long enough to make it that far. So I think it probably went down just off the coast east of South America. So probably a couple 100 kilometers northeast of Brazil would be my guess. But I haven't done the math yet to figure out where they lost telemetry, and then take a guess as to where flight termination would have engaged, and then how far debris would have traveled. I'm not sure, but if I had to guess, I would wager probably somewhere northeast, a couple 100 kilometers northeast of Brazil. How close to orbital insertion? Well, it wasn't technically an orbital insertion. It wasn't planned to make it to orbit to begin with. It was a apogee insertion, I guess. And I don't know what the target altitude was, but it made it to 148 kilometers before they lost telemetry. I think the target altitude was something like 160 some kilometers. So they don't seem to have made it, but they got close. They got very close. Yeah, they were maybe 20, 30 seconds from second engine cutoff and coasting phase. So yeah, they almost got there. Yeah, exactly. Chat just said orbital speed is 27,500 kilometers an hour, and it seemed they reached just under 24,300 before telemetry cut. So they wanted to get to excuse me, they wanted to get to near orbital speed, but not enough to actually be in orbit, so that way they could even if I don't know if there was a deorbit burn planned, but the plan was to never have a perigee that was equal to its apogee, thus being in a true orbit. The plan was always to have it crash into the Pacific Ocean or into the Atlantic or into the Indian Ocean. Hence the planned trajectory that they had, which put it just over the northern edge of South America and just over the southern tip of South Africa. Did I say that correctly? Just north of South America, just over South Africa. Yeah. Joe Howard in chat says FAA was happy with the FTS. I should hope that the FAA would be happy with the flight termination system. It was very demonstrably proven today. So they should hopefully be happy with that. Everyone that's still watching the stream, thank you so much for sticking around. Really appreciate it. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. It really helps the channel. Even though this stream will be going down at some point here in the... Oh, wait. I just got a update. So, the tweet just came in from Jonathan McDowell at Planet4589 on Twitter, X, whatever. Thanks to NOAA's Kenneth Howard for pointing me to this NOAA weather radar data showing a debris cloud exactly over my estimated Starship reentry point, which looks to be What was it that was said in chat? Northeast of Puerto Rico. Oh. Didn't even make it to Brazil. I really forget how big the Earth is and how long it takes to orbit it. So it looks like debris field just northeast of Puerto Rico. So, well, at least it made it as far as Felix. Anyways, as I was saying, everyone who has stuck around in the stream, thank you so much. Please do like and subscribe. Do please like the video. It really helps with making sure that these streams, these videos, make it to more folks who are interested in this kind of content. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss any future content from What About It, especially the weekly videos, the multiple videos that are coming out, and all the shorts, as well as the live streams. This is the first of many, many, many live streams that we're going to be doing with the WAI camera. This is our own camera that we control. So make sure to subscribe and click that notification bell. That'll make sure that you get notified for all the new videos that get published and whenever we have new live streams that come out. And if you really like our content, you can either click join here on YouTube or you can subscribe on Patreon. And either one of those will get you access to our exclusive Discord server where you can chat with the What About It family, the whole team that put all of this together. It's not just Felix or TJ. It's 13, 15, some odd people, a lot that makes this happen. So if you're interested in supporting us, definitely be sure to either join on YouTube or become a patron on Patreon. Or you can also go to whataboutit.space, and we have a couple options there where you can sign up directly on Patreon or just send a donation to us directly via PayPal. Every donation, every subscription helps immensely. It helps us to pay for things like the camera that you're looking at right now, the team of folks that I just described. There is a company behind this. There's a whole mess of people that put in day jobs into this. So this is a lot of work to bring this to you, and your subscriptions, your patron donations and subscriptions, your subscriptions on YouTube, your super chats, all of that goes directly into bringing you this content that you're looking at today, bringing you the launch that we brought you today, and the tracking that we did, and everything else. So yeah, please join the channel or subscribe on Patreon and click that like button. Almost said like bucket. For those just joining us, well, first, thank you for joining us. And just a little past 7 a.m. local time, Central Standard Time, Booster 9 did successfully launch, cleared the pad, made it all the way to its target main engine cutoff. Ship 25 successfully completed a hot staging separation Booster 9 completed its rotation, its attitude control to orient its engines toward the direction of travel. However, Booster 9 had a rapid unscheduled disassembly shortly after lighting its engines for its boost backburn. Meanwhile, Ship 25 continued on its target trajectory and made it almost, probably I'd say 88-90% of the way through its target trajectory until at 148 kilometers in altitude, SpaceX lost telemetry with Ship 25, and it's currently assumed that, though not yet confirmed, that Ship 25, in losing telemetry connection with ground control, automatically engaged its onboard flight termination system and seems to have done so northeast of Puerto Rico, according to weather radar from the NOAA. So everything went wildly successful. As far as what SpaceX was wanting to accomplish, they accomplished basically all of it. So as you can also see on the camera here, and this is the brand new WAI cam. This is our camera in Boca Chica. As you can see, there's basically just a little bit of discoloration to stage 0, but that's it. There's no discernible damage. Every bit of damage that you can see, for example, on the tank farm, was done previously from IFT1, but as far as damage to the pad from this launch, there seems to be none. So as far as everything, as far as all things can be considered, this seems to be a complete success for SpaceX. And indeed, this was a very complete success for the What About It team with this brand new camera assembly. Absolutely well done. There's a comment from Fly in the Bug 35 asking, what did your channel suggest yesterday that the launch was delayed until Sunday? It almost made some of us miss the launch. I just wonder where you got that information. I personally don't know. That would be a question for Felix, but one thing I do want to remark on that is that with these launches, everything is highly in flux. So sometimes approvals may come only within 24 hours or 48 hours of being able to actually do it. So it's hard to say, and especially when there's a delay in a launch window. So they got approval for Friday, and then it wasn't clear how long it would take for them to make the repairs because they had to destack and complete the repairs, restack, reconnect everything. So it was, I suppose, and this is me speculating, I suppose it was assumed at that time from the best available information that it wouldn't be until Sunday that they would have another attempt. But between that being said, and when it actually was confirmed when SpaceX would make their next attempt, there was a time gap there that just better information came forward of, no, actually, it's on Saturday. So yeah, it's just one of those things that because all of this stuff is moving so quickly, it's really hard to say as to when some of these things might occur. It's at the behest of a lot of approvals from a lot of government agencies and so forth. So definitely make sure to follow at Felix Schlang. I I hope I said that correctly. At Felix Schlang. I think it's Schlang. He's
Schlang.
gonna kill. There he is. Schlang. Okay. Definitely follow at Felix Schlang on Twitter or X, whichever you want to call it, to keep up to date with all of the SpaceX information. And also check out our website, whataboutit.space. So we will do our best to keep that as up to date as soon as possible. As soon as we know confirmed information, we will try to get it there as quickly as possible. So make sure to check out the whataboutit.space website for information as well. We have Starbase information there that includes current weather, road closures, planned tests, as well as information about test articles that have been that have come and gone through the Starbase. There's also information about upcoming launches, as well as if you're kind of curious about who's behind all of this. It's not just Felix. I mean, as you can tell, I don't have a German accent, and I sound a little bit different from your typical host. There's a big crew behind What About It now. So go to whataboutit.space to get all the latest information about what's going on at Starbase and to see who's behind all this. And if you're interested to join us, there's a contact link there too where you can do so. I heard a Felix pop in. I hear you there. Don't be shy, Felix. And he's shy. He's probably like, nah, I talked for 5 hours. This dude can do it. Hey, chat. Does anybody know what you could feed a 4K pan tilt zoom camera? Because our little camera earns some snacks. What kind of treats do we get for a camera? This thing is absolutely remarkable. The little camera that could. And if you're just joining us, what you're seeing is the WAI cam. This is our camera. And this isn't the only time you'll see it. We'll be doing this again and again and again. So, yeah. Tell us what you think. Hello, hello. So, if you're just joining us, yes, Booster 9 did successfully launch with Ship 25 attached, or stacked on top, I should say. I cleared the tower, made it all the way to main engine cutoff. Hot staging worked successfully. Booster 9 did not, unfortunately, do its boost back burn. Ship 25 continued on its on a seemingly nominal trajectory all the way until probably about 80-90% of its about 80 or 90% of its target trajectory, and then for some reason that's not yet been stated by SpaceX, they lost telemetry with Ship 25, and it's assumed, although not yet confirmed, that its automated flight termination system engaged. There's NOAA radar that seems to indicate a debris field over northeast of Puerto Rico, which seems to fit the expected trajectory and timing of Ship 25. So, unfortunately, it did not make it into its coasting phase, but it did make it to space. So it made it to 148 kilometers before telemetry cut out. I would wager probably it made it to 152 kilometers before flight termination automatically engaged, just given coasting and so forth. But it's also possible that it had a rapid unscheduled disassembly and just blew up on its way there. So who knows? However, stage 0, the launch pad that you see on the camera, which is the brand new debuted WAI cam that we have on site in Boca Chica, the stage 0 launch pad appears to be completely unscathed, save for a little bit of discoloration. Photos on site seem to indicate that there is no damage to the launch plate. The chopstick arms look fine. They lowered them very slowly after about an hour after. And you can currently see them there just above the launch tower. It seems from all indications that there was no damage to the launch facility whatsoever as a result of IFT2. However, you can see some damage on the tank farm, and that gets brought up repeatedly in the chat. That is not from this launch. That was from IFT1, where it kind of almost completely destroyed the launch pad. And now it's seemingly unharmed. So whatever they did to fix it, they seemingly did it right. So all things considered, this was an absolute resounding success for SpaceX, and also a resounding success for us here at What About It, because as you can see with this camera, it's working absolutely amazingly. And earlier, Felix managed to track the Booster 9 launch with this camera using an Xbox controller. For real. So, yeah, it has been a fantastic start of the day. Absolutely glowing over here. How you feeling, chat? There's a comment in chat. Checked Scott Manley's short vid. The reason for FTS of booster was problem with engine start, and they decided to shut down. All right. Well, if that's indeed confirmed, interesting. Eagle just said in chat, I'm a little bummed out that Starship didn't make it. It did, though. It pretty much did. It didn't make it to coasting phase, but it made it almost there, like 80-90% of the way. So that's not bad. That's really good, to be honest. Like, just given that this is a giant water tower, kind of, that they're launching into space. I mean, making it 90% of the way, that's incredible. That's nothing to be bummed out about. That's worth celebrating. I mean, round of applause to the SpaceX engineering teams. Absolutely amazing what they pulled off with this. And yeah, as chat put it, well, it was way better than the first try. That is true. And I think honestly, given that Elon's a man of philosophies, I would imagine one of his philosophies is make the best outcome our worst outcome from there forward, which is to say, this was the best success they've had. The target now should be that is the worst outcome that they've ever had, and then just keep doing that. So if this is the best one, then far exceed it, and then far exceed that one, and then far exceed that one still. And I'm pretty confident that that's the design philosophy that SpaceX has. It just kind of seems to be their thing. So they absolutely are. This went way better than the first try, and the third try is going to go way better than this one. I'm pretty confident, because that's just how they roll. Oh, someone's asking who is talking, by the way. Yeah. So I am Alex. I've actually been on a stream before with Felix. Sometimes I go by a moniker of Kaga or Kage, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Yes, it's a Japanese kanji word for shadow. But no, my name is Alex, and I co-hosted the Ship 6, Ship 9, hover test with Felix back a couple years ago, and I'm behind the scenes doing systems administration for What About It. So, like the WAI.2 short links that you're seeing spammed by our bot. Well, I don't want to say spammed, but politely posted by our bot for following us on X or following us on Instagram, that WAI.2/X. I run that. I run the email infrastructure that we have for What About It, so we can keep in contact with all of our business contacts, things like that. So I'm very behind the scenes typically, but I guess it's now a tradition that I join Felix on these Starship streams. So here I am. But yeah, thank you for having me. Oh yeah, said just couldn't match the voice anymore. It's probably because previously when we were doing the stream, we were using a different software, and when we switch it over to the long-term form that we're in now, we use a audio-only software, so it kind of softens the audio and makes it a bit warmer, I think. I've noticed that my voice seems to be a little bit bassy coming through here, so just give you some What About It ASMR. Well, hello, chat. Thank you for all the feedback, chat. I really appreciate it. The question in the chat, do we know how the launch pad held up? Well, this is a live view. What you're seeing on the screen right now is the brand new debuted Y cam. And as you can tell, or as you can try to say see and tell at the same time, it came out as Stel. As you can tell, on the view here, yeah, it's basically unharmed. So the launch pad seemingly held up perfectly. And all other photos that have been coming through across social media indicate the same thing, that it's lightly singed, and that's about it. We unfortunately can't get a shot of the water deluge plates from the angle of the camera currently, but from photos that have been shared on Twitter, it looks like it's just lightly singed, like just a little bit of mild charring, like not even damage, just a little toasty. Theodore Thompson asks, "What does SpaceX say about it?" They haven't yet, and that's why we're kind of speculating right now. Why I'm prefixing everything that I'm saying of I'm speculating or I'm assuming or I think, because we don't know yet. SpaceX hasn't really confirmed anything so far, other than just what they said on their own live stream. But until they actually release a statement or post something on Twitter, or until I guess Elon posts something, SpaceX hasn't said anything about it. Not really. It's a question in the chat. What are we seeing venting from the OLM right now? I don't know what tank that is. It's a smaller one, so nitrogen maybe? Not sure. Oh, OLM, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's possible that maybe they're purging lines and it's a purge point. Maybe it's nitrogen. I honestly don't know. I would guess probably that they're bleeding off lines and purging them to clean out any residual methane or liquid oxygen, perhaps. It's my guess, but I don't know. Oh, that's a good point. Someone says in the chat, I think that's something behind the OLM, not the structure itself. Could be a twin to the short cylinder next to the big tank, reliquefier for the pressurized contents. That's a good point. It might be a perspective thing. It might not actually be the OLM. It might be something well behind it. So I don't know. Excellent question, though.
I think it's one of the nitrogen vaporizers. It's indeed in front of the OLM. Sorry, behind the OLM, in front of the.
Yeah, from this
front
perspective,
of the tank farm, but it's making it look weird. But the OLM, I don't know if it's the OLM. I don't see that, but there shouldn't be anything behind that. It could be the OLM, yeah.
Felix, you sound like you need a bit of sleep. Well, I'm not Felix. I'm Alex. A similar sounding Lex, but no, I'm the systems administrator for What About It. Just hijacking the stream. Felix isn't here. I can do whatever I want. Just kidding. He's listening, so I can't do whatever I want. Oh, this has been an amazing day, hasn't it? Dud asks, what happened to Starship after the launch, or after the loss of connection? We don't know. But it is assumed that the onboard flight termination system automatically engaged. NOAA weather radar seems to confirm that hypothesis, but we haven't had any confirmation yet from SpaceX. So right now it's just a strong guess, but not sure yet. Sumatra asks in the chat, any guesses for when a third attempt, when they might make a third attempt? My guess is no earlier than February 2024. They have articles ready that they've tested, so they could technically stack, and if they really, really pushed, they could technically maybe be ready for a launch before the end of the year, but that would assume no bureaucracy, no approvals needed from the FAA, from the Fish and Wildlife Service, no need to close airspace, things like that. So they might be able to physically be within launch readiness within or before the end of the year. But realistically, I would say probably no earlier than February 2024. Now, after they get that approval, once they've demonstrated with the success of this IFT2 that they figured out the problems with destroying the launch pad, they should probably not need a whole lot of lag time to get the next approval after a success with IFT3. So it might take them until February this time, but should they have the hardware ready, might only take them to March after a successful IFT3. Who knows? But that's what I would suspect. If they succeed with IFT3, they might be able to get approvals within a month or less. And then it's just a matter of churning out the hardware fast enough. Now, to be clear, that's just me speculating on the next stack test. As to when they get to something like launching a payload, I think they're probably going to want to get at least 2 more successful launches before they launch a payload. So I wouldn't put that until May or June. No earlier than May or June for the first payload launch on a Starship. Yeah, optimistically, I'd say maybe May or June would be the first payload. And that's, of course, assuming that all tests in between go successfully and occur with a pretty rapid cadence. So possible, but yeah, we shall see. The user named Ugly German Truths says, well, they can always launch the first ugly Tesla semi into space. No, I want to see them launch a Cybertruck. Maybe launch the Cybertruck that they shot arrows at. I think that would be pretty hilarious. A Cybertruck and a handful of Starlink satellites. Yeah. There's a question. What do you think the first payload will be? Starlink or perhaps some rideshare type launch? I think it'll almost certainly be Starlink. At least part of it. Maybe it'll be a rideshare. I don't know, but I think it's pretty much guaranteed that it'll be a Starlink, because that's kind of what they have been demoing in all of their animations of launching hundreds of Starlinks from a Starship. So I would strongly suspect that would be the first payload. other than like a test article, like just a mass simulator or something. So the first real payload, I think, would be Starlink satellites. So who here has been watching since the beginning of the stream? Tell us in the comments. I'm curious to know if anybody's stuck around for the whole time. Let me know. Got a few people that were sticking around since the very beginning. Awesome. Thank you. And for anyone that hasn't yet, please make sure to hit that like button and also subscribe so you don't miss any more content like this, and hit that notification bell. That'll make sure that you get notified anytime that we release new videos. We release a lot of videos, shorts especially, talking about everything that's going on at Starbase and beyond. It's not only Starbase, but they're the most active. And if you really like this content, you can either click that join button, or you can become a patron on Patreon. And if you join on YouTube or become a patron, you also get access to our exclusive Discord, where you get to talk to Felix and the rest of the What About It team, myself if you want to talk to me. And you can engage with the rest of the community and help us out with finding interesting information, or other kinds of other means of contribution to the channel, or just hang out with us and chat and keep up to date on what's going on within the Y community and what's going on in Team Space. So yeah, like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and join or become a patron if you really like the content. And for those that have, thank you so much. Really appreciate all the support. It goes a long way. Every dollar that gets sent to us goes to supporting this channel, making sure that things like this can happen. This feed that you're seeing, this view, is the Y camera. This is our camera. We own this. We have a camera on site south of the Starbase launch facility, and what you're seeing is paid for because of the patrons, because of the YouTube members, because of the PayPal donations, because of the super chats. All of you make this happen. So thank you so much. Marcus Berger asks in chat, what do you guys think about the opinion of Scott Manley about the rapid unscheduled disassembly of the booster on YouTube Shorts? Well, first and foremost, I think Scott Manley is a brilliant man. So I put a lot of credence into his hypotheses. So if that's a suspicion regarding the engine failure shortly after ignition or reignition attempt, I should say. I mean, I would have little reason to doubt him. He's a legit astrophysicist, a lot more than I am. So, I don't think I want to challenge his opinions. That's what I think. Also, quick shout that I want to make: if you not only if you like our content, do please like and subscribe. But if you want to share this channel with your friends, your family, get them interested and involved in team space and learning about what SpaceX is doing, what all the companies, Rocket Lab, ULA, and so forth are doing. Just give them a link of WAI.to/YouTube, WAI.to/YouTube. And you can do that for all of our socials. So y.2/Patreon if you want to subscribe, y.2/Instagram, y.2/Twitter or /X, y.2/Facebook. It will take you to all of our socials. So definitely, please, if you like if you like our content and want to give us a little extra boost, share those links on your socials. y.2/YouTube. If you want to send them to our website, that's y.2/space. So yeah, and you can also find those links to our socials on our website, whataboutit.space, or short link is y.2/space. Hello.
Hey, Kage!
Hey, you are live on the stream with me.
Yes, I am. How is everybody out in the streamverse? It's an epic day, right? That was an awesome launch.
As I've been telling the stream or people watching the stream, I think we're all glowing here. I know I am.
Oh yeah. Like
how are you feeling?
I am still like on an adrenaline rush. Like the sound was just so intense. Like the sound was shaking my pant legs while I was trying to track on my camera. And like just your whole body shakes when that sound wave hits you. Like it just you cavitate. It like if you've never been to a launch in person, make the effort because it is a pivotal moment in your life you'll never forget. Like and it was even more intense than IFT1 was. Like it was just awesome.
So the person that's talking right now, this is Astro Rody or Joey. He is on site currently in Boca Chica. Joey, why don't you introduce yourself real quick and tell us about your experience?
Yeah, like Kage said, I'm Joey Astro Rody. That's my social handle on X. I come from a background of behind the scenes technical support for rock and roll, ballet, opera, conventions, company events, parties, county fairs, state fairs, rodeos. A lot of technical experience doing lights and sound and video and staging and pipe and drape and things. And so yeah, I've been talking with Felix and for a while, and like the time came when my experience and my know-how was exactly what they were looking for, and I jumped in my car and drove down here to help out the team that's here, and it's just been amazing. It's been a lot of hard work, but it has just been amazing.
And speaking of an amazing experience, so you're there on site in Boca Chica. Can you describe what your experience was like watching the launch today?
Like it's so exciting that I actually forgot to press record on my camera.
Oh no.
So like we have my live feed was recorded, but I didn't record it into the camera as well. But like I juggled all the things that a camera operator needs to juggle. I was controlling my f-stop, I was controlling my focus and my zoom and my ISO and my volume on my shotgun microphone, all while tracking the rocket. And I feel like I did a pretty good job. Yeah, for my second attempt at trying to track a rocket, I did pretty dang good, I think. I just missed one detail, because you just get so into it, you're just like, oh wow, this is just amazing. And you're trying to capture that moment so that other people can share in that moment. And it's like the 101 things going on when you can only handle 100 things. And yeah, it's just so exciting. Everybody cheering all around. Like I mentioned earlier in the stream, like there's so many rocket nerds here right now. And everybody is just kind and polite to each other. People meeting each other that they've met out in the interwebs, and just finally meeting face to face and whatnot. Like people get really excited and run and hug each other, and like it's a lot like Woodstock or Burning Man, but for rockets. And it's just an amazing, exciting. It's almost surreal. you know. And then the sunrise this morning was just gorgeous coming through. You know, the color had just faded out of the sunrise when we had ignition, and it was just awesome.
So how far away were you from the launch site?
I think I would have to sit and look at the map, but I think I was about 5 miles, and I think the exclusion zone is 4.5. So I was a little bit outside the exclusion zone. I was a little bit further away than Ground Truth, who was at Raptor Roost.
And can you describe the like how did it feel? Like the air pressure. You said that your legs were shaking from the from the launch, and not because you were nervous, but because of the air pressure.
The sound
can you
waves
describe that?
hitting you. Yeah, the sound wave like hits you, and you feel this like vibration and pressure around your whole body. And like I'm wearing loose fit jeans, and they were just like vibrating around my legs, and like it's just like it's that sound that you can hear with your teeth rattling. You know, if you've ever been to a rave, that's about 10% of what it feels like in person. It's just so intense. That crackle is just, you think when you hear it over the internet, or see a recording, that it's the mic clipping. That's what it really sounds like. Only you're not hearing the volume of it. You know, it's loud. Like, I almost wish I had put in earplugs today. I did wear earplugs for IFT1 and was glad I did. And I was a little bit further away, so I didn't this time. And like, there was a point where I'm like, where are my earplugs? I should probably put them in. They're not where I can get them, and I can't take my hand off the camera or it'll point down at the ground. So, but it's loud. It's really loud.
Yeah, and what people often may not realize is that when you're watching a rocket launch, and like when you see a video and you hear that sound, that like it sounds like a really harsh crackling. It sounds like that in person. That's not a microphone artifact. That's not from the microphone cutting out or anything. That's because of what is it? It's like a supersonic, non-supersonic airflow interference, something along those lines. That because you're basically having. Sorry, go ahead.
There's a technical term for it, and I'm not sure what it is, but a visual representation of it would be throwing two rocks into a pond, and watching how the ripples interact with each other. Sometimes those two ripples will amplify each other, and sometimes the ripples will cancel each other out.
Mm-hmm.
And with 33 Raptors, that's 33 little pebbles getting thrown into the pond all at once, and so all that sound is interacting, and that's what causes that ripple. I mean, even a single engine does it, just because sound comes off of different parts of the nozzle differently. You know, there's different gas density and expansion rates happening within that nozzle. And it causes that, and every single engine is doing that as well. So
yeah, so
when,
off of just
when it's
one
a really
engine,
loud crackle, it's because everything lined up to boost it. And when it's really quiet, it's because everything just happened to miraculously line up to cancel a bunch of the sound out.
Yeah,
it's an amazing thing.
Hey, guys.
Exactly. And hello.
I'm
yeah.
back, but keep
Welcome
talking.
back.
I was listening in anyway. Great talk.
Yeah, from what I remember, it's interference of the supersonic sound pressure waves interfering with the non-supersonic or just subsonic shock waves, and those interference patterns cause those loud crackles and pops that you hear. So when you hear that on a microphone on a recording or live stream of a launch, it's like that for real, just a lot more intense.
Yeah, I've had 2 super rockets by now. IFT1, of course, Starship, and SLS for Artemis 1. And both times I can just confirm what Joey just said there earlier. It is kind of like feeling how a microphone clips when something is too loud in your whole body. You're not even hearing it anymore. You're completely engulfed in the sound. It is an incredible experience, and I can just recommend that very much to anyone who hasn't seen a rocket launch anyway. Go take the SpaceX tour at Kennedy Space Center. It is absolutely amazing. Make sure you watch a Falcon Heavy or something with 2 boosters returning to the launch site and things like that. It is just absolutely incredible. KSC itself is worth a visit anyway, but Starbase is as well, what we're watching here right now. Yeah.
So Felix,
Crazy.
you live like what, 10 miles from 39A, 39B?
About, yes.
Cool. I'll be down some point. I'm gonna watch a Falcon 9.
Yes, you should. I gave him a hug on the stream. He's on his way back now. Lewis, friend of mine and a long time member of the WAI community. I actually met him through the YouTube channel. That's an excellent example for some very special people being in this spaceflight community. We're about 10 miles away from the pad, and he was here for 2 weeks, and we watched 3 launches and almost 4 together because he had to leave an hour before ignition today. So I hugged him while we were live streaming, and now he's probably already on his way across the pond. But yeah,
I can't believe just how frequent the Starlink launches are now. I mean, they just completed the 18th successful launch of the NASA Worm Falcon 9 that launched Bob and Doug into space. So that's gone 8 times, 8 more launches than what they had designed it for, even. And there's so many of them happening. It's almost like, I don't know, 1 or 2 a week. It seems like. So
it's great. It's like a
yeah,
train.
so I could come down there for like maybe 2 weeks and have a pretty good guarantee of catching at least 2 Falcon 9 launches. So like that's and not just launches, but also probable return to launch site landings. Like the fact that this is now just a daily common thing, that we're just like, oh yeah, they landed another rocket. Like,
it's crazy.
Wow.
I said the same to Joey earlier when we had our phone call. It's incredible that there is a company out there actually building this. This is real. We're watching it right now. The chopsticks have come down for analysis, and they're going to take a good look at the pad. We just witnessed Starship launch number 2. There is a company out there actually building this, and it's insane. It's incredible. It is a huge chance for humanity. If we actually pull this off, it is going to open up so many things in space. It's incredible. I'm absolutely stoked by this launch.
No, that's a really good point to touch on.
What an exciting time to be alive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, that's a very good point to touch on, because there's often a question asked of, why do we spend so much money putting things up into space when we could be fixing things here on the ground? This does fix things on the ground. It just it's not an immediate and direct fix. There are longer, deeper things.
It might even be immediate. I've recently developed this idea that it's something that others have talked about as well. But I do think that starships are absolutely perfect for large-scale satellite constellations, Because right now, as they are, their strong suit is actually in low Earth orbit. You have to refuel them to go further out. But for low Earth orbit, they're already perfect. So imagine this. You can build a swarm telescope, small satellites that fan out in a pattern and build one large array, like we do it on Earth already with all sorts of telescopes. That's one thing. And the other thing that would help us directly down here on Earth, imagine solar satellites doing the same. They would, on one side, shade Earth, reducing the sun coming in, lowering any sorts of temperature problems we might have down here, and we could move energy production off planet. So that would be a direct, huge benefit. And I'm thinking that that might be one of SpaceX's businesses in the future, solar satellites. Because
well, let's actually bring that back to the planet. Because you're going somewhere that I was getting to actually.
Yeah.
There's right now putting a lot of investment into space does not yield immediate returns right now. It yields returns in the long term, like for example the whole fact that we have digital cameras right now. This camera that you're looking at is directly thanks to the space industry. They developed digital cameras in order to compensate for all the cosmic ray artifacts that would end up on film strips and all the radiation hardening that they had to do to compensate for that. And so DSLRs came about because of space flight. And so you'll have longer term things like that, but SpaceX is doing something a little bit revolutionary, or a lot of it revolutionary, that they're making that turnaround time of the on-Earth benefits a whole lot shorter. Because when they launch a Starlink array, it's in operation in a matter of just a couple of weeks. It takes them a couple of weeks to get into their target orbit altitude and to orient themselves and spread out and all that. But they're in operation after a couple of weeks. And so it's a pretty quick turnaround. And now that has yielded the fact that in very remote areas of the world, people are able to get high-speed, low-latency satellite internet connectivity that is not too far different than just a terrestrial high-speed internet connection. A little bit higher on the latency side, but not nearly as much as typical satellites. And that's just the current turnaround that we're getting from Falcon 9. There's also the fact that with Starship, it has a very real potential, and this is something it was designed for, to be a suborbital hop system, not just with the booster taking it into orbital velocity or to the moon, but also be able to bounce basically just as the crow flies in a parabola from one side of the Earth to the other, and potentially take hundreds of passengers from, let's say,
We'll see if that actually happens.
We'll see,
you're
but
talking about point-to-point travel. There has to be a lot of safety measures in place to enable something like that. But
that's what they're aiming for. That's what they're designing it for. And if they make it that far, then we will have an immediate return on investment to space travel, because it's not just for launching satellites. It's not just for launching objects that cost millions and millions of dollars. It's for potentially not too long from now, maybe 10, 20 years from now, if less, for taking people from like Singapore to Dallas in a matter of a few hours.
Or humanitarian aid, like there's an earthquake in a volcano erupts in Iceland, and we need to get a bunch of food and water and blankets up there.
Absolutely,
they can be there in hours.
Absolutely,
think of how many lives that would save.
Absolutely, very true. Excellent point, and that's the thing that makes this so important. That no, it's not solving world hunger or something like that, but it is closing gaps, closing distance gaps. It is providing a unthinkably cheap way to get things into orbit very soon. And we've already seen that SpaceX can deliver on that when it comes to, they say, hey, we're going to launch and land boosters. And people laughed at them. They said, nah, that's impossible. And now it's so common that we don't even, like, nobody really follows them anymore. It's such a commonplace thing. And they could do that with Starship. They could deliver on that. And that's a real tangible, immediate turnaround, return on investment for space travel, for investing in the space industry. And that's remarkable. That's imagine you could, for the cost of a bit more expensive than a first class ticket, but in 20 years or so, imagine for a pretty decent chunk of change, $10,000 or something like that.
I don't think that is the most the biggest benefit of starships. This is what you're describing there right now. I mean, besides the humanitarian aspect that Joey brought up, this is going to be a rich people's toy for a long time. Military and very well-earning people are going to travel on starships point to point because planes are very efficient. They might take a little longer, but they are very fuel efficient, much more than a Starship. And so their tickets are already very competitive. So I do think that is going to be for, well, the wealthier people at the beginning, like space tourism is right now.
True, but if they continue on this cadence at the speed at which they're doing it, it is quite possible that it could be, within moderate affordability. I mean, not real affordability, but moderate affordability in a couple decades.
Yeah.
Another factor that, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no.
Another factor that does benefit Earth immediately right now with the space industry is that's a lot of jobs. That is lot of jobs. That's food on people's dinner tables. It's not just putting stuff up into space. Like, all the people that work on putting those things into space are feeding their families. So there is an immediate return. And just like the guy that goes out and farms corn for a living, there's a guy that goes and solders wires for a living. And whatever it takes to put food on your family's table, like, we shouldn't intentionally take stuff away from someone who's feeding their family. So the space industry is great for, it feeds a lot of families.
Yeah, it does. Some of them even build starships.
And also, one of the things to add to that is that SpaceX kind of revolutionized something here with Starship, that they just put out all calls like, if you know how to weld stainless steel, if you have any experience with water towers, come down here. We want to talk to you. We want to hire you. And they
water towers can fly.
Yeah. And they just hired people who were like, yeah, I've done I'm former journeyman. I did work with bridges and cranes and stuff. Oh, cool. All right, cool. Here, build a Starship. And they brought in people with no background in aerospace, none, to build rockets. And that's something really important to point out here, that they're taking a lot of steps out of the equation, a lot of the overhead that you see with the typical Northrop, Lockheed, et cetera, that they're just going straight to iterative, build it, fly it, destroy it, figure out what went wrong, do it again. And they're doing that with people who have, standard real world experience in civil engineering, that they're pipe fitters, they're boiler makers, they're various kinds of labor trades working on bridges and radio towers and things like that, and water towers, and now they're building rocket ships. And that's an incredible industry vertical leap. Because the aerospace industry is so very, or was so very exclusive. And now it's like, hey, you just got out of welding school? Cool. Come build a rocket ship.
Crazy. Yeah, and we're watching it right now.
Yeah. Like that's not just putting food on plates. That's putting food on plates of everyday people, of everyday laborers, of people who didn't have the privilege and opportunity to get into the aerospace industry before. They just can now.
Absolutely. And that's career advancement. So
yeah,
it gives the next generation that much more opportunity. Like that's direct impact. The space industry affects a lot more than the newspapers and the mainstream media want to give credit to.
This is a very booming industry, and gotta give credit where credit's due. SpaceX has done an absolutely fantastic job at evangelizing the aerospace industry. I mean, we wouldn't be here on this stream right now, panning this camera around as Felix is doing, without this happening. Like without SpaceX having done all this stuff that they've done, they are pushing the industry in incredible directions.
Yeah, they are. Absolutely.
Are you having fun
There's
with
a
that
lot
camera?
of stuff to. Yeah, well, yeah. Well, it's a really cool toy to have an Xbox controller for. How do you word that? It's. I can just agree with everything you guys have just said. We have a lot of stuff to look forward to in 2024. It is, of course, hard to predict where and how fast this is going to progress. But what we've witnessed today was the second step in orbital launch attempts. And it went much further than the first one. I'm actually amazed how far it went. Right now, I think the latest intel on the whole thing is that both booster and Starship lost connection and therefore triggered their FTS system. It's not completely clear yet, and the next few days we'll have to see what SpaceX and Musk are tweeting. I didn't even check yet if he has tweeted anything already, any causes, any reasons.
There was some speculation from Scott Manley on Twitter, on Twitter and in YouTube Shorts that he was speculating that shortly before it reached, so when we were watching it, and we saw that plume when the screen was kind of orange tinted, and we were speculating in the stream maybe they turned on the atmospheric rated engines as well. There was apparently a noticeable drop in liquid oxygen far faster than it was previously, so it might have sprung a leak.
Yeah, that's I observed on the live stream. I observed this sudden increase in plume expansion as we were theorizing, but I don't think that's what it was. And I already pointed it out on the live stream. There was some increase in gas being left behind by the Starship. So that might have been a ruptured tank. And that would then, of course, lead to the whole system triggering the FTS and ending the flight. So,
and as far as the booster goes, so there I was talking about the Starship. As far as the booster goes, it seems it happened just slightly after attempted reignition of the main engines. So when it did its attitude maneuver to flip the main engines in the direction of travel, if you watch the main engines start to fire, and then a moment later, RUD.
Yep.
So it might have been an auto termination.
You think about it. The booster was still thrusting, and then hot stage ignition of the Starship. You've got pressure coming on the booster from the top and the bottom, and that could have stressed it just enough that when it made its attitude maneuver, it ruptured the tank, and then when it tried to reignite, it ignited all the gas that was spewing out around it, and poof.
Or it triggered a failure condition that automatically engaged the flight termination.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would suspect probably that engines started to ignite and it hit a fail-safe condition and just went ahead and triggered FTS. I want to get to comments real quick because there were a couple of comments asking if we are reading comments. Yes, we are. Yes, this is still live. We're just, chatting in the background. So to answer a couple questions, is the launch pad okay? Yeah. This is a live shot. This is the brand new debuted WAI cam. So what you're seeing is real time. This is right now, and you're looking at the launch pad. And as you can see, it's in basically pristine condition, minus a little bit of it's a little toasty, slight toasting here and there, but it's otherwise okay. Satellite imagery, or not satellite, aerial imagery, and yeah. So I if you want, I have a soundboard thing for that. Oh no, I don't have it anymore. I used to have the Mortal Kombat toasty.
Oh, toasty.
Yeah, so it's a little toasty, but it's fine. It looks fine. The damage on the tank farm is from IFT1, not from this launch. So that's old damage. And yeah, it's there were photos from people nearby that they did some heavy zooms.
Let me just interrupt you there real quick. I've seen some pictures on X by now that suggest that some of these dents might have gotten bigger, but if that's actually the case, I could see that shockwaves would be responsible for that. I do definitely not think that any debris hit these tanks today. So it might have actually, because they were unstable anyway, they had dents, and dents make a cylinder very unstable, and that's why they put the bracings on the outside as well. And maybe that was just not stable enough. But what you're seeing there is the outer hull of those GSE tanks. The tanks themselves that hold the liquids are inside of those hulls. So, yeah.
And they're designed for that. They're designed to take that kind of something flying and hitting them, so that way the actual tank itself maintains structural integrity. So that damage there is just mostly on the facade. It's not really like they wouldn't keep those tanks there, and they wouldn't use them if they were structurally unsound. And I think they're still using those two.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. They changed it to having the methane out of those GSC tanks completely. That's in those bullet tanks behind the launch pad from our view. And they've changed a lot of things on those GSE tanks. I mean, technically, from an engineer standpoint, those GSE tanks probably were a mistake. But it was the try to produce these tanks in-house, but then they put them upright and right next to the pad, and had a tornado next to it as well. So
Oopsie.
Bad luck combined with we are testing things. So I'm not, when SpaceX ever builds the second Starship launch pad at KSC anyway, because they have the big circular tanks there. But if they build the second pad in Boca Chica, I do not expect any GSE tanks on that second pad. It's going to be bullet tanks because it's just something that the industry already has. It's cheaper, it's reliable, it works, and it has a lower silhouette when something goes wrong. That's a major advantage.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is John.
Hey John, how are you doing?
I am still shaking. I am still shaking.
How was that launch?
Oh my gosh, it was amazing. But I want to take a quick moment and just thank everyone that's still continuing to watch the stream. Cannot and could not have done that without all of our supporters. So we are in a great deal of gratitude towards everyone watching. Thank you.
John, introduce yourself to the people on the stream.
Awesome. Absolutely. So I'm Ground Truth on X. I'm a professional photographer from San Antonio, Texas. And I've, come down to Boca Chica on my own time since July 2021, just trying to get pictures, and I would give them away for free. And that's kind of how I met Stefanie and Felix. We met at IFT1 at Raptor Roost, and we hit it off, I think, at least a little bit. But yeah, I've been taking pictures of things for quite a while, and I got some pretty happy with the imagery I got today. I'm still exporting images right now and video as well. And Felix, you were talking earlier about the noise, like what it sounds like, and I've come up with, it's like standing in front of a lightning bolt for 2 minutes. It's just constant striking and thunder.
That is a really, really nice analogy, and I can totally confirm that. It's freaking crazy. It's
absolutely.
Speaking of confirmations, I have a couple confirmations from Twitter. So first, at Elias SOB, I think that's their last name, not an implied acronym. There is a confirmation from Puerto Rico with video of Starship reentry north of Puerto Rico.
Wow.
Yep, there's a video on.
Send me a link.
It's in the Discord.
All right.
In IFT2 chat. In addition to that, at Boca's Brain, one of the folks in Boca Chica confirmed with some photos that there's some random Starbase minor damage. Unfortunately, Hoopcam 2, Hoopcam, I think that's a Lab Padre, right? Is on its side, and rest in peace, camera.
Oh no.
It's not great. Yeah, and a little bit of damage around some stuff near the, I believe it would be the eastern edge of the tank farm, just past the barriers, the dirt barriers. A little bit of some damage around that area seems to be, and that's about it. Like they said hoop cam laid over, junction box door blown open on power bay comms building, dumpster lids did not blow open. Weird. Okay. So yeah, very little damage at the Starbase facility at the launch site. So to answer the, sorry, go ahead.
It was a very clean launch. I was very surprised, actually. It was unbelievably clean.
Yeah. So
it was amazing. Oh boy, it was so good.
Yeah, to answer all the questions in chat.
I've looked. Let me just say this real quick.
Go ahead.
I've just looked at the re-entry footage that is supposedly from Starship. I would wait for a confirmation there. It is extremely hard to say what exactly is visible in that video. So, but it would be epic. That's for sure. If that actually was a video of the Starship re-entry, maybe you can put the link in the chat. Give me a second.
One thing that we do have confirmation of, though, however, is there's a lot of weather satellite imagery of that area over of a area spanning northeast of Puerto Rico, where it appears there's a debris field. So that would fit if that video is real.
It would fit. I just put the link into the chat so everybody can take a look if they want to. But it is unconfirmed. Let's just say that I'm bookmarking this.
So everyone that's asking in the chat, again, this is hey Felix, quick feedback for the video. We should probably put a like a live indicator on the video.
There should be one. Give me a second.
No, I mean in the video itself.
As the title, you mean?
No, not as the title. I mean like underneath Starbase Texas or above IF2 launch success or something like that. If we had a way to actually indicate in the video that yes, this is a live feed from the WAI cam.
Well, so in the title of the video it says WAI Live SpaceX Starbase Texas, and in the description it says SpaceX Launched Starship for IFT2, and the camera stays on.
Well, I guess people aren't reading.
I can add a live.
To answer everyone who keeps asking in the chat, yes, this is live. Yes, Booster 9 did launch successfully. Yes, there was a successful hot staging separation of Ship 25. Unfortunately, it did not make it quite to its target trajectory, like 80-90% of the way there. But otherwise, it was a resounding success for SpaceX. And what you're watching is the brand new debuted WAI cam, which is live. What you're seeing is right now, real time in Boca Chica. And what you're looking at is stage 0. So to answer the questions, yes, stage 0 survived. That's it right there. And it's a little toasty, but otherwise, basically no damage. Blinking lights.
Oh yeah, I had my microphone muted. It is crazy. It's outright crazy to see that this deluge plate actually survived and that it did withstand 33 Raptor 2 engines at, I'd say, around 200 tons thrust each. They probably didn't go full throttle on the pad. Because Starship actually, which is one of the craziest things about its construction, I think fully tanked, fully fueled in everything prepared for launch. A Starship has a thrust to weight ratio of 1.4, I think. And so it doesn't even need to run the engines at full thrust to take off, even though it is completely fueled. It is a monster of a rocket.
Yeah. And that actually is a good callback to the question earlier in the stream of using strap-on solid rocket boosters. It's not really a need. It's got 1.4. Yeah, it's got plenty of thrust that they could have a margin of error baked in there, plenty of margin of error. So they lose 1 or 2 engines. Okay, they're still going to make it to their target trajectory. They don't lose any engines. Cool. They got plenty of fuel left over that they could just, I don't know, float around for a while and then come back. So that's kind of the whole point is that they're building in a lot of tolerance, a lot of redundancy, because right now when it comes to rocket launches, the tolerances are incredibly precise. They have almost no margin for error. That if they don't get it right, if they don't get that burn perfect, if they don't have just the right amount of fuel on there, no more, no less, then they're not going to get to the correct margins they need to. It's so precise. Whereas, with Starship, they're designing it that, hey, we lose an engine or two. Okay, whatever. That's
redundancy is key here.
Yeah.
Yes. They go by scale. Starships are that large for a reason, because fully and rapidly reusable almost demands a large rocket at this point. And if you have a large rocket, why not slap tons of engines under it and have a lot of redundancy? I mean,
Yeah.
why not being an engineering challenge? But SpaceX seems to be up to it. And to be fair, a Falcon
Absolutely.
Heavy is powering 27 Merlin 1D engines, which isn't a small number either. So they have some experience with it.
And Felix, fact check me on this. So the thrust output of a super heavy is 3 or 5 times more powerful than a Saturn V.
So I think the Saturn V had 3,200 tons of thrust, and I think the Starship has 7,500 tons of thrust.
So it's
Something like that.
it's just like a little over twice.
Yes, but still.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the Saturn V before the Starship got built was the rocket to be named
I
as a
can keep
powerful
track.
rocket.
We keep changing the number, so I just started kind of.
What did
Sorry,
you
what?
say? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I thought my mic was muted. That was not intentional.
Okay.
It's okay.
No worries. So yeah, now that is Starship. That's as simple as it is. It's the most powerful and tallest rocket in the world. Again, on flight number 2, it was a little larger than on flight number 1 because of the hot staging ring. So they got the record twice. So today you saw the tallest rocket ever erected launch from Boca Chica and officially reach space. Even though both ship and booster were lost during the attempt, it was largely more successful than number 1, and this is what SpaceX is doing here. So don't be confused if you hear people say, but they lost both booster and ship, so this must be a failure. What this is about is getting data, because they don't know how to build a Starship yet. They're figuring it out. It's a completely new thing. It's not just a recycled design that's a little updated, and then you send a new rocket up that actually isn't really new, because you have with other launch providers have evolution of rockets as well, but it is so much slower at this point than SpaceX's evolution that SpaceX is going into new territory here. And then it is about doing fundamental research, and that requires data, and that's what they got today. So IFT3 is going to go even further, and maybe IFT4 is going to do the whole thing, which would be incredible.
So continue fact checking me here. So this was
I will try
the most powerful rocket ever launched.
That is correct.
And this was the first time that a full flow staged combustion engine has been flight proven in space.
That is correct as well.
And also the first time a Methalox engine has been flight proven in space.
No.
No.
iSpace made it from China 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I thought their second stage was not Methalox, though.
Technically, not Stokespace. Who was the other company here at the Cape already launched a rocket? It was a Methalox rocket.
Firefly?
No, not Firefly. Come on. Anybody in the chat help me out.
But I'm choosing my words carefully here. Space proven. Flown in space.
Yeah, no, that's what China did. That's what China did, and that's what I'm still missing the name. Also did.
Were they Methalox?
Space, but the booster did reach space. Yeah,
they were Methalox. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So that's the whole industry is drifting towards Methalox right now. Yeah. RP1 is more expensive. That's the whole reason why they're going to methane, and they're skipping hydrogen because it is too hard to handle. So it makes sense that everybody's trying to get to Methalox as quick as possible right now. So, but yeah, Starship today had so many firsts in space. We could talk for half an hour about this. The first upper stage equipped with flaps to reach space. The largest upper stage ever to reach space. There are quite a few, and if we keep thinking, Relativity space. Thank you so much, Mr. Random. I was like completely standing there and didn't get the name, so thank you very much for saving me finally. Yeah, Starship set quite a few firsts today. That is for sure. Absolutely, bonkers action.
I'm kind of sad that Starship didn't make it to its coasting phase because something tells me, or at least I maybe it's just wishful thinking, that as one of the tests, they would have made the Starship do a little Flappy Bird as it's coasting.
Are we getting spoiled here right now that you're sad that it didn't go through the coast phase? I was so amazed when I saw the thing even going above the Kármán line and continuing after that. I am so happy about IFT2. Everything, like I said before the launch, everything past stage separation for me was icing on the cake, and there was a lot of icing on the cake today.
And I do owe you a taco now.
Yes, you do. That's how it goes.
Eryk has a great question in the WAI server. The episodes are going to be very interesting coming up. We're going to have a lot of things to talk about.
Oh yes. Oh my, so much flight analysis to do. I'm going to start scripting tomorrow with Eryk together. It is the whole team is already collecting tons of information from everywhere right now. The debris, the booster debris. I see satellite pictures popping up here in our Discord and everything. So there is so much stuff to do in the next few days. Look forward to the next episode, 318, I think, is going to be a very interesting one. Absolutely. And I'm playing a little bit more with my trusty Xbox controller here, which I still can't wrap my head around.
We still got 2,700 people watching on the stream. Thank you everyone for sticking around. And I did a quick poll earlier, and good few people have been here from the beginning of the stream. So thank you so much for sticking around. If you've been here since the very start, we've been going since. Well, you've been going, Felix. I think since what, 3 a.m.
3 in the morning. Yes.
Yeah, I
actually I got up at 2:30, and but we went to bed early today, Stefanie and I, and it worked. Let's just say that I didn't have that well of a sleep that I would have normally had, but it worked, and we got our like 5 or 6 hours of sleep, and that you can run on. I'm not that old yet, so
you got sleep. I didn't fall asleep until after midnight, and then
I did get some sleep. Yeah.
And then we set our alarms for 4 o'clock in the morning, and my wife angrily wakes me up, and she's like, "Come on, we gotta go." It's like, oh god.
That's how it is. I'm very happy to have my wife. She's always willing to do these crazy projects with me, and I'm a powered paramotor pilot. She is one, and I started the YouTube channel, and she instantly jumped on it and helped me since the beginning, and so on and so forth. It's crazy. I'm very happily married.
Oh, me too. Fun little insider fact for those still watching the stream. Actually, my wife works for What About It.
Yes, she does.
Yeah, she's not the newest hire, almost the newest hire.
Stefanie is building the women team at What About It right now, and it is incredible. Grandpa Joe's wife is working for us as well. She does all the financial stuff, which I am eternally grateful for. She does a beautiful job with that. And then we have another candidate. I don't want to talk about that right now on the microphone, but she would be a woman as well. And so then Team Y would be equal. It was crazy. It would be equal men to women, which do think is such a nice thing to see, that because if you look into the statistics of our channel, it's right now, and I'm very, very proud of that, 4.2% women viewing our channel. But that makes you see how many more men are interested in SpaceX's rocket. I don't know if it's my content, but other creators have reported the same to me. Even Amy Shira Title, if you know her, of Vintage Space on YouTube, and she is a woman, so if anybody would watch her, if any women would watch rocket content, it would be hers, probably. She does a fantastic job too. And even she had 7%. So I am very, very proud of all the women working at WAI and helping bring you all of this. It's incredible. So nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, my wife's doing the sponsor segment. So if you ever want to get angry at somebody for this video brought to you by
Don't get angry.
Don't get angry. Just
never
support the channel.
Never forget the 2 rules. Number 1 is I don't do sponsors where I don't like the product. Trust me, I've sent back many of these products that were sent to us. I'm not doing it. When I do something, I see sense in it. And secondly, it's part of what brings you this camera. It really is. It is important for us. That's why we're constantly saying like the stream, share this stuff, subscribe to the channel, because the more funding we have, the better the content will get. It's just as simple as that. Our ideas are almost endless right now, but you can only go as far as your funding goes. And so we thank everybody who supports us, including our sponsors. But also all those viewers who gave super chats today, who became members. I think we got over 100 new members today, which shows how crazy cool this space community is. I can just say it over and over.
Absolutely. And there's a question in the chat. How many on your team, employees and volunteers? Ooh, that's
number is rising quickly. I think right now we're at 12 people. And only one of them, I think, is a volunteer right now. 2, maybe.
Well, no, I mean, if you also include all the folks moderating and the moderating the YouTube,
then it's way more. Way more. Yes.
We have, like, if you just count the employees, I think it's 12 or 13. Steffi was saying maybe 13 earlier. And the volunteers.
That's
a lot.
Yeah. That's what every time somebody says, Felix, you rock, I smile and I love you for saying it, but it's not just me. It is not just me at this point. I started the channel and I worked so hard in the beginning to do this alone, trust me, but I'm very, very happy to have this team, and it's so much more than just me. This could never be achieved by me. TJ as well. All those important people, John and Joey and everybody, Alex, Penny, the editors, it goes on and on and on and on. Oskar, who helps us with research and all sorts of things. You also post the galleries for patrons and things like that, tasks that I just would never have time for as well. It's just too much. We're putting out at least one content post a day right now, be it a gallery, an episode, anything for our patrons, for the supporters. There's always something. A short, I just 2 hours ago released another short about Virgin Galactic. Very interesting topic. I can only recommend it. And so this short, the only thing I did with that short was record it and give some feedback. I couldn't have done this myself. And so that's the team.
Absolutely. And if you want to support the team, well, you could always join on YouTube. You could always.
Chat just said, "Oh, we are at the Oscars now." No, that's just me being incredibly proud of everybody working at WAI. But I didn't want to interrupt you, Alex. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. But yeah, if you like what we're doing, you can always support us. You can join us as a member on YouTube. Can become a patron on Patreon. Or if you go to whataboutit.space, we have information there about how you can donate directly to us via PayPal. also super chats, buying merch from us, supporting our sponsors. All these things help to support the channel and bring you, well, more people and what about it, and more camera stuff like this, and a whole bunch of other interesting goodies.
Yeah. Yeah, we have so many plans for the future. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and I hope this is going to continue as long as it can, because I was before I uploaded the first video, I was exactly like everybody else who's watching this right now. The only thing that's changed is that I'm now producing the videos, but this is a huge passion, and there are so many people out there sharing this passion, and that is just amazing. Oh, because I mentioned the name Oskar. Now I get it. Markus just replied there. I take it you are from Germany with the name Markus Berger, but it could also be Markus Berger. So I don't know. Oskar, yeah. Oskar is... he is always there when you have a question. It's crazy.
Oh, I get it. Oscar, because of the Oscar.
Yeah.
Haha.
Entertainment factor 100%. Only at WAI.
This is the quality content you come here for.
Ooh, that was still needs a little bit of fine tuning, the Xbox Pad software, but I'm quickly getting a hang of it. It's just still surreal. I can move this camera around with an Xbox Pad, and I'm having so much fun. If anybody wants to see something specific, thank you very much. Just give me a shout in the chat. I'm reading the chat as well, as you might have noticed. And I can move this thing around with an Xbox Pad, which is the coolest thing in the world. So if you want to see anything, just type it in the chat. Berm is completely unharmed as well, which is another indicator for there not having been much debris. So if, again, grabbing on the thought earlier, if those GSE tanks have more dents now, I would blame it on shockwaves. I'm still standing at there wasn't any debris. At least I'm desperately hoping that that deluge plate is survived so much that you could just launch another rocket on it, because that's SpaceX's goal. We've seen first pictures, but it's hard to tell if there actually is any damage that you would have to refurbish the plate for. And I hope they don't have to even refurbish it. That would be the goal. There it is. Ooh, there you go. Tank farm looks great, yeah.
So, apparently we have a couple folks just joining us. So first, if you are just joining us, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. So to give you a quick update, Booster 9 successfully launched, and it made it all the way to its main engine cutoff. The hot staging worked successfully with Ship 25. It disconnected and went along its way. Booster 9 did its attitude control to orient itself with its engines facing direction of travel, but it seems that when it tried to reignite its main engines, it triggered an automated flight termination system, so Booster 9 self-destructed in the air. Meanwhile, Ship 25 continued on its journey about 80-90% of the way through its target trajectory, and then something happened. We're not quite sure what yet. There's not an official confirmation yet, but telemetry was lost when it was at 148 kilometers in altitude, somewhere, seemingly somewhere off the coast northeast of Puerto Rico. So it did make it to space. It made it well past the Kármán line, and almost made it to coasting to the coasting phase, but didn't quite get there. However, in terms of whether or not this was a success, this was a resounding success for SpaceX. Absolutely, no question there. And this was also a resounding success for What About It, because what you're seeing right now is our live camera feed. This is the WAI cam, our camera in Boca Chica, south of the launch site, looking at the, I believe this is the chopsticks right now. And yeah, so what you're looking at is part of the launch pad, and everything appears to be, as far as everything has come in so far from various sources, everything seems to be in pretty good condition on the launch pad. Little tiny bits of damage here or there, a little toasty in some places, but otherwise nothing close to the damage that was done with IFT1. So yeah, it launched successfully. It almost made it to its coasting phase, and question, did it go all the way to Puerto Rico? According to weather satellite imagery, it seems it made it northeast of Puerto Rico. So, or at least the debris did. So yeah, if you're just joining us,
a video already on Twitter from somebody who supposedly recorded it from Puerto Rico. This is unconfirmed, of course, but that might well be. It was way up when a possible flight termination system detonation happened, so it would have traveled quite a bit.
Yeah. So if you're just joining us, that's the update. And if you're just joining us, how about smashing that like button for us? That'd be really swell.
I'll give that a dramatic zoom in on the pad.
And then after you smash that like button, how about you hit that subscribe button? Don't forget that bell.
And now we need a sound effect from your soundboard, please.
Oh, I could do that. I could do it. Maybe I could. No, I don't have one for that, but I do have something. You're going to love this. It's awfully sunny in Boca Chica right now. It's 77 degrees Fahrenheit. That's about, what would that be? About 23, 20, no, 24.
It says it under the
Oh yeah,
Fahrenheit
yeah.
in the screen.
trying to do the math in my head. 25 Celsius. So it's pretty sunny there. And if you're in Boca Chica right now, you should probably put on some sunscreen, because
the sun is a deadly laser.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Thank you very much for that one. I am going to take another short break here and let Kage play on his soundboard. Please don't scare away the people. If you have any requests on where we should aim the camera, please point it out in the chat. We have quite a few people on the team who have access to the PTZ controls, and we'll try to make it try to give you the view that you desire next. But right now there is not much happening at the pad. They've lowered the chopsticks down, likely for inspection, and now we are waiting for SpaceX to actually keep us in the loop on what happened. I would take a look out on X for that, of course. They might post more information coming up soon. Let me just check that real quick, actually. Nope, besides some beautiful imagery, there is no official information.
Oh, and quick shout out. Since we were talking about temperatures in Boca Chica, that temperature and the wind speed and everything is brought to you by MyRadar. So huge thanks to MyRadar for making this stream happen, helping make this stream happen. And yeah, go check them out. WAI.to/MyRadar. WAI.to/MyRadar.
SpaceX did tweet some incredible images of the hot staging. I'm going to retweet those in a second here.
Don't you mean you're going to re-X them?
Reaxed. Okay. I'll be back later. I have quite a few things to do and prepare for the next episode. So thank you very much for watching. Keep watching if you want to. This camera is going to stay online for some time and be entertained by Alex and anyone else from the team who wants to join in. Thank you very much.
And I'm about to step away myself, get myself some lunch. There was a question in the chat. Totally surprised and wondering where are all the camera views? There are usually tons of GoPros. If you mean on the Starship and so forth, I mean they're probably downloading all that. The crews were only just let back onto the Launchpad site maybe a couple hours ago, I guess. So it's going to take them some time to recover things and do some editing and all that sort of stuff. So give it a little bit of time, give it a day at least, and we'll probably have some really nice videos because, I mean, this was a resounding success for SpaceX. So I am pretty confident that they're going to want to ride the waves of that success early. So they're probably going to be publishing some media very soon, I would suspect. So keep an eye on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, on the typical SpaceX channels. Definitely make sure to follow us on Twitter. You can find us by going to WAI.to/Twitter or /X if you prefer. Both work. And make sure to follow us on Twitter, and we'll keep you up to date with everything as we we see it coming through. The extra special shots, and also especially the exclusives just from us, just from Ground Truth, who you're hearing here on voice just a little bit ago. So with that, I will go ahead and sign off for a little bit. The stream is going to stay active. I like the comment. Call it Twix. I think another company would have a bit of a trademark dispute about that, but yeah, it is definitely a confusing thing. Yeah, definitely make sure to check us out on all socials. Go to whataboutit.space to find all of our socials, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, as well as become a patron on Patreon. So yeah, with that, I am going to go ahead and sign off here, and the camera will stay live. So don't go anywhere if you don't have to. Stick around. Keep chatting with folks in the chat right now. There's still about 2,300 people watching. So thank you so much for sticking around. Really appreciate it. And if you haven't already, do please hit that like button, subscribe, hit that bell, all that good stuff. And we'll be back on voice here in a little bit. See you around.
TJ is here to switch you off, apparently.
Oh, TJ.
Yeah. Man, is how many hours have we been streaming for? 8 hours not enough? 9 hours?
You know, the funny thing is, I completely lost my voice on Sunday. I like it was I sounded like The Grudge, like legit. It was just sort of thing, and now my throat is starting to really hurt. So I think I'm gonna give my vocal cords a rest. DJ, if you wanna, you and Indigo, if you feel like taking over, have at it.
Oh, I only had a few minutes, but I just wanted to say hi to everybody and send my thanks again. And I saw some people asking in the chat the condition of stage 0, and it looks really good. I don't know if anybody's seen the aerial or ground photos yet. They've been shared around online, but just really some fantastic work done by SpaceX to make that just a more robust platform. So I wanted to answer that question that I saw popping up, but I got to go chase around some kiddos, but I just wanted to throw that update in there.
Awesome. Thank you.
With that, I will leave you guys to it.
Yep, I will do the same. So, Indigo, feel free to chat with these lovely, lovely folks, and
I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
It just looks so empty now, the launch pad and all. It's I mean, with booster 9 standing on there for what, a month or so, and 25 coming off and on and off and on, stacking, destacking, and now it's all just back to emptiness. And who knows for how long? It could be just a few days. It could also be a month. It's SpaceX. I can check it for you, Forsaken Chief. Should have gone past at some point. We handled them all. Oh, okay. So Mitchell says here, any word on ship 25? It has not been confirmed, but it's most likely that it crashed into the Gulf, close to Puerto Rico, I think, somewhere northeast of it. And there is actually a video of it, but that hasn't been confirmed to be true either. Let's see if I can pull a tweet up somewhere.
Did anyone else see that? Were those jets? Hold on a second. Yeah, that was a jet formation. What's flying over Boca Chica right now? Oh. Whatever it is, it's blocked from flight radar. Hello, hello, hello. If you're still with us here on the stream, thank you so much. And while you're here, how about giving that like button a good old clicky click? And while you're at that, how about clicking that subscribe button and hit that bell too? That'll make sure that one, our videos make it to more people who are interested in this kind of content, and two, that you'll be informed whenever we have any content like this show up, like live streams or the many videos we put out each week. So if you're just joining us, well, as you can see on the screen, the Booster 9 Ship 25 stack has successfully launched and is unfortunately it didn't make it quite to its target trajectory, but for all intents and purposes it was a successful mission. And what you're watching currently is the brand new just today debuted WAI cam, and this is live. This is looking at the orbital launch mount for Super Heavy, and there's basically no damage. A little toasty, but otherwise it's fine. And Starship made it past the Kármán line, so yeah, it's been to space. How about that? And about half an hour ago, apparently we caught a trio of jets in the WAI cam, so that was pretty cool.
you.